Chapter 1, The Goddess is Critically Ill. Shudu. A rented room in a university town. 2:30 a.m. Husband. Popping. Father. Popping. Guchen was having a dream of being embraced by his wife and son, when he was suddenly awakened by the urgent popping sound of knocks on the door. Thinking it was the young woman next door knocking blindly after getting drunk, Guchen opened the door angrily without thinking. He was about to give the young woman a lecture, or worse, a good scolding, when he was dumbfounded. Standing outside the door was not some drunk neighbor, but a young and beautiful woman with outstanding temperament and a few unfamiliar men. Looking at the serious expressions on each other's faces, a myriad of thoughts rushed to his mind. The most common thought was whether he had offended someone and caused someone to come looking for him in the middle of the night. As a college graduate of just a few months, his social circle was actually very small. Usually, the people he contacted the most were his roommates from college, with whom he had a very good relationship and no conflicts. Next came the customers at the traditional Chinese medicine massage parlor where he currently worked temporarily. Well, it was more like he had more contact with a few rich aunts, and sometimes he even provided in-home services. Holy cow! Could the problem be with these rich aunts? He is a proper massage, there will be no misunderstanding. The other party had a family conflict and then was brought to the door by the other party's daughter, right? Hello, miss, are you Auntie Chen's daughter, Auntie Lou's daughter, or Auntie Yu's daughter? First of all, I declare that I am a massage therapist, and my relationship with Auntie Chen and the others is just a normal doctor-patient relationship. Knowing the other party's intentions, Guchen preempted the conversation and finished it, then nervously observed the woman's facial expressions and noticed that her expression had obviously stiffened for a moment, and then she shook her head and said, "Mr. Gu, I am Yan's special assistant, Li Xiuxue." The woman named Li Xiuxue introduced herself, and then pointed to a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses next to her and said, "This is Yan's personal lawyer, Lawyer Wang." After Li Xiuxue finished speaking, Guchen was a little confused. What Yenzone, what special assistant, what lawyer, he doesn't know any of them. A few minutes later. You mean to say that I have a daughter, her mother is critically ill, and then you are going to let me inherit billions of wealth? Yes. What was the name of my daughter's mother again? Yan Yun. Yan Yun? Yes. Gu Chen. Who is Yan Yun? The most famous goddess of the school flower in the history of Shudu University. The fourth year of the Big Gu Chen. She is not only famous because she is one in a million with her high appearance, but also because she is talented and intelligent. It is said that at a young age, she was already a domineering female president worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Of course, she is also the dream girl of Gu Chen. Mr. Gu, the situation is urgent. Please come with me to the hospital. I will explain the details to you on the way. 2 minutes later, Gu Chen and the lawyer walked downstairs. Seeing the black car worth tens of millions of dollars parked on the side of the road, Guchen basically believed that the lawyer was someone Yen Yun had sent over. Suddenly, he felt so low. Yen Yun was really in critical condition. How could a perfectly healthy person suddenly become critically ill? A while ago, she even gave a speech at the university's anniversary celebration and donated 200 million yuan to the school. Why did she suddenly become critically ill? Guchen's mood got worse and worse as he thought about it. His emotions repeatedly jumped back and forth between worrying about Yen Yun's critical illness and the joy of inheriting billions of dollars. Hospital. The hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant, which made people feel depressed and nervous. At the top of this hospital is a special ward, which is heavily guarded and has an extremely solemn atmosphere. Dozens of bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses stand neatly on both sides of the passageway outside the intensive care unit. They are all tall and serious, giving people an inviolable sense of awe. Guchen looked at this scene and could not help but feel a sense of awe. He had never experienced such a scene before and was a little overwhelmed for a moment. As he walked down the corridor, he felt as if he were in a strange and mysterious world. The guards' piercing gazes were fixed on him, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. He tried hard to remain calm, but his legs felt weak. Every step he took required him to overcome his fear and anxiety. But this anxiety was quickly dispelled by the sound of a little girl sobbing in the ward. Gu Chen's heart sank, and following the sound of the broken sobs, his heart began to throb. "Doctor, how is Mr. Yan's condition?" At the door of the ward, Li Xiuxue, with a solemn expression, asked a doctor who had just walked out of the ward. The doctor shook his head and showed a look of regret. "I'm sorry, we did our best, but Mr. Yan's heart stopped beating a minute ago. At this moment, Gu Chen felt as if his own heartbeat had stopped. It wasn't until Li Xiaoxue pulled his arm that he came back to life. Gu Chen looked up at Li Xiaoxue and saw that she was already in tears. With great difficulty, he held back his sobs and said, "Mr. Gu, let's go in and see President Yan one last time, and then we can talk about the follow-up." Chapter 2, Saving the Goddess While It's Still Hot. Then the three of them entered the hospital room. In the hospital room, apart from Yan Yun, who was lying motionless on the bed, there were two other people. One was a little girl who looked to be only 4 or 5 years old, who was lying next to Yan Yun and sobbing sadly. "Mommy, Mommy, don't you love me anymore?" The other was a woman wearing a vest and tight leather pants, with a fit body and a cold expression. The woman stood silently to the side, but a closer look revealed redness around her eyes full of red bloodshot veins, and her entire person seemed to exude a cold murderous aura. Gu Chen's gaze swept over this cold-blooded woman, and when it touched the metal glossy pistol pinned at the woman's waist, his gaze snapped back. He subconsciously felt that this woman was not simple in identity and was extremely dangerous. The fact that there was such a brazen woman carrying a gun in Yan Yun's ward meant that Yan Yun's identity was also not simple. Unfortunately, Gu Chen looked sadly at the woman on the hospital bed, motionless, her eyes closed, her face pale, but still beautiful and moving. Just as Gu Chen didn't know what mood to face this with, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his head. "Ding, a matching host detected, system is binding. It is integrating with the host 1%, 5%, 50%, 99%, 100%. System binding complete." System? It's really the system. And it's hitting her over the head at this time. Suddenly, it's inexplicably started. Gu Chen didn't know if she was happy or what. In short, her mood was particularly complicated. It has been detected that Yan Yun has not yet cooled down. This system can ask the host if she chooses to revive with one click while it is still hot. Gu Chen's heart trembled at the news. The system could even save people? A huge wave of surprise washed over him. Save. Gu Chen hardly hesitated. Saving someone would cost him something, such as having his charm. Does the host really want to save? It's a matter of life and death, hurry and save. Gu Chen still stuck to his guns. What if his charm was halved? He did hesitate for a second about whether he could inherit the wealth after saving her life. If the Yan Yun in front of him had been replaced by an old man, he would definitely have considered it twice. But the person in front of him was the goddess he had admired for several years, the kind of woman who was beautiful, kind, and talented. He couldn't let her die, it would be a burden on his conscience. Just then, the little girl sobbing nearby suddenly let out a loud cry, her voice getting louder and louder. "Mom, wake up, you haven't taken me to find Dad yet." "Oh, no. You didn't want to lose her father and then lose her mother as well." "Mom, wake up and take me to find Dad." "Oh, no." The little girl's miserable cries and desperate shouts to her mother and father pierced Gu Chen's heart like sharp knives. Li Xiaoxue, who had been silently weeping, could no longer hold back her grief when she heard these words and burst into tears. Gu Chen suddenly realized that he and Yan Yun had such a lovely daughter. He turned his head to look at the little girl, his heart full of pain. "System, you better save someone while it's still hot." The next moment, the heart rate graph on the instrument, which had turned into a line, suddenly started to shake. 1, 2, 3. Hurry! 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 Doctor! Doctor! The patient has regained her pulse and heartbeat. Amidst Li Xiaoxue's shouting, the doctor and nurses quickly pushed Gu Chen to the periphery. Then, all unrelated personnel were asked to leave the ward. 10 minutes later, good news came from the ward. Yan Yun had miraculously woken up and had passed the critical period. All the people waiting outside the door, including Gu Chen, were excited. However, the doctor temporarily prohibited visits because Yan Yun was weak. Gu Chen was going to wait in the hospital and wait until Yan Yun could be visited. However, the lawyer Wang next to him said to him, "Mr. Gu, since Madame Yan is fine, the inheritance issue is no longer valid. You may go back first. Thank you for your trouble tonight." As he spoke, lawyer Wang thoughtfully took out 100 yuan and slipped it into Gu Chen's hand. "I'm sorry, we may not have time to send you back. There are still many things to take care of, so you should take a taxi home on your own." Gu Chen looked at the 100 yuan in his hand, and then looked at the little girl not far away, who was being hugged by the cold-hearted woman and sobbing softly. The little girl's voice had become hoarse, which made Guchen feel very distressed. This was his daughter with Yen Yun, but the little girl didn't seem to have looked at him once from beginning to end. He stood in front of her as her father, but at the moment, he was unable to recognize her. Gu Chen's gaze reluctantly withdrew from his daughter, and then he turned to Lawyer Wang and said, "I want to stay here and wait until her condition stabilizes a bit before seeing her again, and then leave." However, Lawyer Wang apologetically shook his head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu Chen, I'm afraid that's not possible. Yan's assistant has already contacted Yan's family, and it would be inappropriate for you to show up here." Gu Chen. With 100 yuan in his hand, Gu Chen stood on the roadside waiting for the bus, his mood indescribably complex. Damn, he had been brought here dumbfounded, and then sent away dumbfounded. It was as if he had been forcibly dragged into an unknown dream, then hastily taken on a tour, only to be mercilessly kicked awake when the dream was about to turn into a beautiful dream, and rushed back to reality. What a fucking mess. As he thought about it, Gu Chen suddenly laughed easily. Although it was a pity to lose the right to inherit a $1 trillion fortune. But at least his beloved goddess Yen Yun had come back to life, and his cute daughter would not be saddened by losing her mother. This is also considered a great piece of good news. And what's more, he also obtained the system, so this is not a bad deal. No, it should be a sure win. What's a bit of a pity is that he didn't even get to say a word to the little girl before leaving. He didn't even get the chance to hug her, kiss her, or even know her full name. Just as he was smiling the happiest smile, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly sounded in his head. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully saving Yen Yun and being a good person." Gu Chen nodded in approval. It was worth being a good guy. Gu Chen laughed again, a very happy laugh, as if he had never been happier. He thought the system should give him a reward. However, the next second, his smile directly stiffened. But our system is a prodigal son system. As soon as it saw that the host had nothing to lose, it began to self-destruct. "Host, goodbye." Then, with a whoosh, a bright light rose in Gu Chen's mind. Then, with a bang, the light exploded. It bloomed into an immensely large and beautiful firework. He had to admit that this firework was definitely the most beautiful one he had ever seen. Soon, the firework disappeared. Gu Chen could clearly feel a connection being severed. At the cost of its own life, the system demonstrated to Gu Chen on the spot what it meant by fireworks are easily extinguished. Before long, there was a miserable wailing like a pig being slaughtered coming from the roadside. Gu Chen had completely broken down, for the first time in his life. Damn it, who is the one the heavens are playing with? Billions of assets gone. The system is gone. It's over. Nothing left. Damn it, is there something wrong with being a good person? The end. Chapter 3, Another Appointment. 1 week later. People's Park, the blind date corner. Handsome guy, here for a blind date, right? Let me start by telling you a bit about myself. I have a postgraduate degree and I'm single and not broken up. Since you're good looking, I'm asking for a lower price. Gu Chen had just squatted down to tie his shoelaces when a heavily made-up woman stood opposite him and started talking. "It's not easy for you to find a wife at your age, so I won't make things difficult for you. How about 288,800 yuan as the bride price? I'll settle for at least 500,000 yuan for the other woman. After we get married, let's buy a BMW X3, it's cheap. A house of less than 100 square meters is not acceptable, right? I can't live with my parents, that's my bottom line. We get married for happiness. My current salary is about 5,000 yuan a month, and after marriage you can give me 6,000 yuan a month as pocket money. For other people, I would at least want 10,000 yuan. Family expenses are originally the responsibility of the man, so I don't need to state this again, right? Getting married is not a restriction on your freedom, so you cannot interfere with my relationships with friends. Don't worry, I don't have many friends, just a few close male friends. All of my married girlfriends have husbands who cook and do the housework. This shouldn't be difficult for you, should it? You have to surprise me every holiday with a red envelope. That's romantic and helps maintain a good relationship. You should be able to do that, right? If we have kids, you'll take care of them, right? As for the kids, I'm not young anymore, so I hope we can have one as soon as possible. It would be best if we got married today and started researching tonight. I've said so much, can you give me a response? I'm here to get to know you, and you should have a basic respect for me, right? Having said that, the woman became a little emotional. At this time, Gu Chen lazily surveyed the woman before speaking. Single and not broken up? Yes. My boyfriend and I have been living apart for 2 months, and our relationship has long since ended. It was only a matter of time before we broke up. Gu Chen. To be honest, this was the first time he had heard of this term single and not broken up, and it felt very novel. He looked at the woman again and saw that she had no hint of guilt in her eyes. She was obviously very confident in her status as a single woman who was not yet broken up with her boyfriend. So he couldn't help but say, "Do you agree with the idea of gender equality?" "Yes, why?" "Okay, since you agree, now that you've finished making your demands, I should make mine too. First, with my appearance, it's not too much to ask for 288,800 yuan in bride price, is it? Second, I earn 3,000 yuan a month, and after we get married, you can give me 3,000 yuan a month for spending money to enhance our happiness as a couple, which is reasonable, right? Third, after we get married, I will live in your house, and it is only fair that the house is at least 100 square meters, right? First, let's get one thing straight, I like living a single life, so your parents will have to move out. Fourth, since I will be living in your house, it is only reasonable that you will be responsible for household expenses, right? Fifth, since it is your home, it is only natural that you will be responsible for all the housework after we get married, right? Sixth, I have many female friends outside, and occasionally I will bring them home to visit. You will have to treat them nicely. You won't object to this, will you? Seventh, if you can do all of the above, we will go get married right now, and I will take my child's surname in the evening. You are unbelievable. Can men and women be the same? After hearing Gu Chen's demands, the woman trembled with anger, her face turned pale, and several pieces of powder on her face fell off. Didn't you just agree with the idea of gender equality? Why is it different now? Are you making a request? You're making a wish. What woman would want to marry you under these circumstances? Unless she's blind. I've never met a man like you before, you're insane. If you're sick, go get treatment. Rebound. Woman. The woman jumped up in a panic, her face turning a livid shade of red. She grabbed her bag and stormed off, turning to look for her next target. The woman didn't have much of an effect on his emotions. This morning, while working at the nearby traditional Chinese medicine massage parlor, he suddenly received a phone call that took him by surprise. Yan Yun had recovered and was discharged from the hospital, and wanted to meet with him to discuss something. He had thought that the two of them would have no further ties from then on, unless... Unexpectedly, Yan Yun came to see him as soon as she was discharged from the hospital. The two had arranged to meet here. He was just standing by the roadside waiting for Yan Yun to come over. He just didn't expect the atmosphere here to be so heavy with matchmaking, and after waiting for 10 minutes, he had already encountered 3 or 4 women hitting on him. He just couldn't bear to watch the woman he just saw, so he argued with her a little. Thinking of Yan Yun, Gu Chen couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up, revealing a happy smile. He couldn't help but recall the few times he had crossed paths with Yan Yun in the past. The first time was when he was a freshman in college. At the beginning of the semester, Yan Yun donated 100 million to the school. At that time, many people, including Gu Chen, deliberately searched online for information about Yan Yun, wanting to learn more about their goddess. However, they found nothing, which shows that the other person is not only rich, but also has a terrifying background. The second time was a while ago, at the school anniversary party after he graduated from university. Yan Yun donated another 200 million to the school. The third time was a week ago, and they almost parted ways forever. The first time, he just looked at the other person from afar and was deeply attracted by the other person's appearance and temperament. In short, it was love at first sight. The second time they met some time ago, compared to a few years ago, the other person was even more mature and beautiful, and also more difficult to approach. Unexpectedly, the other person actually took the initiative to talk to him during the second meeting and even exchanged contact information. Gu Chen is still flattered by this. However, he has been scratching his head for the past few days, trying to figure out why he and Yan Yun would have such a big daughter. Perhaps the mystery will be solved today. Just as Gu Chen was waiting excitedly, a woman in a professional suit, who looked very capable, walked straight towards him. This woman was not Li Xiuxue from the other night, and Gu Chen did not know her. Then, with a professional smile, the woman respectfully said to Gu Chen, "Mr. Gu, please, the young lady is already waiting for you." "Okay, please lead the way." Gu Chen's heart began to beat faster as he followed the woman. At the roadside of an entrance to the park, there were several luxury cars parked, one of which was over 6 meters long and a top luxury car priced at over 10 million yuan, which was particularly eye-catching. In front of the car, several well-dressed bodyguards were on guard, observing the surroundings. It was enough to see that the person sitting in the car was not simple. Seeing the woman leading him towards the luxury car, Gu Chen became even more nervous. Obviously, Yan Yun was in that car. Chapter 4: Unexpected Ways to Become a Father. Looking at the row of bodyguards in front of the car, the attitude made him feel even more pressured. Amidst the envious stares of countless passers-by, Gu Chen slowly walked up to the car. "Mr. Gu, the young lady is in the car, please get in." The woman gave Gu Chen a slight smile and made a gesture to get in. Then, one of the bodyguards opened the car door. As soon as it opened, Gu Chen saw the beautiful figure he had been thinking about day and night sitting in the car. As Gu Chen looked over, Yan Yun also looked over at him with a sideways glance. Suddenly, Gu Chen's apprehensive gaze met the other person's cold gaze. The other person's brows exuded a cold aura, as if she were a queen high above. With just one glance, Gu Chen fell, losing the ability to think. "Come on in." In the car, Yan Yun brushed her loose hair behind her ear and spoke softly to Gu Chen. Her eyes softened. Gu Chen's heart pounded with excitement at her careless and random movements. But at the same time, he noticed a very obvious scar on the right side of her forehead, near the temple, where the bangs hit it. This scar must be the reason she almost lost her life. Gu Chen suddenly felt a little sad for Yan Yun. A woman, doesn't she care most about her appearance? It is estimated that this scar will be difficult to remove. When the system saved people in the past, how come it didn't remove the scar as well? Unfortunately, the system is gone, and he can no longer do anything for Yan Yun. Okay, Yan Shuejie. Gu Chen nodded nervously as his thoughts returned to the present, and then got into the car. Meeting again, he had already seen the reality clearly. There was an unfathomable chasm between them, and the other person was no longer someone he could fantasize about. He would never think about anything like inheriting an inheritance. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The blow of a week ago made him no longer have high expectations for anything. With the car door closing, the car was left with only Gu Chen and Yan Yun. Smelling the pleasant fragrance drifting from the other person, Gu Chen felt a little dizzy. He didn't dare to look at Yan Yun again, staring straight ahead, his hands resting on his legs, sitting like a good boy. You don't need to be nervous, just relax a little. Yan Yun seemed to sense Gu Chen's nervousness and spoke again. Her voice was gentle and melodious, quickly calming Gu Chen's emotions. At this point, Gu Chen dared to look sideways at Yan Yun. Then he was deeply attracted by Yan Yun's stunning face and perfect figure. After a week apart, it seemed that her body had really recovered from the scar. With eyebrows like black ink and almond-shaped eyes, her skin was as white as snow, and she could enchant the world without makeup. Her black hair is tied up high, revealing a long, slender neck, like that of a noble swan. She is wearing a high-end, custom-made professional OL suit that outlines her perfect figure. Her long, round, firm thighs are pressed together, and one can imagine that under the black skirt fabric is a tightly fitting sight. Her legs are wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, most of which are covered by the suit, only revealing the calves below the knees, which are straight and good-looking. The calves are also slightly closed together and leaning against the side near the door, and the whole person's sitting posture seems elegant and generous. Although it doesn't show off her charm, it is full of temptation. And the noble temperament and aura of superiority that radiates from the inside out of her whole body again makes people dare not think evil thoughts to desecrate it. Yan Shuejie, what is the matter you asked me to come here for? Gu Chen looked away with difficulty, took a deep breath, and spoke. While Gu Chen was looking at Yan Yun was also looking at him. The more she looked at him, the more satisfied she became. I think you know, I have a daughter, and I'm asking you to be her father. Yan Yun said with her lips slightly parted. Gu Chen was a little surprised and excited to hear Yan Yun say this. But after the big ups and downs of the past few days, he was now much calmer. People often grow in an instant. Yan Shuejie, to be honest, you really don't look like a woman who has given birth. Besides, you and I have no connection, so what is the deal with that little girl? Gu Chen couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yan Yun's belly. He noticed that it was still flat and didn't have a single ounce of extra fat. As for the little girl, she had always been the biggest mystery to him. After that night, Gu Chen had thought a lot about it and felt that the whole thing of suddenly being asked to inherit an inheritance was ridiculous. There must be some inside story that he didn't know about. At the time, there was a time constraint and it happened so suddenly that he didn't ask his lawyer or assistant for clarification. He heard that Yen Yun had encountered some problems, so he didn't think much about it and agreed immediately. Now that he thinks about it, the child is most likely Yen Yun's adopted daughter or born to another man. But why did they pick him to be the child's father? Where is the child's biological father? For a moment, his thoughts were chaotic and his head was filled with more questions. The child is my biological child, and you are indeed the child's biological father. Yen Yun said calmly, her tone sure. What? Gu Chen was really a bit surprised. No, Yen Shuejie, unless my memory is wrong or I've lost my memory. Otherwise, I really didn't have a chance to get you pregnant. Besides, the child is 4 or 5 years old, right? How old was I then? It's even more impossible. Gu Chen's head was a mess. This news was too shocking. He could hardly think or understand. Shit, how come he didn't know when he had a child with Yen Yun? Well, it'll be almost 5 years old soon. Yen Yun said. Still 5 years old? In other words, he got Yen Yun pregnant when he was 16 years old. Damn it! How is this possible? I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Seeing Gu Chen's anxious look as he tried to understand the situation, Yen Yun calmly took out a few documents from a red briefcase and handed them to Gu Chen. 6 years ago you donated sperm. Do you remember? Donated sperm? Gu Chen subconsciously looked down at the document in his hands. The bold black characters on the header instantly made him freeze. Sperm donation file. Number 0058S9527. Name, Gu Chen. Age, 16. Blood type, O. Occupation, student. Physical condition, healthy. Presence of genetic diseases, none. Sperm quality, superactive. Address. Contact information. Overall score, excellent. Looking at the profile with his own photo and his basic information, Gu Chen's thoughts immediately returned to 6 years ago when he first started high school. It was the darkest moment in his life. Because of his carelessness, his 5-year-old sister died unexpectedly. His frail and sickly mother was even more deeply affected and fell seriously ill, urgently needing a large sum of money to pay for medical expenses. In order to raise money for his mother's treatment, the family tried every means possible, but it was still not enough. A few days later, at the urging of his bad friends, for a few pennies, he ran to the hospital to donate sperm once. Unexpectedly, the next day, when his family was racking their brains for medical expenses, Gu Chen was told that the sperm he donated had been used, and a reward of 1 million yuan was specially sent to him. Unexpectedly. Yen Shuejie, don't tell me this is Gu Chen. Unbelievably, Gu Chen looked at Yen Yun with eyes full of gratitude. If it weren't for Yen Yun's timely help with the 1 million, he might have lost his loved ones one after the other. Yes, it's just as you think, I used your sperm for IVF. Yen Yun nodded, and an imperceptible blush appeared on her fair face. What else could Gu Chen say? This is really an unexpected way to become a father. Chapter 5, Openly Maintaining a Mistress. So, it's true that you were critically ill that night and left me to inherit a family fortune? Gu Chen was shocked. Yes, it's true. Yen Yun nodded. I can only be considered the child's nominal father, and you're so at ease handing over the family fortune to me? My family is very complicated right now, with internal and external troubles. On the inside, it may seem peaceful, but if anything really happened to me, the child would be eaten alive. Yen Yun lowered her head, her eyes betraying a hint of worry and ruthlessness, but when she looked up at Gu Chen, her eyes softened. That's why I secretly made a will a long time ago, stipulating that if anything happens to me, you will become the heir and the guardian of the child. I also specifically instructed the lawyer and special assistant that once something happens to me, they must find you immediately and notify the rest of the family only after you have become the heir. That's why that night, they were so anxious to get you here. So that's how it was. Now, most of the mystery in Gu Chen's heart had been solved. But why did Yen Yun choose to use his own sperm? Gu Chen's own understanding was that he was just lucky and had been chosen. Then aren't you worried that I'll embezzle the property or be bad to the child? Gu Chen felt more and more guilty about his evil thoughts at the beginning. At the same time, he also felt the complexity and changeability of the wealthy family and the many wrongs and rights. A terrible suspicion arose in his heart. Yen Yun almost died this time, or perhaps she has already died once. This should not be an accident. Could it be that she was assassinated in a family feud? Yen Yun smiled slightly. I believe you. My intuition tells me that you are a trustworthy person. Her smile was as warm and bright as the spring sun, and it made Gu Chen's heart fill with a warm current. He was momentarily stunned, his eyes suddenly moistening, and an urge to cry welled up in his heart. To be trusted unconditionally, especially by the goddess he has always admired, is a feeling that cannot be described in words. It is like seeing a glimmer of light in the darkness, or feeling a fire on a cold winter's day. Only those who have experienced it themselves can truly understand the beauty and preciousness of this feeling. Gu Chen took a deep breath, trying to suppress his inner excitement. He looked at Yen Yun, his eyes filled with emotion. He knew that this trust had not come easily, and he must cherish it. He was also glad that he had made the right choice a few days ago. Such a good woman shouldn't just pass away like this. Do you still have any doubts? Ask, and I can answer them for you. Yen Yun said softly again. Gu Chen nodded, and then asked without hesitation. But why did you have to do IVF? He was puzzled. Yen Yun's body looked very healthy, and she was also so young at the time, so there was no need to do IVF at all, right? Yen Yun's gaze at Gu Chen became complicated, and then there was a moment of bleakness in her eyes, before she slowly said. Because I experienced something when I was young, I have always hated men. You can also think of it as having misandry, so I didn't consider getting married at that time and planned to remain single for the rest of my life. But I don't reject being a mother, and I even like children very much, so I went ahead and did IVF. You can think of me as extreme, but at that time I just had that strong desire to do it, so I later used your sperm for IVF. Gu Chen was left speechless, feeling that it was all just too surreal. But the facts are right in front of you, you have to believe them. I never thought I would have such a deep connection with Yen Yun in this way. I'm only 22 years old, but my child is almost 5 years old. This feeling is really amazing. So have you gotten better at this misandry? Gu Chen asked carefully. If the other person has misandry, does that mean they are also misandrous towards you? After giving birth, my symptoms seem to have improved a little, at least I don't feel disgusted or repulsed by you. Yen Yun answered calmly. Pounding, pounding. Gu Chen's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate and jump around. You can take a look at the documents at the back first, and if you have any questions, you can ask. Yen Yun added. Gu Chen nodded and looked down at a few more documents. The second one was a paternity report, and Gu Chen just glanced at it before looking at the next one. She believed Yen Yun's words, and if she said the child was hers, then it must be hers. She didn't need to deceive herself with this, it was pointless. If she really wanted to find the father for the child, she could just shout for help, and she was sure there would be plenty of willing men. I have drafted 2 contracts, one for you to be employed by me, and the other for you to marry me. After reading them, you can choose the one you find acceptable. Yen Yun reminded her again at this time. When she heard that Yen Yun intended to marry her, Gu Chen's hand holding the document shook violently, and his heart almost stopped beating. Yen Yun wants to marry me. Yen Yun actually wanted to marry him. This news was even more exciting than when Yen Yun was critically ill and asked him to inherit her estate. In fact, he didn't even need to read the contract to know what decision to make. He just couldn't show any signs of being overwhelmed in front of Yen Yun. So, he suppressed his excitement, nodded slightly, and flipped to the 3rd page. It was a contract that hired him as the child's father. Although he would not choose this contract, he was still curious about how Yen Yun would hire him. He glanced down briefly, and in addition to the all-inclusive package, the conspicuous monthly salary of 200,000 yuan immediately made his heart skip a beat. Holy shit! 200,000 yuan a month, this is a salary he never dared to dream of. A year is a huge salary of 2.4 million yuan. How many people in the country does it take to beat this? The main thing is that the child is still his own flesh and blood. This is equivalent to raising your own child, and someone else pays you a huge salary. Holy shit! This is literally the job that everyone in the world aspires to. No! This is not a fucking employment contract. It's literally a golden maintenance clause. And it's blatant maintenance. That's not the most exciting thing about it. The most exciting thing is that as long as you remain unmarried and childless, you can date, but you cannot bring your partner to meet the child. When the child reaches the age of 12, you will be paid a lump sum of 200 million for your loss of youth. My God! 200 million! Whose youth is worth 200 million? Gu Chen's entire head felt a little dizzy from the blood rushing to it. His soul was screaming. Although that night, the lawyer told him that he could inherit Yen Yun's family fortune, it was only a vague concept, and the impact was incomparable to the concrete figure of 200 million. Ghoul. Gu Chen couldn't help but swallow, and his fingers holding the document trembled a little. This is the first employment contract, but what about the second one for marriage? Will the treatment be better? Gu Chen's heart beat like a drum as he opened the last contract. Unsurprisingly, the 4 conspicuous characters, marriage agreement, were written at the top. Chapter 6, 2 Little Cotton Padded Jackets. A marriage agreement is much simpler, and it only requires Gu Chen to enter into a marriage of convenience. This is actually very normal. Think about Yen Yun's deep background in the wealthy family, and it is only normal for him to enter into a marriage of convenience. Gu Chen did not resist at all. Nowadays, having money is the way to go. Even if he enters into a marriage of convenience, he can still filially honor and take care of his parents. You enter into a marriage of convenience and marry me, giving the child a truly complete family. Seeing Gu Chen staring blankly at the contract, Yen Yun whispered in his ear. Of course, you may be reluctant to leave your girlfriend, but if you really choose to do so, I will give her sufficient compensation on her side. Yen Shuejie, you've got it wrong, I'm single now. Single? Yen Yun was surprised. As far as she knew, Gu Chen should have had a girlfriend he had been talking to for a long time. Well, they broke up 3 months ago. What was the reason? The other person was in the ascendant period of her career, and being in a relationship would only affect her climbing speed, so they broke up. Gu Chen said with a self-deprecating smile. In fact, the real reason was even more shameful than that. It was so shameful that he was embarrassed to even say it. That is, his ex-girlfriend didn't just abandon him because of her career development. She also cheated on him. The object of the cheating was surprisingly a woman. Yes. Damn it, he was poached by a woman. It was so frustrating that he couldn't even describe it. Yen Yun's eyes flashed. Since the obstacle is gone, have you decided what to do? Yen Shuejie, I still don't understand a lot of things. Can you solve my confusion first? Gu Chen suppressed his excitement and forced himself to calm down. In short, he must calm down now. The pie of marriage is too big, and he is afraid that he will be overwhelmed. He doesn't want to experience ups and downs again. If you have any questions, just ask. Yen Yun said calmly. According to what you said, you went for IVF because you were disgusted with men, and you were definitely prepared to raise the child on your own. I also believe that with your qualifications you have the ability to do so, and your family certainly doesn't lack for nannies and the like. So why have you suddenly come to me now? The older a child gets, the more they lack and yearn for a father's love, which leads to many problems in their growth process. I was too simple-minded in my thinking, and now I want to make amends. I had planned to come to you a few days ago, but I encountered an accident. Yen Yun said, looking helpless. I see. Gu Chen recalled the look on his daughter's face and the words she had said that night, and indeed, that was the reason. Speaking of accidents. Gu Chen's heart tightened again, and he couldn't help but look at the scar near Yen Yun's temple, and couldn't help but ask. Was that an accident or a human hand? Human hand. Yen Yun didn't hide it and told the truth directly. Since she planned to marry Gu Chen, she wouldn't hide many things from him. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat again, and he frowned and said, Have you found the murderer? We have found some of them, and we are chasing the ones who have escaped. Yen Yun brushed her hair back, intentionally or unintentionally hiding the scar. That was. Gu Chen was about to ask whether the person behind the hiring of the murderer was an insider in your family or an enemy from the outside. But seeing Yen Yun's expression as if she didn't want to talk about it anymore, he changed the subject and said, Yen Shuejie, I want to know the name of my daughter. Gu Chen suddenly smiled expectantly. Yen Yun looked deeply into Gu Chen's beautiful eyes and slowly said, Yen Siyu and Yen Sidong, if we get married, we can change our names and take your surname. Siyu and Sidong? Gu Chen murmured, suddenly widening his eyes. He only saw one child that day. Well, since we're doing it anyway, I'll make twins. The one you saw at the hospital that day was the elder sister Siyu, and the younger sister Sidong was accompanying her grandparents in the imperial capital. Gu Chen. Nima. I have 2 little cotton padded jackets of my own. Double the happiness. What a fucking surprise. The only regret is that I didn't have much involvement. Then he couldn't wait and said excitedly. So when can I meet my daughters? His mind unconsciously recalled the pitiful sight of Siyu crying that night. Because of the tears and snot all over his face, and the circumstances at the time, he really hadn't paid much attention to what his daughter actually looked like. You'll be able to see the older one later, but the younger one is still in the capital, so she'll probably be back in a few days. Seeing Gu Chen's hopeful and excited expression, Yan Yun couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. I have some photos of them on my phone, do you want to see them? Gu Chen nodded without hesitation. Yes. Yan Yun then took out her phone and opened an album. This was taken not long after the two sisters were born. Gu Chen looked at it subconsciously and saw Yan Yun's slender fingers pointing at a photo of two babies, only the size of a palm, wrapped in swaddling clothes. Instantly, an inexplicable emotion welled up in Gu Chen's heart. This is when they were half a year old. When Gu Chen had looked closely enough to be satisfied, Yan Yun switched to the next photo. In the photo, the two sisters had completely transformed. They could already crawl, were plump and rosy, and were extremely cute. The delicate little faces already looked somewhat similar to Yan Yun's. This was when they were 1 year old. Yan Yun switched to the third photo, in which the two sisters were walking forward with their little hands outstretched, their little faces full of happy smiles. Next, Gu Chen looked at more than 20 photos, all of which were double portraits of the two sisters, covering almost every aspect of their growth. The more Gu Chen looked, the more he liked them, and the more certain he became that Yan Yun had carefully prepared them for him. What was a bit of a pity was that there were no photos of the mother and daughter together. For some reason, he particularly wanted to see Yan Yun holding the baby, radiating the light of motherhood. In short, he could not imagine the goddess up there, holding the baby and smiling tenderly. Such a scene is really beautiful, and one can't help but want to witness it for oneself. I noticed a problem. Is this one on the left the older sister or the younger sister? How come she gradually stopped smiling and became quieter and quieter from the age of 2? Gu Chen asked. I didn't think you hadn't noticed. Yan Yun sighed, her brows slightly furrowed. This is the older sister Siyu. Since the age of 2, she has found out that she doesn't have a father and the influence of some other things, and then her personality has gradually become more introverted and taciturn. She doesn't like to smile, and the difference with her younger sister is becoming more and more significant. Having said that, Yan Yun looked at Gu Chen with concern and said, your first problem is to gain Siyu's approval, or find a suitable way to get along with her. This child now rejects contact with strangers. On hearing this, Gu Chen became a little worried too. After all, he really didn't have much experience with children. But just the thought that this was his own daughter made him impossible to back down, and he was not allowed to fail. Don't worry, I'll try to make the child accept me sooner. That's good, I was afraid you wouldn't have the patience. In fact, Siyu really longs for a father's love, she just isn't good at expressing it. Yan Yun said softly, then pointed at the last photo, a hint of tenderness in her eyes. This was taken not long ago. Gu Chen looked over, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. This photo was like a ray of light, illuminating the softest corner of his heart. It was a photo of the three of them. Chapter 7, Getting Married. In the photo, Yan Yun is wearing a lace floral dress, having shed her professional attire and looking completely at home. Her long hair falls like a waterfall over her shoulders, the slightly curled strands adding a touch of playfulness and liveliness. Her skin is as white as snow, delicate as porcelain, exuding a faint radiance. Her features are exquisite and picturesque, especially those eyes, clear and bright, like twinkling stars. Her lips are painted with a light shade of lipstick, slightly upturned, revealing a sweet smile. The two sisters are wearing the same princess dress. The older sister's is black, while the younger sister's is pink. Both dresses are embroidered with delicate flower patterns and are very cute. Their hair is combed into 2 ponytails and tied with pink ribbons, which makes them look especially playful. They both have rosy skin, as fresh and juicy as peaches. Their eyes are big and bright, like 2 black gems, shining with an innocent radiance. Their noses are small and delicate, and their mouths are rosy. The three of them are crouching on the grass, with Yan Yun embracing one on each side. The one on the left is supposed to be the older sister, Siyu, expressionless as she stares straight ahead. The younger sister, Si Ting, on the right, is very different. She is intimately embracing Yan Yun's neck and kissing her cheek. Both mother and daughter had big smiles on their faces. Time seemed to have come to a standstill in that moment, and everything was so beautiful. Gu Chen was deeply moved by this scene. It was as if his heart had been touched by something, sending ripples through him. Gu Chen was so entranced by the scene that he didn't come back to his senses until he felt Yin Yun's warm breath on his cheek. Damn, in order to see the photo more clearly, he had unconsciously almost extended his head to Yin Yun's chest. Realizing his own impudence, he immediately blushed and sat up straight. In the corner of his eye, he glanced at the round and towering breasts of Yin Yun. Gu Chen's heartbeat was like a drum. Damn! It was almost a collision, and if it really had been, he wondered if Yin Yun would have slapped him. After all, the other person has misogyny, and he is really a little afraid that he will offend the other person, and then directly cancel the option of marriage, then he will lose a lot. Yin Yun also took the opportunity to withdraw her phone. Her pretty face was calm, and it seemed that she had not had the slightest emotional fluctuation because the two of them were too close together. She looked at Gu Chen and asked, "What is your choice?" "I choose to marry you," Gu Chen said without hesitation. Although he still felt that there was a big gap between the two of them, and he was not confident enough in the face of Yin Yun. He also knew the saying that a son-in-law is no better than a dog, and that once you enter a wealthy family, you are in deep waters. But he really didn't want to give up the swan in front of him. And he could not give up his two daughters. He would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. Yin Yun looked at Gu Chen with a serious expression and said in a grave tone, "You have to think carefully. I am facing many internal and external troubles, and I have many enemies, so it is very likely that I will bring you trouble." Her gaze was sincere and focused, as if conveying an unmistakable warning to Gu Chen. Gu Chen met Yin Yun's gaze, his eyes full of sincerity and determination. He solemnly responded, "I understand the risks, but I have decided to marry you anyway." His voice was calm and powerful, revealing his firm belief. Knowing that Yin Yun had done so much behind the scenes for him, he was certain that the woman in front of him was the one he needed to spend the rest of his life with. There are risks, but the rewards are absolutely huge. Yin Yun nodded slightly to show that she understood Gu Chen's determination. She continued to explain, "The reason I chose to marry you is that, apart from our daughter, there is another important factor, and that is to solidify my position in the family through this marriage." Gu Chen listened quietly to Yin Yun's words, feeling her deep concerns and aspirations. He nodded gently and promised, "I am willing to take on this responsibility, Yan Shuejie. No matter how difficult and dangerous the road ahead is, I will be by your side and face everything together with you." A determined light shone in his eyes, which made Yin Yun feel a sense of warmth and reassurance. Yin Yun was stunned, looking at Gu Chen's determined eyes, and a feeling of emotion arose in her heart. "Okay, you take this card, there is 1 million yuan in it, and I will give you 200,000 yuan pocket money every month afterwards." Yin Yun's red lips curled slightly, and then she took out another golden bank card from the file bag and handed it to Gu Chen. "I'm leaving the children in your care. I hope you can get along with them in no time. This period of time may affect your work, but I still hope you can put the children first. Are you officially sponsoring me? You can think of it that way." Yin Yun gave a wry smile. With the conversation having reached this point, Gu Chen could only take the bank card with a trembling heart. "Don't worry, in the future you'll be responsible for making money to support the family, and I'll be responsible for taking care of the children and protecting the home. Damn, starting with 1 million and having 200,000 a month, there's no need to work. From now on, the two little ones are their ancestors, and Yin Yun is their sugar daddy. Okay, let's go get the certificate now." Yin Yun smiled slightly. Gu Chen looked at her sudden smile and was in a daze. She was so beautiful. After he reacted, he said in surprise, "Ha? Now? But my household registration book is still at home, I need to go back and get it." He also planned to notify his family first. He didn't expect Yin Yun to be in such a hurry. "Now you don't need the household register, you can get married with your ID card," Yin Yun said. "Not to mention that there is now this policy, even if there isn't, she can still get the two of them to the marriage certificate." 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the Government Affairs Center. "You guys wait here, Mr. Gu and I will go in and take care of some things." Yin Yun gave the driver, bodyguard, and assistant an order, and then entered the Government Affairs Center with Gu Chen. Along the way, Gu Chen walked as if he were stepping on cotton, floating and unsteady. The two quickly arrived at the marriage registration window of the Mingjing Bureau. In less than 10 minutes, the two red notebooks were successfully issued. "Congratulations to the newlyweds and I wish you 100 years of happiness." The registration officer handed the two notebooks to Gu Chen and Yin Yun with great joy and sent his sincerest blessings. She vowed that although the two couples in front of her had a big difference in dress and appearance, But when they stood together, they really were a perfect match. They were definitely the most attractive couple she had ever handled, hands down. Especially the girl, with her perfect looks and noble temperament. As a woman, she envied the groom, Gu Chen, to death. I'll keep the marriage certificate for now. Seeing that Gu Chen had nowhere to put the marriage certificate, Yan Yun simply put both notebooks into her bag. Gu Chen naturally had no objections. He now felt like he was in a dream, in the middle of a beautiful dream. In the blink of an eye, he had an amazing wife. Okay, I still have an important meeting to attend today, and I don't expect to be back until tomorrow. I'll leave my sister see you in your care. The nanny will bring her over in a little while. I haven't told her that she'll be meeting her father today, so you can surprise her by telling her yourself. You can hang out outside for a while, and then go back to the villa in the evening. Anyway, you can arrange it as you like. I wish you a happy time together. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's heart started pounding again. Shit. Does that mean we're going to start living together today? Well, don't worry, just leave it to me. I'll take care of Siyu. I'm sure the first day we'll get along really well. Gu Chen said confidently. Okay, then that's settled. If there's anything, just call me anytime. Yan Yun then extended her delicate hand to Gu Chen. Looking at the small, white hand in front of him, Gu Chen's heart pounding, he reached out his own large hand and shook it. The touch was so soft and smooth. It was even more bony than he had imagined. The two of them smiled at each other. Yan Yun's smile was as bright as a flower, and Gu Chen once again fell unconsciously, transfixed. The two walked side by side out of the Government Affairs Center. When they reached the car, Yan Yun reminded him again. As I said, call me if anything happens. Okay, I got it. Have a safe trip. Bye. Bye. Gu Chen didn't take his eyes off Yan Yun's car until it disappeared at the end of the road. His mind was still replaying the soft touch of their handshake. If her hands are so nice to touch, what if he can touch the rest of her in the future? Ding, the system has detected that the host has married his destined woman, and the golden soft meal system has officially started. Ha! Just as Gu Chen was daydreaming and unable to extricate himself, a familiar yet strange voice rang out in his head. He then froze for a moment, and then an uncontrollable smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Today is really a day for the ancestors to rise up and smoke. Another system is coming? Just tell me, what is the probability of a person being hit by two systems in a row? Is it more difficult than winning the lottery and winning 5 million? Chapter 8, The Golden Soft Rice System. With this first experience, Gu Chen did not jump up screaming. Instead, he first interrogated the system with all his soul. System, once you are bound, will you suddenly feel depressed and commit suicide, self-destruct, or something like that? If not, he will really go crazy if this is just another false hope. Some things can withstand the first time, but definitely not the second wave. Host, please be assured that this system is very healthy in its thinking. Once bound, it is for life, from beginning to end. It will not suddenly lose its mind and commit suicide or self-destruct, nor will it abandon the host and behave badly. Unless what? Unless the host dies, the system will automatically dissipate. Gu Chen. There is no doubt that I should be able to live a long life, right? Gu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. System, you just said you were a golden soft living system. So what is the correct way to use you? System, as long as the host keeps living the life of a soft liver, you will continue to receive rewards. What is considered living the life of a soft liver? System, for example, spending your wife's money, your daughter's money, your mother-in-law's money, etc., can all be considered living the life of a soft liver. How can I receive rewards? System, while living the life of a soft liver, you will have the opportunity to receive rewards for doing things that benefit both you and your wife and children. Holy cow! This means that as long as you use the Yin Yun card, the soft bread buff will always be there. Isn't this going to skyrocket? This system is awesome. As a friendly reminder, the host cannot deny anyone that they are living off someone else's hard work, otherwise the rewards will be automatically cut. Gu Chen understood. This is about eating openly and rightfully. Gee, just what he wanted. Would the host like to receive the newbie gift pack? Yes. Gu Chen said excitedly. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 happiness points and 1 lucky draw entry. The host can now freely access the system panel. If you have any questions, you can consult the system at any time. Gu Chen waited for a few seconds, but found that the system had stopped responding. He asked, a little disappointed. System, the newbie package only includes 100 points and one lucky draw entry? That's right. Gu Chen. Not to mention what 100 points can do, but is it too stingy to only reward one chance to enter a lucky draw? It should be at least 10 consecutive lucky draws, right? Damn, he even gets 3 entanglements for playing a AAA game. A system as prestigious as this only gives that? Host, be content with what you have. Besides, your life has just begun, and the good times are still ahead. Gu Chen understood. This was a system that did things steadily. Okay, as soon as he thought about it, the basic panel of the system appeared in front of him. System name, Golden Soft Spoiled System. Host, Gu Chen. Gender, male. Age, 22. Physical fitness, 10 normal 10. Manly charm, 350 seconds medium low. Special skills, none. Happiness points, 100 points can be used to increase physical fitness, upgrade skills, etc. Golden Legend Lottery, 100 points time. Level of a kept man, LV1. The level depends on the number of people you are keeping, and it increases by 1 level for each additional person. The basic panel is very simple, and Gu Chen can understand it almost completely at a glance, except for the man's charm, which he doesn't quite understand. He can understand it literally, and put it simply, it is the attractiveness of a man towards a woman. But when combined with 350 seconds, he becomes a little confused. Is this a skill? A skill that can control women? Groups, or individuals? Active, or passive? How long is the CD time? Gu Chen's mind immediately filled with many question marks, so he asked curiously. System, what is male charm? As soon as he asked, a lifelike, immersive 3D demo appeared in his mind. Suddenly, Gu Chen's face flushed, his heart pounding. Okay, system, I get it, end the demo. Immediately, the demo ended. Gu Chen then looked around nervously, relieved that only he had seen the previous screen. Otherwise, he didn't even want to think about the consequences. System, a friendly reminder, male charm is a necessary ability for the host to conquer his wife and also determines whether the host can continue to receive high-quality support. The host must prioritize improving this ability. Gu Chen was unhappy when the system gave him this reminder. Was 350 seconds really that bad? System, how do I improve the value? System, you can directly consume points to exchange for it. How long does 1 point increase the output for? System, 0.1 seconds. Gu Chen's face turned black. System, be honest with me, is this conversion ratio a kickback for you? Damn it, does this mean that the 100 points rewarded in the newbie gift pack can only increase the output by 10 seconds? What can you do in 10 seconds? He really wanted to ask an informed brother if he could give him some advice. System, host, speak nicely or I will sue you for defamation. Instead of worrying about the low exchange rate, you should think about why your starting value is so low. After saying this, a huge middle finger appeared in Gu Chen's mind. Gu Chen. Damn it, he just doesn't believe that other people's starting values are higher than his. Suddenly, he remembered that a week ago, the previous system seemed to have used up half of his manly charm to save someone. So, damn it, his true strength is actually 700 seconds of true manhood. System, host, if you are unwilling to accept this, there is another way to increase your manliness without spending points. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. What is it? System, practice more. Gu Chen. Damn it, I want to do that myself, but I just got married, I haven't had a chance to practice yet. System, does the host want to use a lottery ticket? Use it. What's there to say about this? Then, the next second, a bright shooting star suddenly flashed across Gu Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained divine cooking skills. Gu Chen was overjoyed. Holy shit. The system is really awesome. Isn't this the necessary skill for a man to support his wife? As the saying goes, to capture a woman's heart, you have to first capture her stomach. If you can feed Yin Yun and your daughter's stomachs well, then they will spend their money on themselves and treat themselves well, won't they? System, host, a friendly reminder, 10 consecutive draws will definitely result in a golden skill. Gu Chen, why didn't you say so earlier? System, you didn't ask. Damn it. He always feels like the system is playing tricks on him. But never mind, he can't even afford 10 consecutive draws right now. Besides, the God-level cooking skill is really timely for him right now. System, how do I learn this skill? Why haven't I felt my mind being washed by profound knowledge yet? System, learning God-level cooking requires 100 points. May I ask if the host would like to spend 100 points to learn it? Gu Chen's excited face suddenly fell. System, you're from a capitalist background, aren't you? Damn you, are you that heartless? I've drawn a skill, but I still need to spend extra points to learn it? Host, whether or not you learn it is up to you, the system does not insist. Gu Chen went crazy. He had the illusion that the system would not commit suicide, but he might be driven to suicide by the system. In the end, Gu Chen spent a painful 100 points to learn the divine level cooking skills. As soon as the skill was activated, a huge amount of information about cooking flooded into Gu Chen's mind. After a few seconds of throbbing pain, Gu Chen felt that his current cooking level was incredibly powerful, and he couldn't wait to cook a full course meal to practice. Is this the power of God-level cooking LV.1? Gu Chen clenched his fists and felt that the entire kitchen was in the palm of his hands. It's so powerful. Huh? No. Why is it LV.1? System, good question, because there will be LV2 and LV3. Gu Chen. Damn it, why does this system have so many tricks? However, he is not in the mood to dwell on this right now. It feels like the system has finally been reliable for once, and in just a few seconds, it has turned him from a novice who can only cook a few homestyle dishes into a master chef who is proficient in the 8 major cuisines and various cooking techniques. As for the taste. System, can you tell me what level my current cooking skills are? With this skill, he felt that even if Yin Yun went bankrupt in the future, he could support a family of 3 with this skill. And he could eat meat every meal. System, it's not lethal. Gu Chen. Damn it. This is the skill I spent 100 points to learn? Instantly, he felt that he had lost a lot. To upgrade to LV2, Gu Chen took a look. Good grief, it requires 1,000 points. Where is he going to find 1,000 points now? System, host, don't worry. Your current skill proficiency is 0. As long as your proficiency goes up, your skills will naturally improve by leaps and bounds. Gu Chen was stunned. Focusing on the talent tree, he indeed found a proficiency progress bar of 0-100 under the God-level cooking skill. So system, can proficiency be improved just by cooking? Of course, there are 2 ways to improve proficiency. The first is for the host to practice diligently, and the second is to use happiness points to improve. After listening to the system's explanation, Gu Chen sort of understood. Happiness points are hard currency. As long as there are enough happiness points, you can do whatever you want. So how many proficiency points can I redeem for 1 point this time? 1:1. Gu Chen let out a sigh of relief. This time it wasn't too bad. Chapter 9, Meeting the Daughter. Just as Gu Chen was about to ask the system more questions, his phone rang. It was a local number he didn't know. Gu Chen thought it was his daughter, and he picked up the phone excitedly. Hello, is this Mr. Gu? A gentle female voice asked. Yes, who is this? This is Princess Siyu's nanny, Li Meng. We'll be at the licensing center in 5 minutes. Are you still there? Yes, I'm here. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chen couldn't suppress the smile on the corner of his mouth. 5 minutes later. A luxurious nanny car slowly pulled up to the curb not far from Gu Chen. The passenger door opened and a capable female bodyguard in a black suit jumped out. After getting out of the car, the female bodyguard looked around before opening the back door. When the door opened, the first person to come out was a petite, gentle-looking young woman. Gu Chen guessed that this must be the nanny Li Meng, the person he had been talking to on the phone. Then, in Gu Chen's expectant eyes, a little girl with a bun hairstyle, wearing a black princess dress and white leather shoes, and a black mask got out of the car. Although the little girl was wearing a mask, it could be seen from the outline of her face that she was very delicate and cute. Seeing his daughter get out of the car, Gu Chen walked over joyfully. This was the second time the father and daughter had met, but compared to the first time, the mood was completely different. This time, he was truly excited, overjoyed, and unable to hold back his true feelings. Suddenly, he felt as if his heart had matured a little, and he had taken on some of the responsibilities of being a father. Before his daughter arrived, he had already decided that since his eldest daughter was introverted and quiet, he would just be proactive and enthusiastic. He believed that with his full and enthusiastic fatherly love, he could melt away any barriers between them. Stop. However, Gu Chen's passionate fatherly love was extinguished when he was about 5 meters away from his daughter, by a cold rebuke from her. Gu Chen froze in his tracks as he looked into his daughter's cold, contemptuous eyes. He had never expected to be looked at with contempt by his own daughter. This was completely different from what he had expected. He had expected his daughter to be introverted and quiet, and at most, when they met, she would be shy and hide behind the nanny, peeking at him. But the little girl in front of him had a look in her eyes that was anything but introverted, timid, and cowardly. It was more like that of an aloof king, with an air of looking down on the world. Sorry, Mr. Gu, Princess Siyu doesn't like strangers getting too close to her. At this, Li Meng walked a few steps towards Gu Chen and apologetically explained. It's fine, I won't get close for now. Gu Chen gave Li Meng a slight smile and nodded, suddenly remembering what Yin Yun had said, that this girl strongly rejects contact with strangers. So, he decided to try to communicate with her from a distance first. Just as he was about to tell her his real identity, the little girl said in a childish, cold voice. Disinfect. Gu Chen was taken aback. Disinfect? Disinfect what? The next second, to his shocked eyes, Li Meng and the bodyguards took out a spray bottle filled with disinfectant and sprayed him from all directions. Gu Chen. He could no longer describe his current feelings. Confused, speechless, and helpless. Mr. Gu, bear with me. Princess Siyu is very conscious of disease prevention and always remembers to protect herself when she is away from home. Li Meng explained skillfully while spraying. Gu Chen's mouth twitched. So you mean everyone who appears in front of her has to be sprayed once? Can you spray everyone you go out with? Passers-by don't need to be sprayed, only people who have been in contact with Princess Siyu for more than 5 minutes. Mr. Gu, don't you have something to discuss with Princess Siyu? Li Meng explained again. Gu Chen put his hand on his forehead. What if your car is accidentally blocked in the road? Upon hearing this, Li Meng gave a wry smile and nodded to the driver in the car. Then, a scene that left Gu Chen speechless appeared. A thick fog of disinfectant suddenly shot out from underneath the nanny car. In an instant, the area within a few meters of the nanny car was enveloped in the rising fog. You see, this is how it is done, so Mr. Gu doesn't need to worry. Li Meng smiled confidently. Gu Chen. He had nothing more to say. This awareness of protection against viruses is simply invincible. Okay, Mr. Gu Chen, you can approach Princess Siyu within a distance of 2 meters. After spraying, Li Meng said. Gu Chen. His mind was about to collapse. Was he meeting his daughter or the emperor? Thinking that he was in front of his daughter and that Yin Yun expected him to behave, he adjusted his mood and stopped about 2 meters away from the little girl. Then he looked at the little girl, who looked indifferent, and slowly crouched down to keep eye contact with her. He then said softly. Siyu, I am your father. Upon hearing these words, Li Meng and the bodyguard both looked surprised and shocked. The young lady had only said that she would bring Princess Siyu to see Mr. Gu no matter what, but had not revealed any other information. Now that Gu Chen had said it, the news was too shocking. It was difficult for their limited brain capacity to digest it for the time being. However, there was one exception, and that was the little girl standing opposite Gu Chen. The little girl's pupils only slightly contracted, and she looked as if she had expected it. Then her calm eyes began to scan Gu Chen up and down like a precision instrument. After a few seconds, she slowly raised 3 little fingers and said, 3 points. Gu Chen was dumbfounded and asked, What 3 points? Your assessment in my heart is currently 3 points. The little girl said calmly. Gu Chen was suddenly amused by the little girl and couldn't help but laugh, amusedly smiling and saying, So tell me, how did Dad get these 3 points? He suddenly felt that although the girl looked cold and indifferent, she was not difficult to communicate with. Well, they were already talking, weren't they? The girl's eyes narrowed, as if she was unhappy with Gu Chen's automatic assumption of the role of father. Her pink lips, slightly parted beneath her black mask, spoke clearly and slowly in a childish tone that refused to give in. Age, 1 point for being younger than I expected. Appearance, as expected, 1 point. Height, as expected, 1 point. Clothing, no points. Intelligence, to be verified, no score. Total, 3 points. Gu Chen was a little surprised that this little girl's thinking was so clear and organized. It was completely unlike the insight and language organization skills that a 5-year-old girl should have. Are you sure she's not a soul-crossed big guy? Or was she reincarnated with memories? Host, your daughter is perfectly normal. As soon as he thought this, the voice of the system sounded. He was relieved that his daughter was exactly as she should be. How should I put it? As an old father, he is very happy that his daughter is so smart and talented. How do you plan to test her IQ? Since there was a topic of conversation, Gu Chen would not let it end. As long as he kept finding things to talk about, he believed that it would not be long before he became familiar with his daughter and made her accept him. Testing IQ is very simple, as long as you cooperate. The little girl said. Okay, so how should dad cooperate with you? Gu Chen looked like a caring father. You can just answer one question for me. Okay, you name it. Chapter 10 Mom, I killed someone. Gu Chen's eyebrows shot up, and he increasingly found the little girl interesting. It turns out that having a daughter is such a very happy thing. Just as he was feeling pleased in his heart, the little girl asked a question. What is 1 plus 1? Gu Chen's mouth twitched, and he thought helplessly. No, girl, you don't have to insult your father's intelligence like that, do you? Okay, I get it, IQ not exceeding 100, test complete. No, girl, how did you determine the result? Gu Chen looked dumbfounded, he hadn't even answered yet. Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes were full of contempt, and a sneer curled the corner of her mouth. 1 plus 1 equals? The kindergarten kids all answer in less than a second, but you waited for 3 whole seconds and still couldn't answer. Gu Chen was dumbfounded, completely at a loss for words. Unfortunately, you didn't score any points in the intelligence department. If you were my father, I would be very disappointed. The little girl looked disappointed and said, then she lifted her left hand and used the telephone watch to dial a phone number. After 2 beeps, the familiar voice of Gu Chen came from the other end of the line. Honey, how was it? Did you have a good time with your father? Mom, I want to change my father. Why? He's too stupid to take care of me. Yen Yun on the other end of the line was silent for a few seconds before flatly refusing. No, he's your real father. I know, it's annoying. The little girl rubbed her forehead, hung up the phone, and looked at Gu Chen with helpless eyes for the first time with her head tilted. Stand up straight and look up. Although Gu Chen didn't know what the girl was going to do next. He quickly gathered his shattered heart battered by the girl and subconsciously cooperated with the movements. Then, the little girl held up her phone watch and snapped a few photos of Gu Chen. Little girl, why are you taking my picture? Gu Chen was delighted, his lips curling up, wondering if this girl was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She had shouted that she didn't want him as a father, but in her heart she had long since accepted him. Now, she had even started collecting his pictures. The little girl looked at Gu Chen expressionlessly. I'll send it to my stupid sister to see if she wants you. Gu Chen's smile froze on his face, petrifying, cracking, shattering, and falling. Where's the sweet little cotton-padded jacket? Why is his jacket leaking air? Just as he was feeling sad, the system's cold voice suddenly sounded. The host has completed the meeting with his eldest daughter, and his god-level cooking proficiency has increased by 10, gaining the immune to poison body. Instantly, he felt that his understanding of cooking had deepened considerably. The sudden reward gave Gu Chen some consolation. As for the body that is immune to all poisons, he didn't seem to feel anything at all. System, are you sure I now have a body that is immune to all poisons? I don't feel anything at all. Besides, if I were to come into contact with 101 poisons, would I still be immune to all of them? System, you do now have a body that is immune to all poisons. As for the question you ask, you can try drinking 101 poisons and see if you will be fine. Gu Chen was speechless. Never mind, he decided to trust the system. At that moment, his phone rang again. Seeing that the caller was his mother Yang Xiaofeng, he raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the little girl who was busy working, and then walked over to answer the phone. Mom, is there something you need? He had planned to tell his family the good news of his marriage after he saw his daughter, but now that his mother had called, he could tell her. Dustin, how is work going? Yang Xiaofeng's voice sounded a little awkward. But Gu Chen was in a state of excitement, so he didn't notice it and simply replied. It's okay, but I'm also going to quit my job. Quit your job? Good, if you can't get used to working outside, just come home. You can find a job here no matter what. Gu Chen was taken aback. He had originally wanted to say that he was quitting because he was getting married and would have to take care of the child. But his mother wasn't playing along and simply told him to come home and work? This came as a big surprise to him. Mom, that's not what I meant. Don't think about it. Since you've resigned, you can come home. There's something that can be settled. Gu Chen became more and more confused as he listened, and then he heard his mother say on the other end of the line, "Have you broken up with that girlfriend of yours?" "Yes, why?" Yang Xiaofeng was obviously relieved on the other end of the line, and then she stammered a little. "That's good, Xinshin, you're not young anymore, it's time for you to get married." When he heard his mother say this, Gu Chen was overjoyed. "Mom, you're absolutely right." Just as he was about to tell her about his marriage to Yin Yun, Yang Xiaofeng suddenly changed the subject. "Your sister is also at an age where she should get married." "Ha, Mom, isn't she already on a blind date?" Thinking about his sister, Gu Chen remembered her complaints about his mother nagging her about getting married. She was so fed up. "Sai, your sister doesn't agree. She wants to." Yang Xiaofeng stammered for a long time, as if she was finding it hard to say. "Mom, let me say it myself." At that moment, Gu Chen heard someone else take over the phone, and his sister Gu Xian's voice came through. "Xiaochen, what do you think of me, as a man?" Gu Chen really thought about it for a while. To be fair, his sister is very pretty, a rare beauty. She is usually a carefree person, and is known as the tiger girl in the village. She treats herself without a doubt, and is attentive and considerate. Since childhood, he has grown up under the wings of his sister. As long as he is bullied, his sister will make sure to beat someone up in return the next day. The more he thought about it, the more Gu Chen was moved, and finally said, "Sister, you are beautiful and kind-hearted, hard-working and wise, and you take special care of me. I just want to say that I love you very much, sister." Upon hearing this, Gu Xian immediately said in a warm voice, "I love you too. So do you think if I get married, I'll make a good wife?" "Of course, whoever marries you will be happy forever." Gu Chen answered without thinking. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Suddenly, there was a clear, girlish giggle from the other end of the receiver. "In that case, let's not let other people have the fun. Since you've broken up anyway, let's get married." Gu Chen. The air froze in that instant. "Sister, why don't I introduce you to a boyfriend?" Gu Chen said after a long pause. Thinking that his sister was 23 years old and had never been in love before, he really thought it was time. There happened to be no suitable man around her, so she had set her sights on him. "No, can't it be you?" "No, we're brother and sister. But we're not related by blood." "That's not good enough either." "You've met my classmate Zhan Long, haven't you?" "The tall one with glasses, the gentle one." "You said you like gentle scum, right?" "That's the guy. And he's an only child, from a good family. He's the only guy in our dorm who uses a 4090 Ti. And he's never had a girlfriend. He's an emotional idiot, just like you." Gu Chen mumbled a bunch of things, thinking that his sister didn't know when she had hit on the idea of marrying him, and he had a headache. "You don't have any interest in me at all?" Gu Xian's voice suddenly became very despondent. Gu Chen's heart ached when he heard this voice. But honestly, ever since he was picked up and returned home, he has truly respected and loved this sister, and has not had a single evil thought. "No." "Okay, sister, I understand. In that case, just forget I said anything, got it?" "Got it, got it." Gu Chen was sweating profusely. Fortunately, his sister was outgoing and a strong girl. The matter was settled. "Sister, give the phone to Mom, I have something important to tell you guys too." There was silence for a few seconds before Gu Xian spoke. "I'll put it on speaker, you can speak directly." Gu Chen thought for a moment, not wanting to upset Gu Xian too much. In order to liven up the awkward atmosphere, he said, with a brain fart, "Mom, I've killed someone." Chapter 11, A Wind Leaking Down Jacket. "Mom, I've killed someone." Gu Xian. Yang Xiaofeng. "Ahem, it's not murder, don't get me wrong." "What was that?" On the phone, the voices of the mother and daughter were both urgent, revealing deep concern and worry. Gu Chen puts his hands on his forehead. "What I mean is, I have a daughter now, and you have both been promoted, one has become a grandmother, and the other an aunt. And of course, I also collected my marriage certificate today. As soon as he says this, Gu Chen hears the sound of the phone dropping to the ground. Then, from the receiver, comes Gu Xian's sad, indistinct voice. Mom, I'm going to calm down for a bit, you talk to him. I'm afraid if I get too excited, I'll crush the phone in your hands. Gu Chen. A few seconds later, Gu Chen heard the footsteps of Gu Xian running away, and then the sigh of her mother came through the receiver. Xian has really been hit this time. Mom, take care of my sister, I'll come back in a few days to see you guys. Gu Chen also sighed with a heavy heart. Okay, back to business. You just said you got someone killed, it scared the hell out of me, you know? I'm sorry, I just wanted to lighten the mood, I didn't think about it that much. Gu Chen was embarrassed. Next time, don't say such scary things. My first thought was to let your father take the blame for you. Gu Chen. Mom, even if I really did something wrong, you don't have to let Dad take the blame for me. Dad is innocent. What do you know? Anyway, your father is also screwing in screws for other people at home now, so it doesn't matter if he's inside screwing in screws or outside screwing in screws. Don't worry about him. Gu Chen was speechless. This logic is a bit hard for him to refute. But he is touched by his mother's favoritism, and his eyes become a little moist. Mom. Although you are not my biological mother, you picked me up when I was 3 years old. You were raised by me with my own hands. Yang Xiaofeng sighs with emotion. I have always treated you as my dearest biological son. If Xian hadn't had that idea, I wouldn't want to make things difficult for you. After she mentioned it, I thought it was fine like this, without having to switch between a son and a daughter. It was Mom who was wrong and had an extreme idea. Don't be angry. Mom, I'm not angry, it's just a bit sudden. Okay, now tell me about you. What's going on? Gu Chen organized his words a bit and said. You know that I donated sperm when I was in high school, and then. After a minute of jabbering, Yang Xiaofeng digested the huge amount of information before saying in an agitated tone. So, I have a pair of almost 5-year-old twin granddaughters and a super rich and beautiful daughter-in-law? Well, that's what I mean. Mom wishes you well, and you should bring her back in a few days. Since you're married, she's my daughter-in-law, and you can't neglect her. And our family should also thank her for her generous help back then. Okay, Mom, you go check on your sister quickly. I'm afraid she might be upset, even though she's always been very open-minded. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chen felt mixed emotions. After hesitating for a while, she sent a WeChat message to Gu Xian. I won't say anything else. Although you've lost a handsome husband, you've gained a particularly rich sister-in-law. Who knew that she would reply immediately? V50, check out the strength. Gu Chen's mouth curled up. She was able to reply so quickly, so it didn't seem that bad. Immediately afterwards, he transferred 500,000 renminbi directly to Gu Xian's bank card. Alas, there was nothing he could do to respond to Gu Xian's love. He could only use cold hard cash to soothe his sister's wounded heart. A minute later, Gu Xian excitedly messaged back. Hurry up and send me your sister-in-law's WeChat. Gu Chen, what do you want? Gu Xian, I suspect you've been profiteering, and I want to cut out the middleman. Gu Chen. He put down the phone and turned around to see that the little girl had been standing behind him for some time, tilting her head and quietly staring at him. Gu Chen was startled. Did this little girl not even make a sound when she walked? Should I video chat with Grandma? Thinking that his mother would be very happy to meet the little girl, he asked. But the little girl simply refused. I won't have any contact with your family until you've earned my approval. Gu Chen's mouth twitched. Couldn't this girl give him a little face? Besides, I don't like video chatting with strangers. Okay, given the little girl's personality, he let it go. He then took out his phone and snapped a few photos of the little girl. The little girl frowned slightly. Why are you taking my picture? Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. I'll send it to my parents to show them how amazing I am, to have given birth to such a beautiful and intelligent daughter. The little girl's expression froze, and for the first time she stared at Gu Chen with a speechless expression. Gu Chen was amused by her little expression and almost laughed out loud. If he hadn't still been unsure of her temperament, he would have really burst out laughing. Humph, no intelligence, and still loves to be clever, deduct 1 point. The little girl suddenly spoke expressionlessly, and then expertly began to record it on her little watch. Gu Chen glanced at her little watch and was suddenly surprised. The little girl had actually made a scoring form using her own photo. How do I describe it? This little girl is truly a genius. I'm curious. A few days ago, you were crying in the hospital, screaming that you wanted to see your father. Today, you've seen him, but why are you being so cold? Gu Chen suddenly remembered a scene in the hospital and couldn't help teasing the little girl. I thought you would throw yourself into your father's arms and let him kiss you, hug you, and lift you high. The little girl's face suddenly became unnatural for a moment. That's my sister. Oh? Really? The little girl stopped talking, put her hands in her pockets, and seemed to be ignoring Gu Chen. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, which was not a good sign, so Gu Chen said again. How did you get on with sighting? Upon hearing this, the little girl finally spoke again. I've talked to my sister, and she's quite satisfied with you. Gu Chen was delighted, even though the little cotton padded jacket in front of him was a bit leaky. But at least the other little cotton padded jacket was keeping the cold out. Besides, the one in front of him wasn't beyond mending. He always believed that with enough patience, his fatherly love would definitely be conveyed to the little girl in front of him. Dad, let's go, show me your social circle, and maybe I'll give you a passing grade. Gu Chen was delighted to hear the little girl call him dad. You accept me as your father? However, the little girl just said coldly with an expressionless face. Dad is just a name. I haven't approved of you yet. So where do you want to go? I said I want to go to the circle where you live. Well, the circle where I live. This really stumped Gu Chen. The circle where he lived was very narrow. Apart from where he worked, it was where he lived, and then occasionally he got together with his university classmates. Let's go to where you work. The little girl suddenly suggested as Gu Chen frowned and pondered. Go to where I work? No need, Dad is planning to quit his job. Gu Chen said. After all, the traditional Chinese medicine massage parlor is considered a hospital, and it's not a good idea to take his daughter in there to play, not to mention the superstitions. And with the girl's super strong sense of protection against evil, he was really afraid that the traditional Chinese medicine parlor would be in chaos when she arrived. Dad, are you saying that you won't go out to work and that you'll rely on my mom to support you? Ahem. The little girl's words pierced Gu Chen's lung, but he still admitted. Isn't it natural for a husband to eat his wife's soft rice? As soon as these words came out, the air instantly froze. The little girl looked at Gu Chen with straight eyes, as if she was thinking to herself, how could there be such a shameless man in the world? Eating your wife's soft rice, 1 point deducted. Then, Gu Chen saw a sudden change in the expressionless face of the young girl under her mask. She placed her hand on her forehead and said in despair. A strong and busy mother, a genius and worried me, a stupid and lazy younger sister, and... Speaking of which, the young girl sighed and glanced at Gu Chen. A useless father who has been abandoned for many years. Gu Chen. Chapter 12, Hiding Her Identity and Traveling with Her Father. After saying this, Yan Xiyu directly raised her small hand and used her smartwatch to send a WeChat voice message to Yan Yun. Mom, I'm going to hide my identity and go assess Dad's social circle, see if there's anything worth affirming about him. You buy us a new car and send it over, remember? Don't reveal my identity. At the same time, in the car driving along, Yan Yun receives a voice message from her eldest daughter after answering a few phone calls. She switches directly to text, her lips curling up at the content, before quickly replying with a good word. After replying, her fingers quickly tap a few times on the armrest of the seat before switching to Gu Chen's WeChat and sending a message. How are things with your daughter? Here, Gu Chen is a little surprised to receive Yan Yun's message and can only reply with a wry smile. I'm so lame, it seems like my daughter despises me. There hasn't been much progress yet, but don't worry, I'll try to make her accept me. As soon as the message was sent, Yan Yun almost replied immediately. Don't be discouraged, it seems to me that you get along very well. If Siyu really hated you, the girl would have already turned around and left, and the fact that she's still by your side says a lot. You know what I mean, right? After reading Yan Yun's words, Gu Chen suddenly understood and instantly felt full of energy again. While Gu Chen and Yan Yun were chatting, the little girl already snapped her fingers. Dress up. Immediately, Li Meng picked up the little girl and rushed into the baby carriage. When the little girl got out of the carriage again, she had completely changed her attire. She was wearing a black trench coat, carrying her own little backpack, wearing a cap and a small mask, and the whole person was wrapped up tightly, making it almost impossible to see her face clearly. The little girl walked up to the confused Gu Chen and said seriously. Safety first when you're out and about. I'm dressed this way to hide my identity and reduce a lot of trouble. When we go out together later, don't expose my identity. Then she emphasized, remember. The relationship between you and me is just an ordinary father-daughter relationship. I'm no longer the Yen family's little rich girl. Gu Chen's mouth opened slightly, and he secretly marveled in his heart. This girl's sense of caution is simply overwhelming. He couldn't help but gain a deeper understanding of this seemingly innocent little girl. After reminding Gu Chen, the little girl turned her head and seriously instructed Li Meng and the bodyguard. You go back, we'll go home by ourselves tonight. As long as I hide my identity, we won't be in danger. Li Meng and the bodyguard glanced at each other, their eyes revealing a worried look. They knew that although the little princess was smart and clever, she was still a child after all, and she might encounter danger in the face of a complex social environment. Gu Chen saw their worries and smiled, patting them on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. His tone was firm and confident, but it was useless. The little princess and the young lady had only been assassinated last week, and now they were going out again. How could Li Meng and the bodyguards rest assured? However, Yan Xiyu was not swayed by their worries. She looked firmly at Li Meng, her tone revealing a hint of impatience. I've already made up my mind, so don't worry. Li Meng was still a little hesitant, but the little girl interrupted her without hesitation. Don't worry, I will take care of myself, and following you will instead expose my identity. After saying this, she gently lifted up her trench coat to reveal the concealed self-defense weapons at her waist and thighs. Gu Chen followed her movements and couldn't help but widen his eyes. He directly exclaimed, "What a good guy." He saw that the girl was wearing an ink green tight-fitting vest on top and a short pair of jeans on bottom, which made her look full of masculinity. The most eye-catching thing was the small, exquisite pistol she had on her waist, and a few sharp darts hanging from her left thigh. This kind of attire made her look both sexy and cold, exuding a unique charm. This attire was inexplicably familiar to him. It was the same as the very cold woman he met in the hospital room that day. Is that a toy pistol? Gu Chen asked with a little trepidation, secretly praying that it was just a toy gun, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Meng explained with a smile. It's a self-defense stun gun that the young lady had specially customized for the little princess. It can incapacitate a target within 15 meters. Hearing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he was full of curiosity about this little stun gun. Well, can you shoot? Gu Chen was even more surprised. It was incredible that a 5-year-old girl could play with guns. He widened his eyes and looked at the little girl in disbelief. The next second, the little girl gave Gu Chen a look of a wise man looking at a fool, as if mocking his ignorance. Then, she quickly and nimbly assumed a standard gun-drawing posture, her movements smooth and natural, amazing everyone. Before Gu Chen could question, the dark muzzle of the gun was already steadily aimed at his chest. He was so scared that he quickly raised his hands in surrender, his voice trembling as he said, Okay, Dad believes you can play with guns. At this point, he truly realized that he had underestimated this seemingly weak and fragile little girl. After hearing Gu Chen's words, the little girl expressionlessly put the gun away again, the entire movement done in one go without any hesitation. From her skilled movements, it can be seen that she must have received professional training. The bodyguard next to her said with some pride at this time. Princess Xiyu started practicing martial arts, combat, darts and shooting with her master when she was 3 years old, and she was the one who swept the battle ceiling in the kindergarten, from the small class to the big class. Gu Chen. Okay, this daughter is amazing, he likes her more and more. In the end, Li Meng nodded. Okay then, young master, please take good care of the little princess. Her gaze fell trustingly on Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded with a smile, indicating that he would definitely fulfill his responsibilities. Then, he turned with the little girl and got into a taxi, leaving Li Meng and the bodyguard standing in place, looking at their departing backs. Meanwhile, Yan Yun accepted her daughter's suggestion and instructed her assistant. Go buy a mobility scooter and have someone deliver it to Mr. Gu this afternoon. The assistant next to her let out an astonished awe and then asked. Young lady, what price range and what model should I choose? Choose an SUV. Safety comes first, so don't go for anything too cheap. The assistant was puzzled. How was she supposed to define not too cheap? The car that the young lady was riding in cost hundreds of millions of dollars. What criteria should she use to buy a car? The main thing was that she wasn't sure what the relationship between the young lady and Gu Chen was like. Could it be that the young lady was a distant relative? A mediocre relationship, but one that she had to look after? Her mind was a little confused, but when she thought of a safe SUV, her eyes suddenly lit up, and a car suddenly appeared in her mind. A little road tank, that's it. Chapter 13, Am I Not Worth 200 Million? Without delay, the assistant used WeChat to contact someone under her to take care of it. At this time, Yen suddenly remembered that she had not told Gu Chen something important, so she immediately sent a WeChat message to the other party. Over there, the two of them had just gotten into a taxi. Before she could sit down, Gu Chen noticed that Yen had sent another message, and an unconscious smile appeared on his face. Yen, I forgot to tell you, the password for the bank card is your birthday. Gu Chen got happier and happier as he read the short sentence. After thinking for a moment, he quickly sent a message back. I know, the password is written on the back of the bank card. Yen raised her hands in frustration. Really? There have been so many things going on lately that I actually got it wrong. You have to pay more attention to rest even when you're busy, now that you have a family. Okay, got it. Yen's heart warmed slightly as she read Gu Chen's caring words. By the way, we've already got our marriage certificate, so do I get a refund on the 200 million yuan youth loss fee? Perhaps it was the system that gave him courage, or perhaps chatting online was less formal, but Gu Chen's words became more and more unrestrained. After sending it, Gu Chen felt that something was wrong. After all, he and Yen were not yet familiar enough with each other, and saying something like that might make her misunderstand or feel uncomfortable. He was about to withdraw the message when, just then, the other person actually replied within seconds. Yen, regretting your choice? Gu Chen's heart tightened at the sight. He quickly replied with his finger tapping rapidly on the screen. No, I was just joking. Yen, so I'm not worth 200 million, huh? When he saw these words, Gu Chen's heart jumped, as if the whole world had slowed down by half a beat. He had the illusion that Yen was sitting in front of him at that moment, staring at him with a fixed gaze and a faint smile on her face. The smile was a little flirtatious and charming, making one's heart beat faster. It was teasing, or ambiguous. Gu Chen had been in a relationship after all, and now that the two were married, it could be considered an alternative boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Seeing Yen say such words with a hint of coquetry, he naturally took on the role of boyfriend and began to reply. Worth it, if I can marry such a beautiful woman like you, it's worth 2 trillion. His tone was full of affection and tenderness, as if he were professing his love to Yen. Gu Chen felt his heart beating faster and faster, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He looked forward to Yen's reply, imagining how she would respond to his words. Over there, Yen looked at Gu Chen's direct love words and a strange feeling arose in her heart, a little sweet. Then, she typed quickly with her fingers. You haven't studied in vain, you still know how to speak. Okay, you can spend the money I gave you without worry, and if you behave well, I won't mind raising the limit. Gu Chen was overjoyed at this reply, and replied even more giddily. Don't worry. My daughter is my little treasure, and you are my big treasure. I will be good to you with all my heart. After sending the message, Gu Chen himself couldn't bear to look at it anymore, it was so mushy. However, just then, the system suddenly reminded him. Congratulations, the host has successfully made his wife laugh, which has invisibly increased the happiness in the family. Reward 10 happiness points. Gu Chen was stunned. Did that trigger the hidden reward mechanism? It was as if he understood the meaning of the system's name. Haha, that's going to be easy. In the car, Yen was amused by Gu Chen's smooth talk, and her rosy lips couldn't help but curve into a nice arc. Getting married seems really good. The little assistant by her side was taken aback to see her young mistress smile for the first time. You have to know that apart from when she smiles genuinely in front of the little princess, her young mistress is always solemn and unsmiling, looking like an iceberg beauty. And today, her young mistress even revealed a smile from the bottom of her heart after just a few words over WeChat. It seems that the source of all this is after meeting that man. What exactly is that man's relationship with her young mistress? He gave her a car and is the kind of man who can easily make her happy. As far as she can remember, Missy has never had any contact with this man. The assistant couldn't help but feel a strong interest in him. She wanted to know the truth like a cat scratching an itch, and couldn't help but keep glancing at Yen. If you have something to say, just say it. Suddenly, Yen spoke. The assistant's body trembled, and she was scared. Oh my God. Her desire to speak had been discovered by the young lady. What should she do? What should she do? How should she answer? It was taboo to pry into one's boss's private affairs, especially their personal relationships. What's more, she had been temporarily promoted because the real special assistant had been on a business trip for the past 2 days. Her position was quite unstable, and the slightest thing could make her lose her job. Just as she was getting anxious and her head was about to burst, Yen glanced at her again and said gently, "Speak up, don't mumble." Suddenly, the young assistant, trembling, asked truthfully, "That young lady, I'm curious, what is Mr. Gu's relationship to you?" After asking, she felt that her future was bleak, and she was finished. She, a temporary worker, was probably going to be fired. However, to her surprise, Yen not only did not get angry, but also unexpectedly answered her question. "My husband." Boom! The assistant's mind went blank, as if struck by lightning. Her heart was filled with turmoil. So, just now, Missy and that man went to the Government Affairs Center to get a marriage license? How could that man be Missy's husband? How could Missy marry him? How old is he? Besides, the other person is just an ordinary college student who has just entered society. Apart from being good-looking, he is useless. How did he cross paths with Missy? No matter how you look at it, he is not a suitable match for your daughter. It's not a matter of suitability, but rather, he is not even worthy of holding your daughter's shoes. Although she felt sorry for her daughter, she didn't dare say a word. She also knew that in the future, she would have to be respectful when she met Gu Chen. "You know better than to spread this around the company." Just as the assistant was at a loss for what to do and her thoughts were in a whirl, Yen added a cold reminder. Yes, I promise to keep my mouth shut." The assistant hurriedly patted her small breasts to promise. Then, she secretly took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to her subordinate. "Replace M9 with Cullinan." Over here, after finishing the chat, Gu Chen's mouth was almost tilted to the sky. He felt inexplicably sweet, always feeling that through these few chats, the strangeness between him and Yen had been eliminated, and the distance had suddenly been shortened a lot. When people encounter something happy and are in a particularly good mood, they always want to share it with someone. Gu Chen was in this mood, so without hesitation he opened his WeChat and posted a moment's update. "Alas, for the sake of a woman I missed the chance to become a billionaire. Am I stupid?" Then, with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, he waited for a few tens of seconds. Images of himself acting cocky and being a total jerk already popped up in his head. However, there was not a single like or comment. This is not what he expected at all. He is at least the most handsome person in the class, low-key, good at making friends, and he doesn't usually post in his moments, let alone post advertisements there. How could his first post in moments have gone unnoticed? No, don't these idiots even check their moments? Alas, these recent college graduates are so lazy, just like me, they don't even check their moments. Chapter 14, A Popular Daughter. Seeing Gu Chen keep smirking at his phone, the little girl couldn't stand it anymore, and coldly spat out 2 words with her arms wrapped around her chest. "Disinfect." Gu Chen immediately turned his head and looked at his daughter. "What do I use to disinfect?" "I have it in my backpack," she said, and turned around to push the backpack on her back in front of Gu Chen. Thinking about the little girl's unusually strict awareness of virus prevention, in order not to upset his daughter, he had to take out a bottle of disinfectant spray from the little girl's backpack. "Master, my daughter is allergic to bacteria in the air. Can I disinfect your car?" The driver nodded with a smile after hearing this, looking at the father and daughter in the rearview mirror, especially the little girl who was dressed weirdly and covered up tightly. "Sure, I actually disinfect the car every day before I go out." "Little brother, I didn't realize you were so young and your daughter is already so big." "Well, my wife gave birth to her early." Gu Chen also nodded with a smile of happiness on his face, and then began to spray the disinfectant. "Do you want your father to hold you?" After disinfecting the car, Gu Chen looked at his daughter and said with some heartache. This reunion between father and daughter was a failure. He had never held his daughter's little hand, let alone hug or kiss her. However, the little girl gave him a sideways glance and said methodically, "Carrying a child is a very dangerous and irresponsible act. I suggest you read the driving safety manual a few more times." Gu Chen's mouth twitched, and he was once again educated by the little girl. Seeing that the little girl had already fastened her seatbelt, he silently fastened his seatbelt as well. "Ha, little brother, your daughter is really smart and sensible." The driver suddenly interrupted. "Well, her IQ is 200 plus." Gu Chen couldn't help but pat himself on the back. He didn't know if her IQ was really 200, but after his own test, he was sure that she was definitely not stupid. Wow, that's amazing, little girl. The driver's eyes lit up. But the little girl didn't say a word, not even giving the driver a look. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Guchen explained. Don't mind me, my daughter is a bit of a loner. Ha, it's okay, geniuses are all independent and unconventional, their thinking is not on the same level as ours, I understand. Just as Gu Chan and the driver were chatting back and forth, the little girl looked at her watch, then took out her tablet from her backpack and started fiddling with it. When getting off the car, Gu Chan curiously looked at the little girl's tablet. You also know how to trade stocks? He was shocked again. He thought the little girl was playing games on the tablet, but he never expected that she had started speculating in the stock market at the age of 5. I learned how to do it when I was 4, and I have been speculating in the stock market for almost a year now. The little girl didn't even look up and reply, and her little finger kept moving back and forth on the tablet, switching between all kinds of graphs and charts that Gu Chen couldn't understand. At your age, why would you want to speculate in the stock market? Gu Chen asked curiously again. At that moment, the little girl stopped walking, looked up at Gu Chen with a serious expression, and said, when you grow up without a father and your family relies on your mother to earn a living, and your younger sister is a good-for-nothing, you will have the same sense of crisis as I do. If I don't understand and learn to earn money, this family will be finished. After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and continued to fiddle with the tablet in her hands, muttering to herself. The stock market is really unpredictable these days. Gu Chen looked at his daughter's small figure and knew that she was taking responsibility for the family. He felt a pang of sadness and his eyes filled with tears. Suddenly, he felt that he owed her a lot. So after 6 months of learning, have you made a profit or a loss? This girl is so smart, and her way of thinking is exactly like that of an adult. Gu Chen subconsciously had full confidence in his daughter, thinking that she should have made a lot of money. I haven't even opened an account yet. Poof. Gu Chen stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn it, after all this time, this girl is just all talk. Didn't you say you'd been trading the stock market for a year? A simulation. Then why haven't you opened an account? The little girl suddenly looked up at Gu Chen's wise eyes and said, I'm only 5 years old, how can I open an account? Gu Chen. Just as he was embarrassed and speechless, the system's voice rang out. Friendly reminder, if the host also eats his daughter's soft rice, the system reward will increase. Instantly, Gu Chen's eyes lit up, and a plan came to mind. He looked at the little girl with a smile and said, Dad has a way to get you an account. Do you want it? No. Why not? Don't you want to really ride the stock market? Yes, but I don't want you to help. Why? Your eyes give you away. Gu Chen. Damn, this girl's powers of observation are so strong. Her daughter's soft rice really isn't that delicious. But he won't give up. The 9th traditional Chinese medicine massage clinic. When Gu Chen suddenly appeared with a little girl about 5 years old, the entire clinic exploded. Everyone cast curious glances, especially the young nurses, who surrounded the little girl, their eyes full of surprise and affection. They were like discovering a new continent, full of curiosity about this cute little girl. Gu Chen saw the scene and couldn't help but feel a little worried. He was worried that the little girl would feel nervous or uneasy because she wasn't used to this environment. Just as he was about to go over and disperse these over-enthusiastic little nurses, the little girl suddenly raised her hand and gently waved it, indicating that Gu Chen need not worry. Then, in a childish voice, she said, You can go to work, and I'll just observe your circle of life from here. After saying this, the little girl walked over to a nearby lounge chair, sat down, crossed her legs, and placed her hands naturally in her pockets, adopting a cool attitude. Despite the constant questions from the young nurses around her, she never said a word, as if she were lost in her own world. Gu Chen, is this your relative's daughter? She's so cool. One young nurse couldn't help but exclaim. However, no matter how hard they tried to communicate with the little girl, she remained silent and didn't respond in the slightest. This only made the young nurses feel more and more mysterious and excited about the little girl. My daughter. Cut it out. Can you at least make up a lie? The nurses didn't believe a word of Gu Chen's. After all, Gu Chen was only 22 years old, so how could she have such a big daughter? Gu Chen shrugged, and admitted that no one believed her. You can think whatever you like and ask whatever you like, but don't touch her, okay? She's severely antisocial and doesn't like touching strangers. Before leaving, Gu-chen was still worried about the little girl, so she reminded the nurses. Don't worry, we know what we're doing. The nurses nodded with a smile. After thinking for a moment, Gu-chen reminded the little girl. The little ants mean no harm, so don't overreact. She was really afraid that the little girl would pull out her stun gun and give these nurses a shock without saying a word, and that wouldn't be funny. After giving the reminder, Gu-chen turned and left, leaving the little nurses chatting excitedly around the little girl. Wow, this little girl is really cute, but she seems a bit aloof. Little sister, can you take off your mask and show it to the ants? They're ignoring you. Ha ha. Yes, she never speaks. I wonder what's going on in her mind. Maybe she's just shy? Ha, that's possible. The little nurses discussed this while curiously examining the little girl. The little girl sat quietly, her eyes cold, as if everything around her was none of her business. Little sister, what's your name? One of the little nurses asked softly. The little girl still didn't answer, not even raising her eyelids. Oh dear, don't be so cold, talk to your sisters. Another nurse continued to try, reluctantly. However, no matter how hard they tried, the little girl just wouldn't speak, remaining silent. This response made the nurses feel even more mysterious about the little girl, and also aroused their curiosity. Where did this little girl come from? Gu-chen said she was his daughter, could that be true? No way, how old is he? Maybe she was adopted? Everyone guessed at random, but they never got an answer. At that moment, the head nurse walked over and, seeing the nurses gathered together, asked, What are you doing? Go to work. Head nurse, look at this little girl, she's so cute. One of the nurses pointed at the little girl. The head nurse looked in the direction she was pointing and saw the little girl sitting there quietly, her eyes cold. Who brought this child here? The head nurse asked, frowning. Gu-chen brought her here. He said she's his daughter, one of the young nurses answered. Gu-chen's daughter? The head nurse was a little surprised, but then shook her head. No way. How old is Gu-chen? We don't think it's possible either, but that's what he said, the young nurses chimed in. All right, forget about it for now. Just get back to work, the head nurse urged. Chapter 15, The Little Girl Who Came to the Rescue. Although the nurses were unwilling, they had to disperse and go about their own business. The little girl still sat quietly, as if nothing in the outside world could affect her. Gu-chen came out after changing his clothes and saw the little girl sitting there like a log, and the nurses had already dispersed. He also greeted the security guard and asked him to take care of the little girl and let her get back to work. He had worked here for 3 years, starting as an unknown part-time employee. Now he had become a well-known masseur at the massage parlor. He owed his success to his good looks and first-class massage skills. Every day, he had many appointments, almost all of them with wealthy older women. The morning passed smoothly, and the little girl was quiet and didn't cause any problems. At noon, Gu-chen accompanied the little girl to eat and then continued working. A luxurious black Bentley slowly pulled up to the massage parlor's door. The car's body gleamed with a unique luster, like a black gemstone. The door slowly opened, and a beautiful woman elegantly got out of the car. She was wearing a custom-made dress that perfectly fit her curves and showed off her noble temperament. She was wearing a pair of exquisite high heels, exuding confidence and charm with every step. Instantly, her appearance attracted the attention of countless people, whether they were passers-by or customers in the shop, all of them casting envious and amazed glances. In particular, some men, looking at the noblewoman, couldn't help but reveal a drooling expression. The noblewoman seemed to have long been accustomed to such stares. She looked up, looked at the signboard of the massage parlor, and then gently pushed the sunglasses on her nose, revealing a pair of bright and sharp eyes. Suddenly, the corner of her lips rose slightly, outlining a charming smile that seemed to make the whole world fall in love with her. Then, in her high heels, she took firm steps into the massage parlor. Her figure disappeared inside the door, but that intoxicating smile remained in people's memories, becoming a bright sight in this ordinary street. In the lobby, the little girl had been sitting on a lounge chair observing everything around her. After observing for most of the day, she had already formed an assessment of Gu-chen's work environment. The environment is so-so, a bit messy. The main thing is that there are too many members of the opposite sex around her cheap father. And many of the opposite sex look at her father with the wrong kind of eyes. So, her assessment is that this job has to be changed. Of course, she didn't just sit there like a lump the whole time. Occasionally, she would chat with her sister via her watch to give her a general introduction to the situation here. At this time, an incredibly beautiful woman in high heels walked in. She instantly attracted everyone's attention. The receptionist beamed as soon as she saw the visitor. "Miss Sue, welcome. I have an appointment with Dr. Gu for a massage." "Is he here?" Suro took off her sunglasses and smiled. "Yes, I'll take you to the massage room now. You'll be next in about 10 minutes. Suro nodded and followed the nurse to the massage room. On the way, her eyes accidentally glanced at the little girl sitting on the lounge chair in the lobby. She felt very familiar, so she stopped in her tracks. The little girl also noticed Suro and recognized her at a glance. Immediately, she lowered her cap and hid her face completely. She never expected to run into the little old lady here. But she was in hiding, so she couldn't let the little old lady recognize her. "Miss Sue, what's wrong?" The nurse leading the way turned back curiously when she saw Suro stop. "Why is that weirdly dressed little girl over there alone? Whose child is she?" Suro pointed in the direction of the little girl and asked. The nurse was very surprised that a noblewoman of Suro's status would be asking about such things, but she explained with a smile. "That's the little girl that Dr. Gu brought here. She should be a relative's child." "Oh." Suro immediately let go of her suspicions when she heard that it was a child brought here by Gu Chen. She then withdrew her gaze, shook her head with a smile, and thought to herself, how could my own granddaughter be here alone? Whenever she goes out, she's accompanied by bodyguards and nannies. Once Suro left, the little girl let out a long breath. She thought to herself, I still need to improve my disguise. I almost got caught. 10 minutes later, there was suddenly a commotion in the lobby. A bald man with a strong smell of alcohol came rushing in, carrying a bottle of wine and yelling. "Where is the kid named Gu? Damn it! Come out here. I'm going to kill you. How dare you seduce my wife? Hey, don't make trouble here. Let's talk it over. Let's get this straight. This is a proper hospital. Who would seduce your wife?" 2 security guards stepped forward to stop the man. However, the man waved the bottle menacingly and shouted arrogantly. "Whoever stops me will fucking die. Tell the masseur surnamed Gu to come out here. You're not man enough to admit it, are you? You've caused me to lose my wife and son. Calm down. How could Dr. Gu do such a thing? There must be some kind of misunderstanding." At this point, the young receptionist Louis came forward to argue. She automatically thought that the doctor surnamed Gu was Gu Chen. After all, Gu Chen was handsome and was indeed very popular with female patients. Almost everyone present thought it was Gu Chen, including the startled little girl, Yan Xiu. Damn it! Without evidence, would I have come here to find this kid? Come out, you son of a bitch! The man said, and then he tried to force his way in. Calm down, this is not the place for you to make trouble. The 2 security guards stood in front of the man again. The man was completely furious, and smashed the wine bottle with a bang, pointing at the security guards and cursing. Who the hell is stopping me? I'll really kill whoever I want. If you don't believe me, try stopping one of you. Get the hell out of my way. The 2 security guards were instantly intimidated when they saw the sharp glass bottle. Damn it, what's the point of risking your life for a few thousand yuan a month? As soon as the security guards let go, the man started charging towards the building menacingly. However, there were always people with a thick skull who chose to stand in front of him at this time. The nurse Louis opened her arms and stopped him. No! You can't go in, Dr. Gu is not that kind of person. Calm down, it must be a misunderstanding. Calm down, my ass. Since you don't care about your life, I'll grant your wish. The man had lost his mind at this point, and seeing that Louis was blocking his way, he swung the sharp glass bottle at her without thinking. Ah! Everyone around them screamed in fear, their faces showing expressions of horror, and some even started to run around in a panic. Louis was even more scared, her face pale, her lips trembling, and her body involuntarily shrinking back. However, at this critical moment, just as the sharp glass was about to pierce Louis's chest, an unexpected situation occurred. With a crackling sound of electricity, the man suddenly collapsed straight onto the ground, his body convulsing violently as if he was suffering great pain. The next moment, everyone's gaze was incredibly focused on the small, heroic figure in the black trenchcoat behind Louis. The little girl didn't care about the surprised and shocked looks of the crowd. Her eyes were cold and determined, revealing a maturity and calmness that transcended her age. She quickly retrieved her stun gun, her movements skillful and smooth, as if she was used to such scenes. Then, she sat back in her seat coldly, as if nothing had happened. Her actions caused the people around her to exclaim and discuss, but she paid no attention, just sitting quietly and continuing to observe the surrounding movements. It seemed as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. The security guards quickly carried the man who had caused trouble out of the building. The hall quickly returned to order. Louis came back from her shock, then walked over to the little girl with gratitude in her eyes and knelt down, saying, "Little girl, thank you so much for saving Auntie's life just now." Hearing Louis's words of gratitude, the little girl just looked up indifferently and glanced at Louis's bulging breasts. Big breasts and no brains, that's what you are. Louis. Chapter 16. My wife told me to go home and take care of the kids. What happened in the lobby happened so quickly and ended so quickly that it did not cause a large-scale sensation at all. Therefore, Guchen, who was massaging a patient in the massage room, had no idea what was going on outside. Of course, until the sound of the system's mechanical reminder suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! The host's eldest daughter successfully helped a person in need, solving a troublesome matter for the host, and her constitution has been increased by 5. Then, while Guchen was dumbfounded, his body began to heat up and his muscles began to twitch. Between breaths, he felt that his physique had been greatly strengthened, as if he could kill a cow with one punch. Confusion was followed by tension. System, how is my daughter? Is she hurt? Damn, he really couldn't imagine how a 5-year-old girl could be involved in a righteous rescue. And what the hell was going on outside? Your daughter is safe, so please rest assured, host. Guchen let out a sigh of relief, resisting the urge to rush outside to check on her. If anything had happened to the little girl, he would have failed in his duty and would regret it for the rest of his life. Auntie Sue, this time, once you've finished, your cervical spondylitis will be cured. Guchen put aside his distracting thoughts and focused on massaging the middle-aged woman who was lying in front of him. The noble woman in front of him was the 4th patient he had served today. He planned to quit after today's work, so he was working especially hard today. The noble woman's name was Su Ro. She had become Guchen's patient 2 months ago, and this was the 8th massage she had received. Little Gu, your technique is so good, you are practically a little miracle healer. Auntie, I have had this cervical spondylitis for some years now, and I have sought treatment from many doctors for many years, from experts both at home and abroad. I never imagined that it would be cured by just a few massages from you. Auntie Sue is too kind. I only know this family passed down technique, and I dare not touch porcelain medicine. Guchen massaged without distraction, and he had long since become accustomed to such praise. As for the massage technique, it was indeed passed down to him by his grandfather. His father did not learn it, but he surpassed his teacher. Gu, you massage people every day, but you don't earn much even though you work so hard. Have you ever thought about changing to an easier job that pays well? Su Ro suddenly said. Not yet. Guchen replied perfunctorily. You can think about it now. I think you're a very nice person, and I like you very much. Why don't you consider working for me in the future? Su Ro said. Guchen shook his head and didn't reply. Suddenly, he felt someone touch his thigh. There was only the two of them in the room, Su Ro and himself. It was obvious that the one who had touched his thigh was this noblewoman. Guchen was speechless. This was not the first time he had encountered this kind of molestation. In the past, for the sake of money, he could swallow his anger. Now, he was sorry, he couldn't hold back, so he said. Auntie Sue, I sell my skills, not my body. If you really have a need, the massage parlor across the street can satisfy your needs. We only treat diseases, not loneliness. Giggle, giggle, giggle. But Su Ro giggled instead, her shapely body shaking, and a hint of ripe charm on her still attractive face. Don't put it so bluntly, Auntie isn't that kind of woman, name your price, how much do you want each month? Auntie has just been single for a long time and wants to taste the flavor of love. Guchen. He silently rolled his eyes inwardly. If he didn't know a little about how chaotic the circle of wealthy women looking for young men is, he might have really believed it. I'm not interested in money. Guchen rejected without hesitation, his tone firm and decisive. His gaze was clear and firm, without the slightest trace of wavering or hesitation. Upon hearing his words, Su Ro was momentarily stunned, her face showing a surprised expression. She had originally thought that this young man would be tempted by the lure of money, but she never expected him to reject it so resolutely. Am I not pretty and attractive enough? Su-ro asked doubtfully, her voice tinged with a hint of unwillingness. She was confident that she had a charming appearance and unique charm, but could not understand why the young man in front of her was unmoved. Auntie Sue, you are very pretty and charming, but not my type. Gu-chan replied calmly. His eyes revealed a maturity and composure that transcended his age, which was touching. Strictly speaking, Su-ro does have a charming demeanor. Although she is over 40, she is well maintained and looks in her early 30s. Her skin is still as delicate as snow, and the years have not left obvious traces on her, but instead added a mature charm. In addition, Su-ro's temperament is also an attractive aspect of her. Every move she makes exudes a noble and elegant aura, as if she were a real noblewoman. This temperament makes her stand out in the crowd and become the focus of everyone's attention. But Gu-chan has his own bottom line. He never did before, and he definitely won't now. Okay, Auntie Sue, the massage is over. Gu-chan withdrew his hands and began to pack up his tools. You are the most interesting young man I have ever met. Looking at Gu-chan's young and handsome face, Su-ro laughed even more happily. Auntie's offer is always valid, just let me know when you've figured it out. I really think that you work too hard and want you to have a good life. To be honest, you are the first man in so many years to make my heart flutter. You see that Bentley parked outside? If you nod, you can drive it. Actually, I'm not that old, just in my 20s, so don't think there's a generation gap. Sorry, Auntie Sue, we're not a good match. I have a wife and kids. If you really want to fall in love, I have a classmate who's quite nice, I can introduce you. After saying this, Gu-chan left the room. Su-ro was left alone, biting her lip thoughtfully. After thinking for a few seconds, she suddenly laughed lightly and took out her phone to dial a number. When the call connected, Su-ro's expression changed, from dignified to playful, as if she had instantly become 10 years younger. Hello, sis, how's brother-in-law? Same old story, what have you been up to lately? Nothing much, just eating, drinking, shitting and sleeping. How old are you, still talking like that? In front of my sister, I'll always be a kid. Yun has just had an accident, so you'd better calm down recently and remember to bring your bodyguard with you when you go out. I'm just a marginal figure who eats idle food, no one will target me, don't worry. Why did you call? Sister, what if I find a boyfriend in his early 20s? There was an instant silence on the other end of the line. When Su-ro looked at the phone again, the other end had hung up. Over here, Gu-chan made a decision as soon as he left the room. Dean's office. You said you want to resign? Yes. Why do you want to quit? Is it because you don't like the salary? We can talk about that. It's not about the salary. Then what is it about? Were you harassed by a female customer again? I always say, as long as the other person doesn't go too far, just endure it for the money and it will pass. Yes, but that's not the main reason. Then what is the main reason? My wife doesn't want me to work anymore. What? You have a wife? When did you get a wife? Oh, I just met the right person and suddenly got married. Dean. He looked at Gu-chan with suspicion, but seeing the other person's serious and deep expression, he seemed to have to believe it. So why doesn't your wife let you work? Dean, I don't know if you can understand, but when a man gets married, his priorities shift. I actually quite love this job, but I have to listen to my wife. Gu-chan sighed again, his face full of helplessness and reluctance. Dean's mouth twitched, and he said, "Speak human language. My wife wants me to go home and take care of the kids." Dean. Gu-chan, you're still young, you should focus on your career. Besides, taking care of children is not a man's job. I agree, but my wife gives me 200,000 yuan pocket money every month. Dean. Chapter 17, Husband's Call. The Capital. A secret meeting room. A closed-door business meeting of great importance is being held. This meeting is held once a year, and every time it ends, it will affect the economic structure of the world. In the meeting room, there are only 11 people sitting at the large conference table. These 11 people each exude a powerful aura and air of superiority that ordinary people cannot possess. Sitting in the chief seat is an elderly man with gray hair. He is the host of this meeting and also one of the 7 top leaders of Huaxia. On the 10 seats on either side are representatives of the top 5 families in Huaxia. These 5 families are the Luo family, the Yan family, the Chu family, the Li family, and the Wei family. Each family is represented by two people, one of whom is usually the current family leader and the other the future successor. These 5 families also represent the 5 strongest forces in the Chinese business world, and will fight for their lives with other top families or consortia around the world to expand their territory. Okay, the meeting is about to begin. Please put your phones on the table and turn them off. After the equipment in the conference room was adjusted, the first seat spoke. The originally relaxed atmosphere in the conference room instantly became serious. Everyone took out their phones and prepared to turn them off. Yan Yun did the same, but just as she was about to turn it off, suddenly, her phone rang. The pleasant ringtone instantly attracted everyone's attention. Especially the few people sitting next to her. When they saw the conspicuous words husband on the screen of her phone, they almost all showed a surprised and astonished expression. Excuse me, can I take a call first? Yan Yun spoke up. She was surprised that Gu Chen would call her. When the elderly man in the chair nodded slowly, Yan Yun immediately picked up the phone without changing her expression. Hello, what's up? Her voice unconsciously softened a little. Well, I don't know if I'm disturbing you. Gu Chen's voice came through the receiver a little nervously. It's fine, go ahead. It's like this, I was going to resign, but the dean said it's not good for a man to be a kept man, and he insisted that I give you a call to reason with you. Yan Yun froze for a moment, and after a second of silence she said, Give him the phone. Dean, my wife wants you to answer the phone. When Gu Chen casually said the word wife through the receiver and it reached Yan Yun's ears, a faint blush crept up her ears, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly. Over there, the phone was quickly handed over to the dean. After confirming that the phone had been handed over, Yan Yun's expression hardened, and she said coldly in a very oppressive voice, Do you have a problem with me supporting my husband? These few short words instantly felt like Mount Tai weighing down on the dean. The dean thought that he had lived most of his life and had seen all kinds of scenes and people. But Gu Chen's wife's few words seemed to have an invisible pressure coming from the other end of the phone, suffocating him. His eyes widened, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he muttered to himself, Who the hell is this woman? Although they were just a few simple words, the majesty and domineering attitude contained within were so obvious that no one dared to ignore them lightly. Cough cough, no need, you have already proven it. Hanging up the phone with a trembling hand, the dean wiped the sweat on his forehead with a guilty conscience, and then returned the phone to Gu Chen. You brat, your wife is too awesome, 10,000 times more fierce than my tigress. Gu Chen's mouth twitched, and seeing the dean's cold sweat dripping, he suddenly felt a little heartbroken for the old man in front of him. How much does he fear the tigress at home? This way, Yan Yun ended the call. Everyone looked at her with shocked eyes. Her words just now sounded like a thunderbolt that exploded in everyone's hearts. However, Yan Yun didn't care at all about the looks people were giving her, and she casually turned off her phone before lightly nodding at the eldest elder. The meeting lasted for 2 hours, and at the end, the eldest elder slowly raised his glass of red wine, his eyes firm as he said, I wish us increasing success, and the future belongs to Huaxia. The future belongs to Huaxia. Everyone simultaneously raised their glasses and drained their drinks. They were all a little tired at the end. As soon as it was over, almost everyone looked at Yan Yun with curiosity. The 5 families had 2 modern-day iceberg snow lotuses, one in the Luo family and one in the Yen family. The one in the Yen family was naturally Yan Yun. Everyone in the same circle knew that Yan Yun had never liked playing with boys since she was young. At the age of 20, she even obstinately underwent in vitro fertilization. In the face of numerous suitors, she even announced publicly that she would never get married. However, now she suddenly has a husband. It seems that she is still keeping a gigolo. This has made everyone who knows Yan Yun's eyes pop. They are all curious about who Yan Yun's husband is. How did he manage to win Yan Yun, the most difficult iceberg snow lotus to pluck, without anyone noticing? Yan Yun, you didn't even tell us you were dating? On the head seat, the elderly man with gray hair removed his serious expression, put on an amiable smile, and walked towards them with steady steps. His eyes are full of love and concern, as if he were treating his granddaughter. Grandpa Chin, I've just established a relationship, and I haven't had time to report to you yet. Yan Yun also changed her usual cold expression, with a slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth, revealing a bright smile. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she responded with a gentle and kind voice. Seeing that you've also found a boyfriend, my heart is also relieved. Xin Lao nodded with a smile, his eyes full of relief. He patted Yan Yun on the shoulder lightly, his tone revealing his blessings and expectations for her. The two of them joked around for a while, the atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Xin Lao let out hearty laughter from time to time, while Yen Yun listened quietly, occasionally adding a few words to make the whole scene even more warm and harmonious. After Xin Lao left, the people left in the meeting room did not immediately leave, but instead talked to each other. One of the men was the most eye-catching. The man was wearing an exquisite suit, a tie, and gold-rimmed glasses. His face was gentle and elegant, giving him an air of refinement. This person was none other than Yen Fu, another representative sent by the Yen family on this occasion, and also Yen Yun's cousin. A few minutes later, the rest of the people left one after another, leaving only Yen Yun and Yen Fu. Yun Yun, when did you find a boyfriend, and why didn't you tell us? Yen Fu's voice was gentle, and his eyes were full of the affection a brother has for his sister, as if he were admiring a precious treasure. It's not a boyfriend, it's a husband. Yen Yun's tone was cold, correcting Yen Fu's words, but her eyes revealed a kind of indifference and distance, as if the person in front of her was not her family. Yen Fu's expression froze slightly, as if he had not expected Yen Yun to refute him so directly. But he quickly regained his composure and said with a smile, "Sorry, that was my mistake. But when did you two get married? Why did you do it so suddenly, without letting us know?" Yen Yun was silent for a moment, then replied coldly, "Not long ago, there's nothing to tell." Yen Fu frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with this answer. He continued to ask, "The other day you were injured, it was your cousin's fault for not coming to see you in time. Have you found your attacker? Do you need my help? I only suffered minor skin wounds, I'm not that delicate." Yen Yun sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. "My cousin is so busy, don't bother with this trivial matter, I can handle it myself." After saying this, she turned around and left, leaving Yen Fu standing alone. Yen Fu looked at Yen Yun's departing back, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented gloomy expression. His eyes, through the lenses, flashed with a cold light, as if he was thinking about something. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand, and his assistant next to him immediately noticed his movement and quickly came closer to listen to his instructions. Yen Fu's voice was sinister as he said, "Go and help me investigate Yen Yun's husband carefully to find out what his situation is." After saying this, his fists clenched tightly, his heart filled with anger and violence. Originally, Yen Fu thought that everything was under his control, and that he would definitely become the future head of the family. But he never expected that Yen Yun would be able to hide a man under his nose. This made him feel extremely shocked and angry. Chapter 18, This soft food is really delicious. Yen Yun returned to the hotel where she was staying. As Yen Yun stepped into the lobby, her gaze was inevitably drawn to the corner of the lobby, where a mother and her two daughters were sitting on the sofa enjoying delicious cakes. The mother had an elegant temperament and a remarkable face, like a blooming snow lotus. The twin girls were extremely cute, like two shining pearls. Yen Yun's mouth curled up slightly, and a sense of curiosity and familiarity welled up in her heart. She turned lightly and walked towards the mother and daughters with graceful steps. Every step seemed to carry a unique rhythm that made people unable to help but be captivated. As the sound of footsteps grew closer, the beautiful woman who was tasting the cake looked up, and her gaze met Yen Yun's. Instantly, a flash of surprise passed through the eyes of the two, and then they smiled at each other. The smile was like a spring breeze, warm and gentle. "Long time no see, shue shue," Yen Yun said softly, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Yes, I didn't expect to see you here. I've been back in China for a while now, and I tried to meet up with you a few times, but you've really become busier and busier." Luo Yishue smiled in response, a hint of emotion in her tone. "Sorry, there's just been so much going on lately." "I understand." Their conversation flowed naturally, without the slightest hint of awkwardness or strangeness. It was as if time had stood still, and they were still the close friends they once were. After greeting Luo Yishue, Yen Yun's gaze naturally fell on the two little girls. The two little girls were standing in front of the table, concentrating on spooning spoonfuls of cake into their mouths, oblivious to anyone approaching. Their rosy little faces and lips were covered in cream, and they looked like a pair of cute little eaters. It wasn't until Yen Yun's palm landed on their heads that the two little girls looked up, staring at her with big, dark, juicy grape-like eyes. Yen Yun smiled, crouched down to look the girls in the eye, and said gently, "Hello, little darlings, do you remember Auntie Yen Yun?" However, the sisters' eyes revealed a look of confusion as they tried to search deep in their memories to find out who this auntie was who was as pretty as their mother. At this, Luo Yishue also smiled helplessly, stroked her daughter's hair, and said gently, "My dear, this is your mother's good friend, Auntie Yun." "Hello, Auntie Yun." The two sisters then beamed and said in unison in their baby voices, "Well, hello, my dears." Yen Yen smiled tenderly, a little sighing that in the 2 years she hadn't seen them, the two little girls had grown up so much, from just learning to walk and babbling, to now being able to call out clearly. Tell your auntie, who is the older sister Han Xiaoshui and who is the younger sister Han Xiaotong? Then the two sisters simultaneously pointed their little fingers at each other. Yen Yun and Luo Yixue giggled lightly at the same time. A few minutes later, Yen Yun received a phone call. As soon as she saw the caller ID, the smile on her face instantly disappeared. After she hung up the phone, she smiled and said goodbye to Luo Yixue. I have to leave first because I have something to do, but we can get together again when I have time. Well, I'm going back to Shidu in a few days, so we'll have time to get together then. In the car. Yen Yun returned the call with a grave expression. The phone rang once before being connected, and then an icy female voice came from the other end. We've captured them all. What should we do with them? Wait for me. Yen Yun hung up the phone, her eyes full of an unmistakable cold and murderous aura. Just as the coldness in her eyes was about to overflow, the phone rang again. As soon as she saw the caller, her gaze softened instantly, and a gentle smile rose at the corners of her mouth as she picked up the phone. Sweetheart, did you miss Mommy? Humph. Mommy, you said you'd find me a daddy, but it's been how many days already? On the phone, her daughter's arrogant whining made Yen Yun's smile even more charming. Don't tell Mom, your sister didn't tell you that she's already found Dad. I'm just mad that Mom found Dad and didn't even notify me. Okay, Mom was wrong, don't be mad, sweetheart. After a few words with her daughter, shouting excitedly yelled that she wanted to go back to Shidu immediately to see Dad. Yen Yun had no choice but to call her mother Suzy. Mom, the perpetrators have all been arrested. If Si Ting wants to go back to Shidu, you should let her go. The 9th traditional Chinese medicine massage clinic. When Gu Chen came out of the director's office, the cause of the disturbance caused by the drunken man had been investigated. It was true that the man's wife had an affair with the masseuse surnamed Gu, but the masseuse was not Gu Chen, but was in the massage parlor across the street. The man had made a mistake. I heard that you just became a heroine and prevented a tragedy? Gu Chen squatted down in front of Xiao Yuyu and said gently. Having learned the whole story from Louis, he now felt a sense of pride looking at his own daughter. I'm cleaning up your mess for you, and so far, your evaluation in my mind is still a failure. The little girl said expressionlessly. Gu Chen's mouth twitched, feeling aggrieved. He just didn't believe that the little girl didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. Yi bought you milk tea, why didn't you drink it? Gu Chen asked, seeing that the little girl had a cup of milk tea next to her chair that had not been touched at all. However, the little girl narrowed her eyes and gave a dangerous look. You called so affectionately, does Mom know? Gu Chen. Immediately, he had a dark line on his face. What the hell is this? I quit, I'm done after today. When he said this, the little girl's expression eased a little. Gu Chen saw that she had returned to normal and petted her little head affectionately. I'm going to work. No matter what happens, you must ensure your safety first. If anything happens to you, Dad will be very sad. The news that Gu Chen had resigned quickly spread throughout the hospital. The young nurses wailed in grief. Gu Chen, are you really quitting? At 5 p.m., the prettiest and youngest nurse, Louis, asked Gu Chen with reluctance. Yes, there are more important things to do. Gu Chen said. What important things? Returning to the family. Gu Chen's answer was concise. Louis only thought that Gu Chen had graduated and couldn't find a satisfactory job, so he wanted to go back to his hometown to develop. Suddenly, she became a little anxious and said, Gu Chen, just stay here. Although this job doesn't sound very respectable, as long as you work hard, the income is still pretty good. If you think it's difficult to buy a house in the future and it's hard to take root in this city, I can work hard with you. When she said this, Louis's pretty face was already flushed, revealing a girlish shyness. Gu Chen was initially confused, but when he saw Louis's bashful expression, he understood. Will you be my boyfriend? I'll spend all my salary on you, cook and do the laundry for you every day, and warm your bed. I don't want a bride price if we get married in the future, and we'll work hard to earn money for a house together. If we don't have any money, we'll rent a place, and if we have money, we'll buy a house. I don't care, I just want to be with you every day. After saying all this, Louis had shyly lowered her head, her heart pounding, and she didn't dare look at Gu Chen's eyes. This was the first time she had confessed to a boy, and she was very shy. But if she didn't confess, Gu Chen would slip away from under her nose, and there would never be another chance. So she went for it. Gu Chen felt a little numb. This wasn't the first time a girl had confessed to him so seriously. His ex-girlfriend had also taken the initiative to confess to him at the time. But to be honest, this time Louis' confession really touched him. Unexpectedly, Louis is such a bold and simple girl at heart. If it weren't for the fact that he already has Yin Yun and the child, he could really be moved to nod in agreement. But now, he can only reluctantly refuse. I'm sorry, you're a good girl, I'm sure you can find a better boy in the future. Why? Louis felt bad all over, her heart felt like it had suddenly lost its vitality, and her eyes looked at Gu Chen with an empty stare. Gu Chen also felt a little uncomfortable seeing her like this. He was about to say something when a man in a suit and white gloves walked over and respectfully asked. Excuse me, are you Mr. Gu Chen? Yes, and you are? Hello, my surname is Feng. I am your dedicated driver in the future. Mr. Yen bought you a Cullinan, please take it. Gu Chen then curiously walked out with the man, and Louis also followed blankly. And of course there was a group of little nurses who loved to watch the fun and secretly admired Gu Chen. By the roadside, a brand new black Cullinan was parked quietly. The first thing Gu Chen saw made his heart skip a beat. His excitement was like a volcanic eruption, and he couldn't hold it down. Nima, you keep buying yourself luxury cars worth over 10 million yuan. This soft rice is really delicious. Is this your car? Well, my wife gave it to me. Gu Chen said a little apologetically, but his face was filled with an uncontainable joy. His heart was bubbling with happiness, sweet as a flower. Didn't you break up? I just got a new one. Why can't you change yourself? Louis looked at the domineering Cullinan and froze, and then tears uncontrollably welled up in her eyes. It's so hopeless. The competition is too strong, she can't compete. Oh. She ran away, covering her mouth in despair. She hated it. She hated that she was incapable and unable to provide such good conditions for the man she loved. She could only watch as the man she loved threw himself into the arms of another woman. Seeing Louis running away in despair, Gu Chen also felt somewhat mixed emotions. Sometimes being too handsome and having too much luck with the opposite sex is also a mistake. He sighed. He is really a sinful man. As soon as he finished saying this narcissistically, the young girl's unemotional and childish voice sounded behind him. Dallying with flowers and plants everywhere, deduct 1 point. Gu Chen. Chapter 19, The Sky Has Fallen on the Yin Family. The Imperial Capital. In a certain suburb, there stands a solemn and magnificent manor, Yin family manor. In a room within the manor, there are all kinds of sophisticated medical instruments. These cold devices exude a faint metallic luster, giving off an atmosphere of tension and oppression. On the bed, a thin, middle-aged man with a haggard face reclines quietly against the headboard. He is covered in thin tubes, as if they are one with the complex machinery. Despite his face having become gaunt and deformed due to illness, he still clutches a book in his hands and reads intently. Although this man is in poor health and his mental state has declined, he has held high positions for many years and his aura of strategic planning still remains. His eyes reveal determination and wisdom, and even from his sickbed, he still exuded an awe-inspiring aura. This person was none other than Yin Yun's father, Yin Hongbin. He was also the second-generation head of the Yin family and the current person in power. Yin, it's time for your oxygen. A gentle voice came from behind, and a middle-aged woman in a cheongsam with a noble air slowly walked into the ward. This woman is named Su Zi, Yin Hongbin's wife and Yin Yun's mother. She wore a gentle smile on her face, but her eyes revealed deep concern and worry. Behind Su Zi were 2 medical staff members, who carefully wheeled an oxygen cylinder into the room. One of the medical staff members skillfully connected the oxygen tube to Yin Hongbin's nose and adjusted the oxygen flow. The whole process was quick and orderly, without the slightest delay. After doing so, the 2 medical staff checked the equipment and data again, and then quietly left after confirming that everything was correct. Su Zi sat quietly by the bed, gently stroked her husband's hand, and her eyes were full of love. She whispered, Yen, how do you feel? Are you feeling any better? Yen Hongbin nodded slightly to indicate that he was fine. He looked at his wife and felt full of guilt. Since he had fallen ill, his wife had been by his side, taking care of his daily needs, which had made him feel incredibly warm. Su Zi seemed to sense her husband's thoughts and comforted him. Lao Yen, don't think too much. Our family will get through this together. Yan Hongbin shook his head gently, his eyes sad. If I'm gone, I'm most worried about you, Yun Yun, Shengzhu, and the two little girls. You are all that's left of our family line. Lao Yan, what are you talking about? You'll get better. Su Zi's heart tightened as she reached out and tightly gripped her husband's hand. I know my health situation very well, and I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you for much longer. Su Zi lowered her head silently and secretly wiped away her tears. Yan Hongbin sighed. Big Brother's family is becoming more and more ambitious. They already control two of the family's three core groups, and now they are probably eyeing Yun Yun. As he said this, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of danger. This time, when Yun Yun had an accident. Su Zi heard this and suddenly looked up, her face showing shock. Are you saying that this incident is related to my eldest brother's family? Yan Hongbin nodded slightly, then shook his head, speaking in a heavy tone. Maybe I'm being too sensitive. I hope it's not related to them. We're all from the same family. I really don't want them to lose their humanity and family ties for the sake of power and greed, and do such a ruthless thing. Yan Hongbin's fists clenched, and a determined light flashed in his deep eyes. At the family meeting next month, I plan to pass the position of family head to Yun Yun early. As long as she takes the position, I believe my eldest brother and his family will also reign in their actions. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly in the distance, as if he could already see the future. However, Su Zi revealed a worried expression and slowly shook his head. I'm afraid there will be many obstacles. Father never expressed his opinion from beginning to end. He single-handedly built the Yin family into the giant empire it is today. I can see that he doesn't want a woman to succeed him. I'm afraid deep down, he's long wanted to hand over the reins of the family to my eldest brother. I have to try, even if I know I won't succeed. I can't gamble on my brother and his family having a change of heart and sparing you and Yun Yun. Although my father definitely doesn't want discord within the family, he especially doesn't want to see his siblings harming each other. But he is old, and he doesn't have the energy to get involved in many things. And my brother and his family are not stupid. They will definitely do things without anyone knowing. I, Yan Hongbin, never pin my hopes on other people. As the two were talking, suddenly the door was gently pushed open. A cute little figure ran in cheerfully, and it turned out to be a little girl with a delicate appearance. She was beaming with a smile, shouting excitedly. Grandma, Grandpa. Do you know? My mom found my dad for me. I want to go back to Shidu to find my dad now. Hearing this news, Yan Hongbin and Su Zi looked at each other in unison, both feeling very surprised and curious. They looked at the little girl, their eyes full of confusion. See you said your mother found your father for you? Su Zi reached out and stroked the little girl's shaggy head, asking kindly. Aha, my sister confirmed it, and my mother told me in person. The little girl seemed not to have noticed everyone's unusual behavior, and continued excitedly. My mother said that my father's name is Gu Chen, and that he is a very powerful person. I can't wait to meet him soon. After she finished speaking, she jumped up and down and gestured as if she couldn't wait to meet her father. Yan Hongbin and Su Zi were even more shocked in the room. They both knew how the little girl in front of them came to be. Yen Yun had defied everyone's opposition and obstinately gave birth to the two sisters Siyu and Sidong. However, she never mentioned the source of the sperm, keeping it tightly under wraps, so they were unable to investigate either. Now, the two sisters suddenly have a father. Neither of them knows what their daughter is up to. They are even a little angry with Yen Yun for being so unconventional as to find the sisters a father so suddenly and casually. Just as she suddenly gave birth to the sisters in the first place. But seeing that little Si Ting is completely immersed in her own joy, she doesn't notice the reactions of the people around her at all. The two of them don't show their anger on their faces either. Grandma, you have to send me back to Shidu quickly, I want to see my father. The little girl suddenly urged Su Zi. However, Su Zi shook her head. My dear, you can't go back yet. When it's safe in a few days, Grandma will send you back, okay? She suddenly remembered that Yen Yun had called her before and said that the little girl wanted to go back, so she let her go back. However, she was now a little annoyed that Yen Yun had deliberately concealed the fact that she and her sister had the same father, so she ignored Yen Yun's advice. No way. I want to go back now, I want to see my father. As soon as Si Ting heard that she was not allowed to go back, she immediately jumped up excitedly, her face flushing red, and a determined light shining in her eyes. She had only one thought in her heart, and that was to see her father as soon as possible, the person who had always been on her mind. For Si Ting, there was nothing more important than going back to her father. At the moment, her mood was incredibly urgent, as if she could not wait a moment longer. No, that's not possible. Be good and listen to your grandmother. Suzy was also firm in her attitude. She felt a little sad for the little girl, but she still refused heartlessly. So, the big and the little stood face to face. Si Ting's little fists were clenched, and for the first time, she stared at her usually beloved grandmother with angry little eyes. There was only one thought in her little head right now, and that was to go back and see her father. No one could stop her, not even the people closest to her. Kill anyone who gets in the way. Suddenly, her gaze flickered and she looked at Yen Hongbin, who was lying on the bed without speaking, quietly breathing oxygen. Yen Hongbin's heart jumped when she caught his gaze, and a bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. The next second, the little girl moved, rushing towards the hospital bed like a nimble little cheetah. With puzzled and stunned looks on their faces, she quickly reached out her little hand and firmly pinched her grandfather's oxygen tube. Her little eyes stared resolutely at Suzy. Grandma, if you won't let me see my beloved father, I won't let you see your beloved husband either. Suzy. Yen Hongbin. For the first time, the old couple felt like the sky had fallen. Chapter 20, being spoiled by his wife really goes to his head. Shudu. Gu Chen sighed. Louis's heart is broken, and so are the hearts of a group of young nurses who have a crush on Gu Chen. Without a bottle of 502 glue, these broken hearts can't be glued back together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Teenage Killer, reward Charismatic Aura, plus 100 points. The Charismatic Aura has been activated. I wish the host to remain true to his original aspirations and remember his duties. Gu Chen was a little dazed. This reward came so suddenly, didn't it? The system was really generous this time. A skill plus 100 points. Instantly, Gu Chen's impression of the system changed quite a bit. So what is the function of this aura of charm? Thinking that it might greatly enhance his charm as a man, he became excited. System, don't get any wrong ideas, host. This is a proper aura that can greatly increase the host's personal charm, thereby making it easier to attract the attention of women. No, system, what do you mean by giving me this halo? I already have a wife and kids, and you're telling me to flirt with other women? Suddenly, Gu Chen was unhappy. System, host, calm down. A man who can stand the test is a real man. Don't you have confidence in yourself? Gu Chen. Is this a matter of confidence or not? But the moment he thought of Yen Yun, his willpower instantly strengthened. He believed that his love for Yen Yun would only grow deeper and deeper. What weak points? After spending a long time together, Yen Yun can also make weak points become incredibly strong. System, can you switch to a nice voice? The current tone is unbearable to me. Thinking about the cold, mechanical voice of the system, he really couldn't get used to it, so he casually mentioned it. System, host, this side of the system is fine, but it requires the host to pay 100 points to switch to your favorite voice. Gu Chen. Damn it. I'm talking to the system. You're supposed to be serving me. Isn't it only right that I get to choose my own voice? It's like, I'm playing a game and all of a sudden, damn it, the little soldier needs to change its skin color to something it likes, and I have to pay you to do it. Isn't that unfair? System, host, don't you think the system is serving you well? Gu Chen grits his teeth. System, if you had a real body, I'll show you how strong my fists are. System, Lolita voice, older sister voice, young girl voice, young wife voice, mature woman voice, old aunt voice, mother voice, grandmother voice, etc. Host, are you willing to waste your time? Gu Chen put his hands on his forehead. Okay, he can't win against the system, who is in charge of the final say. Mr. Gu Chen, why don't you get in and feel it for yourself? At this time, the driver's surnamed Feng reminded him. As a driver, although he doesn't know what relationship Gu Chen has with Yenzong, it doesn't stop him from looking at Gu Chen with envy in his eyes. As for what Gu Chen just said, Yenzong is his wife. Heh, don't say he's not drunk right now and his thinking is normal. Even if he drinks 2 jeans of Mao Tai, he wouldn't believe this nonsense. Not to mention whether Yenzong is interested in men or not. With such a big gap in status between the two, how could Yenzong possibly marry a poor kid struggling at the bottom? Just because he is good looking? Heh, I was good looking when I was young too, but now I can only be a chauffeur, can't I? Along the way, he had imagined many possibilities and discussed the matter with the bodyguard who was traveling with him. In the end, they could not come up with a single truth. But the truth was definitely not the kind of husband and wife relationship that Gu Chen had described. Young people who get a little bit of a big advantage are often so carried away that they can't find their way back. He has seen it too many times. Okay, let's take a look first. Gu Chen nodded and walked towards the Cullinan. Siyu followed him, and the driver, upon seeing the little girl wrapped up in a thick layer of clothes, asked with a puzzled expression. Mr. Gu, who is this little girl? Gu Chen turned around and thought to himself, as the Yin family's driver, you don't even know? But seeing the little girl trying to continue concealing her identity, he casually said, My daughter. The driver immediately showed a surprised expression, half believing it. I didn't think you would have a daughter this big at such a young age. There was also a well-dressed bodyguard standing next to the car. When Gu Chen walked over, the bodyguard took the initiative to open the back door for him. Gu Chen nodded to the man friendly, and then got into the car, followed by the little girl. As soon as he got in the car, he was overwhelmed by the luxurious atmosphere, which made Gu Chen very excited. The little girl gave Gu Chen a disdainful look. Then she chose a seat, fastened her seatbelt, and began to close her eyes and relax. After spending so much time with her useless and stupid father, she was exhausted both physically and mentally. After sitting in the back for a while, Gu Chen went to the driver's seat. Although he had passed his driving test, he had never touched a car since getting his license. Now he could only stroke the steering wheel to get his fill. Yen Yun had thoughtfully sent him a chauffeur, which made him feel full of happiness. This was so considerate. So, he could no longer hold back his longing for Yen Yun, and as soon as he took out his phone, he dialed Yen Yun. At the same time, Yen Yun was answering the phone from her mother. On the phone, Su Zi was very resentful. What kind of father did you find for Siyu and Sidong? Why didn't you notify us in advance? As for not notifying you about their biological father, it's completely because I was busy and forgot. Yen Yun replied slowly. Su Zi was shocked and angry. A real father? What a real father, Yun Yun, you tell Mom, did you have this plan for a long time? Mom, you don't really think I was in a rebellious phase and just did a test tube with someone's sperm, do you? Su Zi was stunned, and after a few seconds of silence, he asked with a relieved breath. Explain yourself. 6 years ago, I had a car accident and fell into the lake. If he hadn't rescued me in time, I would have died. Then you don't need to thank him in such an extreme way, do you? For a lifesaver, what kind of thanks can't we in family give? I know what happened to me, so don't mention it. Okay, I won't mention it, I'm just angry that you didn't tell us anything. Do you know what Sighting just did to go see her father? Yen Yun was stunned. What did she do? Speaking of which, Su Zi was both angry and wanted to laugh. I didn't feel comfortable letting her go back, so I wanted her to stay for a few more days. But the little girl panicked and actually pinched her grandfather's oxygen tube to threaten me, saying that if I didn't let her see her father, she wouldn't let me see my husband. Yen Yun. Suddenly, she had a black line on her face. She's not taking the blame for this. She didn't teach the little girl that. It's fine, I've already arranged for someone to send the little girl to the airport, and you can arrange for someone to pick her up there. After saying this, Su Zi hung up the phone. Yen Yun looked at the hung-up phone and felt a mix of emotions. If Siyu had done such a thing, she would understand, but her usually lazy and soft younger sister had done such a thing, which really surprised her. It wasn't long before Gu Chen's phone rang, and she immediately switched her mood and answered the phone. Why did you buy me such an expensive car? Gu Chen said as soon as he spoke. Huh? What car, is it expensive? Gu Chen put his hand on his forehead as he listened to Yen Yun's calm voice on the phone, not knowing how to describe the other person's extravagance. A Cullinan, over 10 million yuan, a car I never dared to dream of in my life. Oh, you can use it well, and replace it if it breaks. Oh, is that what it means to replace it if it breaks? Yan Shuajie, this car is really too expensive, I can't drive it properly, I'm a little panicked. Although he was very happy, he was a total novice who had never even driven a Wuling, and now he was suddenly driving a luxury car of this caliber. He would be heartbroken if he scratched it even a little. Didn't you say you lost 200 million yuan? You even specially posted about it on your moments. This is a little compensation from me. Gu Chen was embarrassed, and his face turned red at a visible rate. Holy cow! This is so embarrassing. He had planned to block Yen Yun from seeing that moment's post, but he forgot? The main thing is that Yen Yun was so busy that she still had time to read her own circle of friends. Nima, after reading it, she didn't even like it. This caught him off guard. Just as he was thinking of finding a hole to crawl into, Yen Yun's gentle, indulgent voice came over the line. Be good, listen to me, the car was bought to be driven, not because it is expensive. If there is any other car you like, just let me know, I will buy it for you. Gu Chen's eyes welled up with tears. Damn, being spoiled by his wife feels so good. Okay, I have something else to tell you. Siding is back and looking for you. You can pick her up at the airport. Someone will contact you later for details. Chapter 21, My Wife is Super Rich. Not long after hanging up the phone, Gu Chen received a flight message from Yen Yun and then told the little girl the good news. Your sister, Si Ting, is back, you know? We'll go to the airport to pick her up tonight. Congratulations, you're finally going to be reunited with your daughter. Gu Chen looked a little shocked. You're also my daughter. Little girl, you haven't earned my approval yet. Gu Chen put his hands on his forehead. Okay, he still has a lot of work to do. There were still a few hours to go before that, so Gu Chen decided to go back to the dormitory to cancel the room reservation and then have dinner. Gu Chen got out of the driver's seat and said to the driver and bodyguard standing outside the car. Please accompany me back to the dormitory, and then I'll treat you to dinner. He was in a happy mood today and was prepared to treat the two men to a big meal. No problem. Both nodded and got into the car. Gu Chen and the little girl sat in the back, feeling the comfort of the seats. As the car pulled away, Gu Chen looked back at the traditional Chinese medicine massage parlor and noticed that a group of young nurses were gathered at the door, reluctant to see him off. After all, they had worked together for several years and had developed some basic feelings for each other. Now that he had become rich and was leaving, he could not let his colleagues' hearts be broken, could he? So, he opened the colleague group and generously sent a red envelope containing 200 yuan. The red envelope was quickly snapped up, and each girl sent her best wishes. Gu Chen glanced at the group and noticed that only Lu Yi had not grabbed the red envelope. He thought that the girl must really have fallen for him and was probably hiding in a corner, wiping away tears. After hesitating for a few seconds, he clicked on Lu Yi's WeChat and typed 2 words. Take care. After sending the message, he let out a long sigh and said to himself. Sorry, but I'm the kind of guy you'll never get in your life. Let's just forget each other and just consider me a legend. He put away his phone and Gu Chen looked up and met the gaze of the bodyguard in the front row. There was no passion. But he could feel in the other person's eyes a strong desire for conversation. So Gu Chen satisfied the other person and started a conversation. Brother, how many years have you been a bodyguard? 3 years. How much do you get paid? 15,000, full insurance, and a bonus at the end of the year. When it came to his salary, the bodyguard couldn't hide his delight, and his eyes lit up. Gu Chen also raised an eyebrow. The salary and benefits are quite good. No, they're just so-so. The bodyguard waved his hand, and a longing suddenly appeared in his eyes. What I have is only the lowest level 3 treatment, there are also levels 2 and 1, as well as special levels. Is there a difference? Gu Chen was also interested and looked forward to it. This is a way to get to know Yen Yun from the side. Heh, of course there is a difference. Apart from professional skills and physical abilities, the higher the level, the more trust the young lady will have. For example, those of us at level 3 are the most peripheral bodyguards, and we don't even have the qualifications to stand by the young lady's side. We are only responsible for daily transportation of guests who are somewhat related to the Yin family, or nannies or servants who go out on errands. Having said that, the bodyguard gave Gu Chen a meaningful look. Gu Chen understood his meaning in seconds. It means that he is at most a guest related to the Yin family, not even that. Needless to say, the treatment is even worse. The second level treatment is directly doubled compared to mine, and the annual salary for the first level directly reaches 1 million. As for the special bodyguard, he let out a sigh of relief, and his eyes revealed a look of full admiration. At present, there is only one special bodyguard by the young lady's side, and she is like a godlike being to us. The annual salary is unknown, but according to our private discussions, it is not lower than this amount. As he spoke, the bodyguard held up 2 fingers. Holy shit! It's not going to be 2 million, is it? Gu Chen guessed, and was already very surprised. Damn, it's almost the same as my salary. Ha, you're so conservative, bro. The bodyguard shook his head, looking at Gu Chen with eyes that looked at an unworldly bumpkin, and a sneer curled the corner of his mouth. Starting at 10 million. Ha! Gu Chen couldn't help but let out a gasp. This treatment really shocked him. Damn, a bodyguard has a high salary of 20 million or more, and once again he gained a new understanding of his wife's financial resources. What's your relationship with Miss Yen? The bodyguard suddenly asked. After chatting for a while, he felt that Gu Chen was quite easygoing and unassuming, so he asked the question he had been wanting to ask. The driver also looked at Gu Chen through the rearview mirror. Gu Chen glanced at the little girl beside him, who hadn't said a word, and laughed. What kind of relationship do you think I would have? Maybe I'm a distant relative who can't even be reached by the 8 rods, and suddenly came to join the Yin family? The bodyguard said, his eyes full of envy and jealousy. His tone was sour. After all, being related to the Yin family in any way would directly change your life. You would be given a luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars. Why do you make such a guess? Since it was boring anyway, Gu Chen slowly chatted with the driver and bodyguard. The bodyguard looked at Gu Chen again from top to bottom, and he looked poor, dressed in a shabby way. Isn't this exactly the plot of running out of the poor corner and running to a rich family? Thinking this, a hint of contempt appeared in his eyes. Of course, it was well hidden and the average person would not be able to detect it. But Gu Chen noticed it. Why? Because there was a nosy system. System, host, you are being despised. Gu Chen. Before the bodyguard could speak, the driver spoke lightly. A few years ago, someone in your situation also appeared and asked for quite a lot of benefits at the time. More than me? Gu Chen became interested and followed up on their words. Not as much as you, but a few million is there, right? In fact, a few million is no different from over 10 million for the Yin family. You were just lucky and they gave you a bit more. Is there any possibility that I'm special to the Yin family, so they gave me a bit more? Gu Chen asked. However, the driver and bodyguard both laughed at the same time. That's impossible. Let me put it this way, 10 million is an astronomical figure for you and me, but for the Yin family it's not even worth more than 1,000. Then the driver began to boast proudly. This car is worth more than 10 million, isn't it expensive? Well, it is. Gu Chen nodded. However, this car is nothing among the cars I have driven, it is completely unranked. The cars in the young lady's family, all the cars that are used frequently are custom models, bulletproof, poison-proof, etc., and each one is worth no less than 50 million. Especially the one the young lady herself rides in, do you know how much it is? 100 million? Gu Chen was not sure. This number already made his scalp numb. 300 million. Hiss. Gu Chen was dumbfounded. He was a little skeptical of the driver's words. He couldn't imagine how a car could be worth that much money. If he were given 300 million, he could build Yen Yun the best armored car. His first feeling was shock, and then he felt that Yen Yun was stupid and had a lot of money. But no matter what, his wife was super rich. She's so rich that it's beyond my imagination. Holy shit. I've accidentally married a super rich woman. Considering that Yen Yun was only recently assassinated, it makes sense that she would buy such an expensive car. The driver said, with a puzzled look in his eyes. I just can't figure it out. What do you need such an expensive car for? Can you afford it? Can I afford it? Of course he can afford it, but doesn't he have a wife to help support him? Thinking of Yen Yun, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a sweet feeling in his heart, and an uncontrollable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If I say I'm Yen Yun's husband, would you believe me? Cut it out, man, you're not being funny. The bodyguard immediately showed a look of disdain. He thought to himself, if you're the husband of the young lady, I'm the father of the little princess. He thought he had an advantage over Gu Chen. Mr. Gu, it's fine to brag in front of us, but if the Yen family hears about it, you won't be able to keep your car. The driver also seemed to be friendly, but in fact, he couldn't stand Gu Chen's arrogance. Gu Chen shrugged his shoulders. No one would believe him no matter what he said. Since their views were not aligned, there was no point in continuing the conversation. Gu Chen stopped talking. When they arrived at the rental house, Gu Chen told the 3 girls to wait for him in the car. The checkout process went smoothly, and the landlady was easy to talk to, refunding the deposit without deducting a single penny. Why did you suddenly move? I got married. My wife doesn't want me to live outside. Did you buy a new house? The landlord was very surprised. People who rent places like hers are in particularly poor financial situations, and there is almost no possibility of buying a house. The woman has won. The landlord understood that such a young, poor guy could get married. There was only one possibility, and that was that he was a kept man. Gu Chen's external conditions were the most handsome and manly little brother she had ever seen. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him, especially today, which made her heart flutter. It was a pity that she had still acted too late. Hesitation would lead to defeat. After all, she had a husband, so she couldn't let go. With only regret, she wished Gu Chen well. Your wife is really good to you, so I wish you a happy new marriage. Saying goodbye to the landlord, Gu Chen took the driver and bodyguard to the noodle shop downstairs, and generously ordered a bowl of noodles with 2 toppings for each of them. The 2 of them chewed their food with gritted teeth. This was the big meal he had promised to pay for. Gu Chen felt that he had been magnanimous, and that he had still been able to treat the other person to a meal despite being despised. He himself took the little girl next door to a seafood buffet. Chapter 22, Here Comes the Real Little Sweetheart. In the clouds, on a private jet bound for Shudu, Yen Sighting sat in a comfortable seat, holding a small mirror in her hands, constantly looking at her delicate and cute face with a hint of baby fat. Her eyes were full of anticipation and unease, and she asked softly, "Auntie, do you think my father will like the way I'm dressed?" Yen Siye, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh at the little girl's nervous appearance. She reached out and touched Yen Sighting's head, teasing her. "You really are your father's little sweetheart, more nervous than I was when I first met my first boyfriend. Don't worry, Auntie can dress you up like this because she has 100% confidence that it will make your father's eyes light up." Seeing her niece so concerned about her father's opinion, a feeling of tenderness welled up in her heart. She knew how precious and longed for a father's love was for this child who had lost her father's care since childhood. She gently patted Yen Sighting on the shoulder and encouraged her. "Don't be nervous, relax. Such a pretty and cute little girl is just what your father needs. The more you use her, the more you'll like her." Airport. Gu Chen and the nanny Li Meng met up. There was also a nanny called Fong Jing in the car, who was mainly responsible for taking care of Yen Sighting. When she saw Gu Chen for the first time, she blushed with shyness at his handsome appearance. Her mouth hung wide open, unable to close for a long time. She never imagined that the young master would be so young, looking about the same age as herself. This is too exaggerated. Could it be that the young lady had an affair with the young master when he was still a minor? Little maid Fong Jing didn't dare to continue thinking about it. She could only bury many question marks in her soft bosom, waiting to slowly uncover the mystery in the future. "Princess Siyu, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Li Meng eagerly approached to check on Yen Siyu's condition after they had just met. In an instant, her identity was revealed. "I'm fine." The young girl waved her hand indifferently. Of course, what was also revealed was Gu Chen's identity as the father of the 2 young girls. Immediately, the drivers and bodyguards present were shocked beyond words. This is so unreasonable. How old is Gu Chen? How could he be the little princess's father? The way they looked at Gu Chen changed from disdain and contempt to fear. Of course, Gu Chen was not a petty person and would not argue with them. He just gave them a meaningful smile and let them figure it out for themselves. After all, they would hardly have much contact with him in the future. At 8:30, Gu Chen received another call from his mother. "Where are you? Have you already moved in together?" Yang Xiaofeng's voice was full of excitement. Seeing the photos of her granddaughter had made her day. "Mom, I'm still at the airport picking up your granddaughter, the plane hasn't landed yet." "Oh, then call me when you've picked her up and send me a video, I want to see my granddaughter, are they both there?" "Yes, they're both here." Gu Chen glanced at Yen Siyu and added, "However, one of them may be a bit introverted, so you may not be able to see her on the video." "It's fine, let's watch one first, and when we take her home in a few days, we can watch them together." Gu Chen could not think of anything else to say, so he could only agree. At 9 o'clock, a private jet slowly landed. The group had been waiting for a long time at the exclusive helipad. Gu Chen was extremely excited. The moment the cabin door opened, 2 figures, one big and one small, appeared before everyone's eyes. Gu Chen locked onto the little girl at once. Ding, the host successfully met his daughter, reward points plus 100. Gu Chen did not care about the system, and all his attention was on Yen Sighting. Little Si Ting was wearing a fashionable black leather jacket today, paired with a pair of ripped jeans and shiny leather shoes. Her hair was tied into small braids the thickness of her fingers, with colorful hair clips stuck on top that swayed gently with her movements. Her big sunglasses almost completely covered her small, delicate face, revealing only her small mouth and baby fat chin. Her skin is as white as snow, as delicate as lamb's fat jade, and has a healthy pinkish hue. Her big eyes behind the sunglasses twinkled with intelligent radiance, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly like butterfly wings. Little Si Ting also had a silver necklace hanging around her neck, with an exquisite star pendant hanging from it, shining dazzlingly in the light. She was wearing a colorful bracelet on her hand, which echoed the clothes she was wearing and made her look even trendier. Gu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This is a bit different from the daughter he expected. If it weren't for the pigtails, she would look exactly like a little boy. This is not the kind of attire that an attentive little cotton-padded jacket should have. He had a bad feeling in an instant. Could it be that both of the cotton-padded jackets were letting in the wind? As for why it would be this style of painting, Gu Chen glanced at the almost similarly styled creature next to him, with a hat, short hair, big sunglasses, and an eclectic stance, of an unspecified gender. The culprit was undoubtedly. The moment Yen Sighting opened the cabin door, her small eyes began scanning and detecting Gu Chen's figure like a radar. Her sister had already shown her a photo, so her goal was very clear. Wherever she looked, there were a dozen men and women. But only one was special, tall and handsome, and exceptionally young. His clothes were even more out of place, making him seem so extraordinary. Sighting's eyes immediately locked on to Gu Chen. Dad! The father and daughter recognized each other. Xiao Si Ting screamed with excitement, struggling to shake off her aunt's hand. She took a few short steps and then ran up the ladder, desperate to throw herself into Gu Chen's arms the next second. The first few steps were still quite steady, but then she suddenly missed a step and her whole body fell out of control. Ting ting! Little princess! Everyone screamed in shock. If her head hits the ground, she will be seriously injured if not killed. At the moment when she lost her footing, little Si Ting also closed her eyes in fear, and her little mouth screamed out unconsciously. Just as she thought she would fall and hurt herself. Her head suddenly hit a broad and warm chest, and then her whole little body was surrounded by a warm and safe force. Baby, are you scared? Gu Chen's gentle voice sounded above her head. Smelling the unfamiliar smell on her nose tip, Yen Si Ting felt the smell of her father for the first time. Dad! She reached out her little hand in surprise and wrapped it tightly around Gu Chen's neck. Good girl, Daddy's here. Gu Chen also looked down at his daughter in his arms in surprise. Little Si Ting's body was soft and fragrant. It was so comfortable to hold. This is his little cotton-padded jacket. It feels so good. He had been really scared just now. At the last minute, he had directly redeemed all 210 happiness points for Constitution. His Constitution had soared from 15 to 36 points. It can be said that it is beyond the scope of normal people. This is why he reacted so quickly. Si Ting's sunglasses had fallen off, and her big crystal bright eyes were looking at Gu Chen. At this moment, the father and daughter's eyes were the same, filled with surprise and joy. Si Ting couldn't help but exclaim in surprise again. Dad! Dad! I finally saw you! At the same time, a group of bodyguards, nannies, and Yen Xie, who had just come back from the shock, looked at Gu Chen even more shocked. The incident just happened so suddenly that even the well-trained bodyguards could only react by taking a step. But Gu Chen, how did he manage to rush forward and catch Yen Sighting before anyone else could react? Anyway, apart from being shocked, these people could not figure out how he did it, no matter how hard they tried. It could only be attributed to the fact that a father's love is like a mountain. When faced with danger to his daughter, Gu Chen, as a father, exploded with unprecedented potential. Yen Xiu saw her stupid younger sister safely caught by Gu Chen without an accident, and her clenched fists finally relaxed. For the first time, she had a slightly different opinion of her useless father. Quick response, +3 points. With a soft murmur, she silently retreated behind the crowd and then turned to leave. As soon as she got into the nanny van, Li Meng followed, asking, Princess Xiu, aren't you going to come up for a father-daughter hug? Let's just let them enjoy their happy time together. The little girl said indifferently, and then, in Li Meng's puzzled eyes, she added, My stupid and lazy younger sister needs fatherly love even more, so I won't compete with her at this time. Upon hearing this, Li Meng's eyes became moist. Gu Chen's constitution had just been upgraded, and he felt hot all over, as if he had endless strength and an itch he couldn't scratch. He needed to let out all that energy. So he said to his daughter, "Sweetheart, do you want to be lifted high?" "Yes. Yes." Si Ting nodded without hesitation. In the past, she could only envy others for having a father who could lift them high, but now she also had a father who could lift her high. "Then sit tight and take off." The next moment, to the astonished looks of everyone, Si Ting was lifted by Gu Chun with her bottom held in one hand and lifted to the top of his head, and then slowly spun around like a basketball. Chapter 23, Kiss, Cuddle, Toss High. Giggle. "Daddy, that's not high enough, I want to go higher." Si Ting giggled. "Here you go, don't cry." Gu Chen's lips curled up slightly, just getting used to his new body. Although he hadn't undergone systematic training, his 36 physique was more than 3 times superior to the average person. Strength, speed, agility, hearing, eyesight, insight, etc., all-round superiority. It feels many times silkier than before. The control of strength and muscles has reached an unprecedented level. The weight of the little girl, 40 to 50 caddies, is almost the same as a few caddies in his hands. All I can say is that the system is awesome. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Saitong was directly thrown into the air. Sigh. Everyone took a cold breath. Their hearts trembled a few times. His jaw dropped in shock. Damn it, is this something a father should do? Holy shit. If he didn't die from the fall, now he's going to send his daughter on her way? Who does this kind of high up? No one dared to say a word for a while, for fear of disturbing the father and daughter. Fang Jing, the little maid, was so scared that she took out her phone and started filming Gu Chen's criminal evidence. If anything happened to the little princess, she would definitely be the first one to be held accountable. Having video evidence would be especially important at this time. Everyone looked pale, except Yen Xie, who was still standing at the cabin door and had an excited expression on her face. Fortunately, Xiaoting was caught firmly by Gu Chen when she fell. The nanny and the bodyguards let out a sigh of relief. "What do you think, are you scared?" Gu Chen asked the little girl. If she was, he would have to call it quits. "Daddy! I want to go higher." Yen's Xiting's eyes were full of excitement. Although her heart had been a little nervous at the moment of takeoff and the moment of landing, she had been safely caught by her father. She felt so thrilled. She wanted more. She had never played anything so exciting before. "Okay, here we go again." Gu Chen smiled, and this time he threw her higher. Once, twice, 3 times. He threw and caught her alternately with his right and left hands. To the left, to the right, tossing upwards. They were playing with all their might. The little maid and bodyguard were dumbfounded. Their hearts were going up and down with the little girl's tosses. They wanted to cry. If she really made a mistake, they didn't know what the young lady would do to them. But they definitely wouldn't get off lightly, they would all be finished. If the little princess wasn't smiling so happily right now and calling the man in front of her daddy. Otherwise, they would definitely have pounced on Gu Chen, pinned him to the ground, and then packed him off. This is fucking psychotic, crazy. What kind of father plays with his daughter like this? In the night, the empty airport suddenly echoed with the little girl's cheerful shouts. It took Gu Chen about 20 throws to stop. After all, the little girl's body is not as perverted as his. The little girl was a little disappointed, but she had indeed reached her limit. If she continued, she would feel dizzy. Ding, congratulations to the host and his daughter for completing a special parent-child interaction, bonus points plus 200. Gu Chen's eyes lit up, the system is getting more and more generous. "Daddy, I want a kiss," Yen Xiting said, and her little mouth had already landed on Gu Chen's face. Boo! Boo! She left a few saliva marks on Gu Chen's face before stopping. Her eyes were full of love and admiration, and her 2 big eyes were almost like 2 hearts. Mom was right, Dad is really amazing. Just now, he protected me like a guardian angel. And he can play toss-up so well. No one in her class can play toss-up like him. He. Daddy, Stein loves you. The little girl excitedly wrapped her arms around Gu Chen's neck again. Gu Chen was also overwhelmed with fatherly love by the little girl's intimate actions, and the softest place in his heart was touched. Daddy loves you too. Nima, this is truly a little cotton-padded jacket. Although the father and daughter had just recognized each other, there was no trace of strangeness at all. Daddy, you kiss me too. The little girl suddenly said coquettishly. Okay. Guchen automatically took on the role of an old father, smiled fondly, and then kissed the little girl's forehead and each side of her rosy little face. Hee, Daddy, I want more kisses. After the kiss, the little girl stamped Guchen's face again, leaving a drool mark. The two father and daughter just kept on like this, as if they had no one else around. Finally, Yan Xie couldn't bear to watch anymore. I'm telling you, you two lovers from a previous life have had enough. You've been kissing each other there for a few minutes, and it's time to consider the feelings of the rest of us. Auntie, do you want to kiss Daddy too? Yan Xiting saw that her aunt had spoken, and she was in the middle of an excited moment, so she said without thinking. Sure, Auntie has no problem with it, but are you willing to let go? Yan Xie raised an eyebrow and looked at the little girl with a smile. No, Dad is Si Ting's. The little girl reacted, and her arms wrapped tightly around Guchen's neck again. This is the first time we've met. I'm Si Ting's little aunt, Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu didn't continue to tease the little girl, but instead took off her sunglasses, revealing her big, beautiful cat's-ren eyes and a delicate, egg-shaped face the size of a palm. She extended her hand to Guchen. Guchen looked at Yan Xie, who had short hair and a petite but unusual figure, and thought she was a creature of unknown gender. It turned out to be a cute girl with a sweet voice. Guchen didn't know how to evaluate this daughter's sister-in-law. He always felt that her appearance was completely inconsistent with her true character and figure. Her words revealed it. He didn't know if she had been through some kind of trauma or if she had always had a problem with her sense of beauty. The two's hands parted as soon as they touched. You're so handsome, no wonder my sister likes you. Yan Xie suddenly licked her lips and threw a flirtatious glance at Guchen. Guchen felt a chill and goosebumps all over his body. Damn it, he felt that it should be the charm aura's fault. It even attracted the alternative sister-in-law. When he was just chatting with the little maid Fong Jing, the way the other party looked at him was also getting more and more wrong. He suddenly felt a headache. How the hell can I live like this in the future? Let's go home first. Guchen said. Hey, Dad, where's my sister? Isn't she with you? At this time, little Si Ting suddenly said, her little eyes searching the crowd for her sister's figure. Princess Si Ting and Princess Siyu have already returned to the nanny car, and their car just left. A bodyguard said. Oh. Dad, let's go home quickly to find my sister. Guchen nodded, and then realized that he seemed to have neglected his eldest daughter, and felt a little guilty inside. Then the group boarded the car. Guchen did not sit in the Cullinan because he was holding his daughter, but in the specially made nanny car. Also accompanying them were Fong Jing and Yan Xie. Xiao Si Ting clung to him, completely different from her sister's independent and self-reliant personality. Guchen had to put her on his lap. You two sisters, why don't you look alike? In the car, Yan Xie kept staring at him. Guchen couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but speak. We're half-siblings, so of course we're different. Yan Xie replied. Guchen was dumbfounded. Yan Xie gave a little smile, rested her head against the window and did an eye exercise pose with one hand. My father is Siyu and Xiting's grandfather's younger brother, to be precise, I'm your wife's cousin. I see. While the two were talking, little Xiting's already fell asleep on Guchen's chest. Looking at the little girl sleeping soundly, Guchen's eyes became infinitely tender. The little girl hadn't slept much in the past few days because she was so excited, but now that she had found her father, she could finally sleep peacefully. Yan Xie whispered at this moment. Upon hearing this, Guchen felt a pang of pain in his heart, and he gently kissed the little girl's forehead again. Then he remembered that his mother wanted to see her precious granddaughter. He could only take out his phone and take a picture to send to his mother, and he said, Mom, this is my younger sister, Xiting. The other photo is of my older sister, Siyu. Now that the little girl is asleep, she hasn't slept much for a few days. So don't call today, just call tomorrow. Mom quickly sent back an okay sign. Guchen guessed that when his parents saw the photo of their little Xiting, they would secretly be overjoyed. Guchen also thought about Yan Yun, wondering what she was doing right now. Now that the father and daughter had reunited, there was only the final reunion of the family of four left. He looked at Fong Jing and said, Did you just take a video? Fong Jing suddenly felt a pang of fear when she was asked. Is this to destroy the evidence? For a moment, the little maid thought a lot. Thinking about how the man had thrown the little princess up and down before, her mood followed the ebb and flow of the tide, and her legs and body were weak. If the man in front of her suddenly turned into a beast and pounced on her, would she resist and not give in, or would she give in after being ravaged? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Don't worry, just send me the video, I'll know what to do. Gu Chen looked at her amused. Since she couldn't resist, Fang Jing had no choice but to give in. After getting the video, Gu Chen forwarded it directly to Yen Yun. On the other side, in the speeding car, Yen Yun, who was closing her eyes to rest, slowly opened them when she felt the vibration of her phone. Seeing that it was a video sent by Gu Chen, she couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking that the father and daughter should have been reunited smoothly by now. When she clicked on the video and watched it carefully, her clear, light laughter suddenly filled the car. It seemed that she had misjudged the situation. Her husband seemed to be much more capable than she had expected. Gu Chen waited for 2 minutes, but Yen Yun didn't reply, so he became a little worried. Damn it, she's not having too much fun on her own and has made Yen Yun angry, is she? It's understandable. What normal mother could stand to see her daughter being played with like that? Even a biological father couldn't. Just as he was preparing to accept Yen Yun's critical education, Yen Yun replied. Father and daughter get along well, keep up the good work, and be careful. In these simple words, Gu Chen seemed to see a smile of relief and comfort on the other person's face. So, he typed back briskly. We'll be a family of 4 when you come back. Putting down the phone, a happy smile appeared on the corners of both their lips. Chapter 24 Welcome Home, Master. Wanyue Villa District. One of the most luxurious villa districts in Shidu. Each villa costs no less than 100 million yuan. It can be said that the people living here are the top circle of power in Shidu. The entire villa district is built against the mountain, by the water, extending all the way from the flat foot of the mountain to the mountainside. The architectural layout is like an ancient temple or pyramid, with a layered and well-proportioned design. Especially at night, when it is brightly lit, the entire villa area is like a dazzling constellation embedded in the night sky, beautiful beyond words. And the brightest star in the constellation is the only villa, or rather, the manor house, located on the mountainside at the highest point. It is the most luxurious and prestigious presence in the entire villa area, worth more than 5 billion yuan. When the convoy slowly pulled into the manor house, Gu Chen felt numb all over. He suddenly had the feeling that his wife was the richest person in the world. You don't know what your wife is capable of, do you? Yan Siye, who was standing next to him, suddenly spoke up. When she saw Gu Chen looking around like a bumpkin, with an unworldly air, she couldn't help but laugh. She was really curious about how her cousin had fallen for this guy. Although he seemed very charming now. But on second thought, if this guy really was the biological father of the 2 little girls. Then when my cousin first got pregnant with this man's sperm, this person was still underage, right? Hiss. She felt like she was a small witch in front of her cousin. Or my cousin knows how to have fun. I really don't know, I don't value money, and when I was in a relationship with your sister, I only cared about her personally. Gu Chen withdrew his prying gaze and spoke nonsense seriously. Yan Siye's mouth twitched, and this sounded very fake. If she hadn't known how the 2 girls came about when they were still in love, she would have believed it. Thinking about this, she licked the corner of her lips and said, My sister may not be suitable for you, would you consider trying it with me? Gu Chen's appearance made her very satisfied, and it aroused her interest in finding a man again. Just now, she watched her niece happily flinging herself up and down in the air. She really wanted to experience being treated like that by a strong and powerful man. She really wanted to, she hadn't played like that when she was a child. There's no reason she can't do it when she grows up, right? Moreover, it's the man that her eldest sister likes, which makes her want to explore Gu Chen and dig deep into the secrets of men. When she said this, not only was Gu Chen shocked, but the little maid Fang Jing was also thunderstruck. What kind of plot is this? Miss Yen San is blatantly trying to poach her eldest sister's man? What do you think? Will you consider it? We are similar in age, and there is no generation gap in our communication. Besides, my sister is so busy, she doesn't have much time to spend with you, and you will be very lonely. Yan Siye ignored the astonished looks of the others and charmingly said as usual. System, is the effect of the charm aura really that strong? Gu Chen directly started to complain internally. This is definitely the system's fault. System, it varies from person to person. Is there any way to solve it? System, you can either refuse directly or slap her twice to wake her up. Gu Chen. Still hesitating? You don't have to worry about Si Ting and Siyu, they just lack paternal love. You can give her the same love as I do. Holy cow! What a rebellious statement. Gu Chen really learned a lot. It's hard to imagine how this little girl could say such things without blushing. If it weren't for the influence of the charm aura, this cheap sister-in-law would definitely be mentally ill. He took out his phone, unlocked the passcode, and found Yen Yun's phone number and showed it to Yen Xie. Since you're so brave, why don't you just ask your sister if she agrees? Yen Xie. I'm asking you, but you're asking my sister. Is my sister that scary to you? Gu Chen. Good boy, this little girl is first-rate at passing the buck. I'm not interested in you, I like your sister's ambitious type. Gu Chen shook his head, and his eyes meaningfully swept past Yen Xie's chest. Yen Xie's face stiffened, and she snorted in disapproval before falling silent. She was just a late bloomer, and hadn't yet reached the moment of development. Humph. What a shallow man. At the same time, Fang Jing subconsciously squeezed her own breasts, before sighing in frustration. Seeing that one sentence had solved the problem, Gu Chen let out a sigh of relief. He secretly decided to stay away from Yen Xie in the future. There is a lot of trouble in the rich family, and he doesn't want to be kicked out as soon as he enters the door. He hasn't yet lived a happy life with his wife and child. Welcome home, young master. As soon as he got off the car, the butler greeted him with a group of young nannies. Gu Chen had never seen such a big scene before, and he was both moved and nervous. The little girl was sleeping soundly in his arms, and it didn't affect her at all. Auntie Zhang, I'm going to go to bed first, you guys chat slowly. Yen Xie pulled a long face and walked away unhappily. Master, I am the housekeeper here. You can call me Auntie Zhang just like the young lady. Auntie Zhang, the housekeeper, said. Hello, Auntie Zhang. Gu Chen nodded friendly at the middle-aged woman in front of him, who was well-dressed and had a kind face. Good, good, the young lady has really good taste. Auntie Zhang looked up and down at Gu Chen, her eyes like those of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, nodding repeatedly. Gu Chen's face flushed with embarrassment at being praised so bluntly and warmly by an elder. Master, it's getting late, so let's take the little princess to her room to rest first. Without standing outside for long, Gu Chen was led into the villa by the butler and nanny. As soon as he entered the villa, the large and bright space and luxurious design and decoration opened Gu Chen's eyes once again. It felt like just breathing in, and it was the smell of money. He couldn't believe that this would be his home from now on. Gu Chen climbed countless stairs and took many turns until he reached the little girl's bedroom. If he hadn't been guided, he would have easily gotten lost. Young master, you put the little princess on the bed, the nanny will bathe her later, said Auntie Zhang, pointing to a large, soft princess bed. Gu Chen carefully placed the little girl on the bed, and it took a lot of effort to open the little hands that were tightly grasping his clothes. When he looked back, he saw Auntie Zhang smiling at him with a fixed gaze. He scratched his head embarrassedly and whispered. Ever since we got off the plane, she's been glued to me and never let go. He said this, but a happy smile was on the corner of his mouth. You'll be a good father. Auntie Zhang looked at the intimate scene between the two and felt a surge of happiness. In her memory, the two sisters, whether they were older or younger, had never been so attached to anyone before. It seems that they really like this father. At that moment, the bathroom door opened and Siyu, the elder daughter, walked out with her younger sister Li Meng. Seeing her eldest daughter with long hair and wearing white pajamas, she was unadorned. Her fresh appearance was almost like a double for her younger sister Sidong. The only difference was that her expression was still cold and unyielding. Siyu, why did you run away alone? Gu Chen looked at the expressionless face of his cute and sensible daughter and his heart ached. If I stay, it will only delay your reunion with your daughter. The little girl still had a cold expression, but Gu Chen knew that it was just a pretense of strength. He helplessly ran a hand through his hair. You are also my daughter, and we just played a game together, don't you want to play with your father? As he said this, he tentatively reached out to stroke the little girl's long, fluffy hair. He thought the girl would avoid it, but she didn't react at all. Instead, she quietly let him stroke her hair. You can play with your younger sister, but I'm not interested in childish games. The girl was unmoved. After saying that, she yawned, pulled the quilt aside, and lay down next to her sister, closing her eyes and preparing to fall asleep. Young master, let's go. I'll show you to your room. If you're hungry, I'll have the kitchen prepare something for you right away, Auntie Zhang said, before she let out a sigh. Guchen observed the two girls quietly for a while before Auntie Zhang spoke. I'm not hungry. Guchen shook his head, thinking about the kitchen, and he thought about his god-level cooking skills that needed practice, so he said, Auntie Zhang, can I use the kitchen to cook when I'm free? Auntie Zhang was very surprised. We have professional top chefs, and whatever cuisine you want to eat, I can cook it for you without you having to do it yourself. No, I just want to practice my skills first. I promised the little girls that I would cook for them once. Guchen made up a reason. Oh, that's fine, you can use the kitchen whenever you want, I'll let them know. Hearing this, Auntie Zhang nodded with relief. Although the young master in front of her is young, he is very responsible. He will definitely be a good father and husband in the future. She thought to herself, and suddenly remembered Yan Xie, who had left unhappily in the past. Third young lady and you had a falling out, didn't you? How did you know? Guchen was surprised. Oh, she's just that kind of person, doing whatever she wants. If she says something that shocks everyone, just ignore it and don't take it to heart. Besides, you're her brother-in-law now, so if she says something too much, you can just use your position as an elder. I'm afraid she won't listen to me, and the relationship will only get worse. Guchen said, rubbing his nose. As for the things Yan Xie said in the car just now, he was embarrassed to tell Auntie Zhang. Don't worry, the entire Yan family, except for the eldest daughter, can't bully you. Guchen was embarrassed and blushed a little. But after hearing what Auntie Zhang said, he suddenly felt relieved. If he had known, he would have slapped her twice to wake her up. We're here, this is the place. Suddenly, Auntie Zhang stopped in front of a room. The first row of wardrobes in the closet is for you, master, and new clothes and pants have been prepared for you inside. The second and third rows are for Missy. As soon as Auntie Zhang finished speaking, Guchen was dumbfounded, and the backpack he was carrying in his hand fell to the ground. His mind went blank for 2 seconds before he said incredulously. This can't be senior sister Yan's room, can it? Master, you're both married now, you don't still want to sleep in separate rooms, do you? Guchen. Having seen this far, no one else would not add a bookshelf and not give a good review, right? Chapter 25, My Wife's Scar is Saved. After Auntie Zhang left, Guchen stood in front of Yin Yun's door with his heart pounding. He didn't know if this was arranged by Auntie Zhang on her own or at Yin Yun's behest. He had the urge to pick up his phone and ask Yin Yun right now. But it was quickly extinguished. Upon careful consideration, it should have been arranged by Auntie Zhang without his knowledge. Although he had a very pleasant chat with Yin Yun online and on the phone, he always remembered that Yin Yun had a misandrist complex and could not be so open. It was possible that she was just forcing herself to change and deliberately acting that way when she chatted with him online. Or, like himself, she was one of those people who were submissive in reality but aggressive online. After taking a few breaths, Guchen gently pushed open the door with excitement. The first thing that hit him was a familiar, sweet fragrance. It was the scent that was unique to Yin Yun. Guchen couldn't help but take a deep, intoxicating breath, as if Yin Yun were standing right in front of him, smiling at him. The room was huge. This wasn't the first time Guchen had entered a girl's room. After all, he had been in and out of his sister's room all the time. One word to describe his sister's room, messy. In contrast, the room in front of him was warmly decorated and orderly, and even had a touch of girlish sentimentality to it. The whole room was full of understated luxury. Stepping on the soft cashmere carpet that could bankrupt the middle class, he felt a sense of constraint that made him feel like he couldn't put down his feet. He always felt like if he stepped down hard, he would ruin the neatness of the room. The most conspicuous thing that caught his eye was the oversized bed. There was also a row of cute stuffed animals on the bedside table. I don't know if it was Yin Yun's overflowing girlish heart or if it was for his daughter Siyu. The mattress looks very soft. With a bed this big, it seems like it can sleep 2 people without fear of rolling off no matter how much they roll around. Guchen sat down gently by the bed. It was indeed very soft, very enveloping and very comfortable. I really can't imagine if I were to press Yin Yun against this bed, would it make a sound? Guchen didn't dare to touch the rest of the room. He just took a few looks around and then looked for the cloakroom. According to Auntie Zhang, the first row of wardrobes was his own. He slowly put down his backpack, which actually only contained some old clothes, and which was all his worldly possessions. When he casually opened one of the sliding doors of the cloakroom, the sight in front of him made him freeze in his tracks. It was full of luxury and sophistication, as if he had entered a fashionable paradise. All kinds of haute couture clothing, shoes and accessories were neatly arranged, exuding an intoxicating atmosphere. Guchen secretly marveled to himself, every item here was worth a lot of money, far more than he could have imagined. He suddenly realized that his backpack looked so out of place here that he could just throw it away. He picked up a pair of underwear and went to the bathroom. The bathroom was also very large, and he had never seen many things. The big bathtub was tempting, but it was no fun to soak in it alone. So he turned on the shower and chose to shower. When he took off his clothes and stood in front of the mirror, he was shocked. Holy shit! Is this still me? For the first time in his life, Guchen was stunned by his own handsome appearance. Damn, these broad shoulders and chest, these firm and powerful muscle lines. The inverted triangle of his stomach and the golden ratio of his 8-pack abs. Holy shit! This is a perfect body straight out of a comic book. I actually have it. The next second, the bathroom was filled with Guchen's excited laughter. System, you're awesome. Guchen took a few minutes of cold water to calm down a little. He wrapped himself in a bathrobe and came out, but didn't go to bed. He didn't want to mess up the neat bed, so he just plopped down on the sofa, his mind a blank as he studied the system. System, increase my physique to 40. He had OCD, and the number 36 looked very jarring. However, the system refused. Host, you don't have enough points to complete the task. Huh? Guchen was stunned. I still have 200 points, right? Why isn't that enough? System, the current exchange rate for physical fitness is 100:1, so 200 points can only be exchanged for 2 points of physical fitness. Guchen was speechless. No, when I exchanged points before, wasn't it always 10:1? How has it suddenly changed tenfold? System, if you keep this up, you're going to have a credibility crisis. System, that was the first exchange, so the host was given a discount, and as the host's physical fitness increases, the exchange rate will also change accordingly. Okay, what else can Guchen say? Okay, let's draw lots. Exchange it for 2 lottery tickets. The next moment, 2 shooting stars flashed across Guchen's mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Massage Enhancement. Congratulations, host, you have obtained, Floating Mushroom Fungus, X1. Guchen was a little disappointed that he didn't get a powerful skill. System, explain. Then, the system began to broadcast automatically. Massage Enhancement, a one-time item that can greatly enhance the host's massage skills and effectiveness after use. Floating Mushroom Fungus, after sowing, it can reproduce floating mushrooms 24 hours later. What is the floating mushroom fungus for? After eating the floating mushroom fungus, it can get rid of acne and scars. After cooking it with a special technique, it can also reduce wrinkles and slow down aging. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Guchen immediately sat up. The effect of this floating mushroom fungus is incredible. Damn, isn't this a woman's favorite? If the effect is really as the system said. If it could be mass-produced, he could hardly imagine the huge market potential. He was afraid that he would not be able to count the money. However, making money was secondary. The first thing that came to his mind was the scar on Yin Yun's forehead. With this, he would never have to worry about his wife's disfigured appearance again. Guchen was overjoyed and could not wait to tell Yin Yun right now that he had a way to restore her appearance. Unconsciously, he fantasized in his mind about the scene of Yin Yun throwing herself into his arms in joy after hearing the good news. Ha ha! Guchen wiped his mouth and secretly decided to find a lucky place to plant the mushroom tomorrow. Please confirm whether the host is using the item now? Use it. The next moment, Guchen's mind was flooded with a wealth of massage knowledge and techniques. His fingers began to heat up and swell. A few seconds later, he looked at his 10 fingers, which were moving with great agility and were incredibly silky. Guchen was overjoyed. It had been 22 years since his fingers had been this agile. If he massaged a woman, he would be able to. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his massage technique had been sublimated. For example, before, he massaged Su Ro 8 times to cure her cervical spondylitis with a lot of traditional Chinese medicine. Now he was confident that he could cure Su Ro with just 3 massages and without any traditional Chinese medicine. Of course, Su Ro's condition itself was not serious. But even if it was serious, he could still greatly improve the speed at which his patients recovered. The system panel automatically pops up. System name, Golden Soft Rice System. Host name, Guchen. Body type, 36, normal 10. Special skills: Divine Cooking LV1, Divine Massage Skills, Charisma Aura. Special body type: invulnerable to poisons. Man Charm, 350 seconds medium low. Happiness points, 0. Golden Legend Lottery, 100 points time. Level of Soft Power, LV1. Special skills: there's even an additional divine massage technique. It seems like he's really evolved. Every time he sees 350 seconds of manly charm, Guchen feels very uncomfortable. Humph. Is it that bad? Chapter 26, A woman who doesn't return home at night is no good. A city, late at night, an abandoned building stands quietly. This building was once glorious, but now it looks dilapidated, as if telling stories from the past. Suddenly, several bright car headlights pierced the darkness and illuminated the entire building. This sudden burst of light enlivened the otherwise silent night. Several cars slowly pulled up to the open area in front of the building, and the engine noise gradually died down, finally coming to a complete stop. The doors opened one after the other, and a dozen black-clad men in suits and sunglasses stepped out. They moved in perfect unison, clearly having undergone rigorous training. The appearance of these black-clad men added a touch of mystery and a tense atmosphere to the place. Immediately afterwards, the rear door of the most luxurious and domineering car was gently opened by a black-clad man. Everyone's attention was focused on this car, and the next moment, a slender leg extended from the car. This foot was wearing exquisite high heels, showing an elegance and nobility. Yen Yun walked out of the car, wearing a black trench coat and a black mask, exuding a solemn air. She slowly looked up, her cold eyes looking at the building in front of her. "Miss, the person is inside," a bodyguard reported. Yen Yun nodded, and then the group surrounded her as they walked into the building. In a room deep within the building, the light was dim, and the air was filled with a strong musty and rotten smell. The floor was wet, and the walls were covered in water droplets, as if the sun had not been seen here for a long time. The room was full of leftover food, trash, and dirt, emitting a sickening stench. But that wasn't the only smell. A more intense, bloody smell filled the air, suffocating. Several men dressed in black had their hands and feet tied up, and they were thrown on the ground like discarded goods. Their faces were covered in bruises and swelling, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. The foam and blood mixed together in their mouths, creating a shocking scene. These people's eyes were filled with fear and despair. They seemed to have suffered for a long time, and they were exhausted both mentally and physically. Not far from them, some broken teeth could be seen scattered on the ground. These teeth had obviously been knocked out of their mouths. The surrounding area was in a mess, with broken teeth mixed in with the rubbish, reminding one of a brutal battle or atrocity. The whole scene was eerie and gave an indescribable feeling of oppression. Yen Yun stopped in front of the door to this room, and from inside the room came the sound of a suppressed wail of pain, but she remained unmoved. Soon, the rusted tin door was opened from the inside. A pair of eyes with no warmth in them met Yen Yun's cold eyes. The two exchanged glances quickly. "No tricks." The woman spoke, her voice containing an uncontrollable cold murderous aura. If Gu Chun were here, he would definitely recognize this woman as the one who had blatantly carried a gun in the hospital. This woman's name was Lan Dai, and she was Yen Yun's most trusted and only bodyguard, like a sister. Yen Yun nodded, her eyes looking into the house through the dark light. The room was filled with a repressive atmosphere, and a dozen figures were looming indistinctly. 5 of them stood like statues, while the other 5 were limp on the ground as if their souls had been sucked out of them, like dying hounds. Yen Yun's gaze wandered between them, finally resting on the dying men on the ground. Their faces were pale and distorted, and their bodies were trembling, clearly suffering immense pain. However, there was not the slightest hint of sympathy or pity in Yen Yun's eyes. Instead, an endless hatred and murderous intent surged from her eyes, burning like a raging fire. These people were the killers who had attacked her and nearly taken her life. What's more, when she was attacked, her daughter was right next to her. She almost lost her daughter and was also almost separated from her daughter. It also made her almost lose the opportunity to start a family with Gu Chen. All kinds of hatred piled up, so she worked tirelessly, traveling thousands of miles, just to witness the end of these animals. Has the identity been investigated? Which organization? Sakura Country, the Shadow Killer Group. Yen Yun narrowed her eyes and quickly connected the entire attack in her mind. She already had a general idea of the person behind it. There was just one thing she wasn't sure about. There was no clue to the contact person in the country? Lan Dai shook her head, and a cold murderous aura filled her body. Obviously, she was also very dissatisfied with the result. These are all elites, and they destroyed all contact information before we surrounded them. And they are not afraid of life or death. They hide venom in their teeth, and they can take poison at any time if they are captured. Upon hearing this, Yen Yun's gaze subconsciously looked at the broken teeth stained with blood on the ground. If the contact cannot be captured, then there is no way to talk about her suspicions about her cousin. This matter can only be temporarily abandoned. Should we keep it and continue to interrogate for a few days? Lan Dai added. No need. It's a waste of time to keep asking. Just dispose of the body here and let the special security unit come and handle the aftermath. Lan Dai nodded, her cold eyes indicating to the few subordinates beside her. They understood, quickly loading their pistols. Just then, Yen Yun's phone rang. It was a video call. Seeing that it was Gu Chen calling, she picked up the phone without hesitation. At the same time, she raised her hand to indicate to her subordinates to stop. However, it was too late for the men to stop. Bang, 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 the sound of gunshots immediately rang out in the cramped room. Gu Chen had originally just tried to give Yen Yun a video call out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, the other party was not asleep and almost answered immediately. When Yen Yun's beautiful face, which he had longed for, appeared in the screen, he was overwhelmed with emotion. However, before he could feel the excitement for even a second, he heard several loud gunshots. Then, he noticed that the environment in which Yen Yun was in the screen was not right. It looked like they were in a dilapidated room, and when the gunshots rang out, it was unclear whether Yen Yun had been startled or what. The screen shook a little. It was only then that Gu Chen saw something he shouldn't have. Someone had been shot, right behind Yen Yun. And it seemed that there had been more than one victim. His subconscious mind immediately worried about Yen Yun's safety. But he soon realized that he had been wrong to worry. There was a strange silence across the screen. The two of them silently locked eyes. Gu Chen's expression was stiff and his eyes were dull. Yen Yun's expression was hidden beneath her mask, and her eyes quickly returned to their calm state from the sudden panic. She slowly walked out of the room, and the bodyguards were too afraid to make a sound. In the empty abandoned building, the only sound was the sound of her high heels tapping. Why are you lying on the sofa? A few seconds later, Yen Yun broke the silence first. She asked gently. Well, your bed, I'm embarrassed to sleep. Gu Chen pulled an awkward smile. It's your bed too. Be a good boy and go to bed. It's not comfortable sleeping on the sofa. Oh. There was another moment of silence. Was that gunfire you heard just now? Yen Yun stopped in her tracks, her beautiful eyes fixed on Gu Chen. She saw the slightly open collar of his pajamas revealing his strong and muscular chest, and her heart skipped a few beats. Her ears also flushed slightly. It's from the TV. You were watching TV? Aha! What kind of TV show? An anti-Japanese drama. Gu Chen. What is the highest level of telling lies with your eyes open? His new wife gave him the standard answer today. Gu Chen took a deep breath and asked bluntly. You killed someone? However, Yen Yun was very calm. It wasn't a human being, it was a devil. Oh, that's fine, you get some rest, good night? Good night. After hastily hanging up the phone, Gu Chen lay on the sofa in a fetal position, thinking for a moment, and suddenly he figured it out. He quickly picked up his phone, opened the WeChat interface, and sent a message to Yen Yun. Honey, I will protect you from now on. On the other side, Yen Yun got into the car with a heavy heart. Just as she sat down, her phone suddenly popped up a new WeChat message. Yen Yun subconsciously clicked to open it. Instantly, her mood lightened, and the gloom that had originally enveloped her heart was swept away. Her mouth unconsciously lifted up, revealing a sweet smile. Young lady, shall we go back to the hotel now? At this moment, the driver turned his head and asked softly. Go home. Yen Yun did not hesitate to change the itinerary. As a woman with a family and a husband, it is not a good habit to stay out late at night, and it has to be changed. Chapter 27, My Wife is Back. Late at night, in the room of the two little girls. Xiao Siyu suddenly opened her eyes dazedly, looking around with sleepy eyes, as if she had not fully woken up from her dream. She subconsciously turned her head to the side and saw that her younger sister had kicked the quilt to one side, leaving most of her body exposed, with only a small blanket barely covering her stomach. Her younger sister, however, was oblivious to the situation, her mouth curling up into a sweet smile every now and then, as if she had dreamed something wonderful. Xiao Siyu let out a soft sigh, then carefully rolled over and reached out to pull the kicked-off quilt back over her younger sister, covering her carefully. Her movements were light and skillful, as if she had done this countless times before, handling every detail just right. The next second, she closed her eyes. It was as if she woke up in the middle of the night just to tuck her sister in. The next morning. 6 o'clock. Gu Chen suddenly woke up with a start. He had a nightmare, dreaming that Yin Yun and his daughter had died in his arms. He didn't know why he had this dream, but it woke him up and made him feel a sense of crisis, a desperate need to become stronger. This was the only way to fulfill the promise he made to Yin Yun last night, to protect her and their daughter. Ding, daily check-in, is the host signed in? Checked in. Checked in successfully, 100 points added. Gu Chen felt better. He really didn't expect the system to have a daily check-in function that would give him 100 points for free. He rubbed his eyes and was about to get up from the sofa to wash up when a thin blanket slid off his body. Who had put this blanket on him? With a puzzled look, he tilted his head and saw that there was actually an extra person in the room. When he looked behind the hollowed-out wall, he saw the figure sitting at the desk, carefully going through documents. He froze for a moment, and then was overcome by an indescribable feeling of great surprise. Yen Yun had returned. He rolled off the sofa and couldn't help but be attracted to Yen Yun and moved closer to her. Yen Yun's profile was beautiful, flawless. They say that a man who works hard is handsome and charming. In fact, the same goes for a woman who works hard. Gu Chen felt like he was in a dream, unable to believe that he was actually in the same room as Yen Yun, a goddess admired by thousands of men. Just as Gu Chen was quietly staring at Yen Yun, lost in thought, Yen Yun suddenly paused in her flipping through the documents, and subconsciously turned her head to look away, and at once saw Gu Chen standing there. A trace of warmth appeared on her originally tired pretty face, and she asked softly, "Did I wake you up?" Gu Chen shook his head, his voice low and full of magnetism, like the sound of a cello string. "No, I woke up on my own." Perhaps even he himself hadn't noticed that his voice could become so charming. Looking at Yen Yun's beautiful face, which was full of fatigue and travel wear, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of tenderness. "What time did you get back last night? Why didn't you get some rest?" Yen Yun smiled slightly and replied, "Around 4 a.m., I already rested in the car." Then she asked in return, "Why aren't you sleeping in bed yet?" Gu Chen scratched his head a little embarrassed and explained, "I fell asleep last night while playing with my phone without realizing it. In fact, this sofa is many times more comfortable than the bed he slept in before, and he fell asleep not long after the video ended last night." The conversation between the two was natural and free of any sense of strangeness, like a couple who have been supporting each other for many years. Is being a CEO that hard? Do you need to work all night? Gu Chen is still very concerned about Yen Yun's health. He is thinking of finding an opportunity to give her a good massage to relieve her fatigue. But the other person has misogyny, and if you want to give Yen Yun a full body massage, it is estimated that it will take a lot of time and effort to eliminate her resistance. Yen Yun was startled, and when she saw the concern in Gu Chen's eyes, a warm current ran through her heart. She said softly, "Occasionally, today is an exception. There are indeed many urgent matters to deal with." Every year, the days after an important meeting are when she needs to strategically replan and deploy the group's important projects. For years ago, it was a moment that changed the trajectory of her destiny. That year, her eldest brother was murdered, and she was put on the path to becoming her father's successor for the first time, receiving rigorous training and education. And 2 years ago, when her father was diagnosed with cancer and began convalescing, she resolutely took on the entire business of the group and threw herself into it without reservation. During these 4 years, she has hardly been able to stop for a moment, immersing herself in her work. Every day is busy and intense, with no spare time for her to catch her breath or relax. She bore a heavy responsibility and pressure, facing countless challenges and difficulties alone, but she could find no one to share these worries and burdens with. However, at this moment, the appearance of Gu Chen was like a ray of dawn breaking through the dark sky, bringing her unprecedented hope and warmth. His presence seemed to give her a glimmer of hope, a harbor where she could pour out her heart and share her worries. She couldn't help but think of the WeChat message from last night. This was a promise from the young man in front of her, who was not linked to maturity. She had no doubts. Because many years ago, he had already done it. With him by her side, she felt a sense of security and trust that she had never experienced before. looking at the partner who would accompany her through the difficult times in the present and the future, giving her strength and support. Yun's gaze grew more and more tender, and then she gave Gu Chen a little finger. Come over a few steps. Gu Chen was stunned, and subconsciously took a few steps forward. Yun's red lips curled up slightly, she put down the pen in her hand, rotated her chair a little, and then suddenly reached out and embraced the broad waist of Gu Chen, and her head followed suit and rested on Gu Chen's abdomen. Don't move like that. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. Gu Chen's whole body stiffened, his body tensed, and his breathing stopped for a moment. Holy cow, wasn't she misandrist? Why did she just take the initiative to hug him? Gu Chen's mind went blank. The sudden turn of events made him subconsciously want to take a step back, but then he heard Yun's voice and he stood up straight again. He really didn't expect Yun, who had a misandrist complex, to suddenly hug him, as if seeking comfort. This was beyond his expectations. Gu Chen's heartbeat instantly accelerated, and it got faster and faster as time passed. He stared at Yun with wide eyes, full of shock, but dared not breathe out loud. His hands hung helplessly in the air, not knowing where to put them. Yun, however, seemed to have found the most comfortable harbor, hugging Gu Chen's waist tightly, with her head resting lightly on his abdomen. Her eyes were slightly closed, with a smile of contentment on the corner of her mouth, as if she was enjoying the tranquility and warmth of the moment. A minute passed. And the two remained motionless in this position. At first, it was fine, but Gu Chen was so nervous that as time passed, the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. He could smell the alluring fragrance drifting from Yun's body, and the stimulating touch of her belt on his waist and abdomen. Gu Chen's heart began to race, and his thoughts started to wander. After all, he was 22 years old, in the prime of his life, and where could he withstand such temptation? Especially in the morning, the most sensitive time period for every man. Although Gu Chen had tried very hard to recite the Tao Te Ching in his mind, his body still began to feel hot. He forced himself to think about the game screen again. He had recently played a game that he particularly liked. He transformed himself into a heavenly being, wielding a staff to slay demons. His favorite combat stance was the standing staff. Standing staff? Standing staff? Gu Chen. It's over. He silently closed his eyes, and even if he made Yun angry, he was willing to accept it. Yun felt her chin being touched by Gu Chen's bathrobe, which was a bit itchy. She slowly opened her eyes, just as she was about to say a word of thanks. Her eyes suddenly widened, gradually becoming stunned, as if she had seen something shocking. At the same time, her mouth also opened wide. Chapter 28: A little cotton padded jacket that seeks benefits for dad. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Her heart suddenly started pounding wildly, and her pretty face flushed hot. This. Yun didn't know what words to use to describe her feelings at the moment. In addition to surprise, there was also a sense of being at a loss. She really didn't expect Gu Chen's body to be so sensitive, and to be so exaggerated. As the CEO in charge of the fate of hundreds of thousands of people, she has seen it all. But today was really an eye-opener, or rather a close-up eye-opener. Fortunately, she has been fighting in the business world for many years, and has been in high positions for a long time, and has long since developed the ability to remain calm in the face of things. Although this was the first time she had encountered this situation, she quickly forced her heart to calm down. Okay, you go wash up and change first, I'll go after that. Just as Gu Chen couldn't help but reach out to hug her, Yun suddenly pushed Gu Chen away. There was a hint of cunning in her eyes, and she then swiveled her chair a little. Pretending not to see anything, she deliberately didn't look at Gu Chen's expression. She had seized the moment well, so that the two of them wouldn't suddenly be in an awkward situation. Perhaps she was too tired, because she couldn't help but stretch again, revealing her beautiful waistline and the curve of her breasts. Gu Chen subconsciously gulped at the sight in front of him. His heart, which had been pounding wildly, became even more restless. An irrepressible restlessness welled up in his heart, and his breathing became heavy. This feeling made him both nervous and shy, and he even felt a little dizzy. Seeing that Yun had started working again, he ignored him. Gu Chen felt like he had been poured a bucket of cold water over, and his head cleared up a bit. He awkwardly withdrew his hands, which were suspended in midair, and found that what was underneath his bathrobe was even more unbearable. He hastily nodded his head, blushed, and rushed into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Gu Chen pressed his chest and took a few deep breaths before he calmed down a bit. Damn it, he almost couldn't help but forcefully push Yun just now. He looked down and didn't know if Yen Yun saw it. If she did, would she feel disgust for him? After all, she was different from normal women in that she had misandry. But on second thought, the possibility that Yen Yun hadn't seen it was almost zero. However, the fact that she hadn't turned away on the spot proved that she was trying to accept herself. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of joy welled up in his heart. Hey, maybe he would be able to eat meat soon. Thinking so, Gu Chen happily hummed. Today is a good day. In the bathroom, Gu Chen's cheerful humming soon came through. Yen Yun listened to Gu Chen's off-key singing and inexplicably felt warm. Thinking about the strong masculine scent she felt emanating from Gu Chen's body when she just hugged him, the touch of his firm abs, and the sight of his face, her heartbeat quickened again. A trace of shyness that had never been there before also appeared on her cold and elegant face. Unfortunately, this trace of shyness quickly faded. Because the door was suddenly pushed open, and a small head poked in. Dad, are you here? Your father is washing up. Yen Yun answered for Gu Chen. Yen Sighting's attention was suddenly attracted to Yen Yun, and her small body quickly squeezed into the room. Mom, you're here too. The little girl was also excited to see Yen Yun, and she was planning to run over and throw herself into Yen Yun's arms for a hug. Yen Yun also got up to welcome her. But when she was halfway there, she suddenly heard Gu Chen's voice coming from the bathroom. She made a quick U-turn, her eyes shining, and her mouth full of joy that she couldn't hold back. Daddy, Daddy! She pushed open the bathroom door and threw her arms around Gu Chen, who was brushing his teeth. She clung to him like a koala. Yen Yun! At this moment, she had crouched down and opened her arms. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. She really is a good daughter who has a father and has forgotten her mother. Where is your sister, Siu? My sister, she went to do morning exercises with her master. Tingting really missed her father, so she came here to find him. Soon, the bathroom was filled with the laughter of the two of them. Yen Yun also got up helplessly, and a smile of relief appeared on her face. Seeing that there was nothing in the room that she shouldn't see, Fang Jing, who had been standing outside the door, blushed slightly and gently opened the door and walked in. Seeing Yen Yun, she said respectfully, My lady, little Princess Tingting woke up and came to find you right away, wanting you to brush her teeth and wash her face with her. HM. Yen Yun nodded, glanced sideways at the open bathroom door, and her smile grew even wider. My lady, I'll go help. Li Meng said quickly. No, I'll do it myself. You wait outside. However, Yen Yun raised her hand to stop her and walked towards the bathroom herself. As soon as Yen Yun entered the room, she saw the little girl being held in one arm by Gu Chen. The two of them were standing in front of the large mirror, with Gu Chen applying toothpaste to the little girl while she held a comb and gave his head a short haircut. Gu Chen's face already had several saliva stains on it. At this moment, the little girl asked her father, while brushing his hair, with a pout. Dad, is it more comfortable to sleep with Mom than with me? Why do you ask? Because you didn't sleep with me yesterday. Gu Chen didn't know what to say when his daughter asked him this. The answer was obvious: between his little girl and his wife, he had to choose his wife. A little girl can only keep you warm, but a wife can do much more. Yen Yun, however, answered for him. You're almost 5 years old, not a 3-year-old child anymore. There is a difference between men and women, you can't sleep with your father. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately became unhappy. Then why can Daddy sleep with Mummy? Her suspicious little eyes darted back and forth between Gu Chen and Yen Yun. Suddenly, Gu Chen and Yen Yun both felt their cheeks turn slightly red. Because we are husband and wife. It was Yen Yun who answered. Humph. I'm still related to Dad as his daughter. Yen Sighting snorted, her little, proud eyes glaring at Yen Yun, and her little hand tightly wrapped around Gu Chen's neck. It was as if she were declaring her sovereignty. Then the little girl began to lay out Yen Yun's evidence of guilt. Mom, you abandoned Dad when I was very young, and now you won't let me sleep with him. Do you hate Dad and want to secretly bully him behind my back? After she finished, the little girl held Gu Chen's cheeks in both hands and whispered soothingly. Dad, don't be afraid, I'm here for you. I won't let Mom kick you out again, I'll protect you. Last night, Dad protected himself and became his own guardian hero. Today, she wants to protect Dad from being bullied by Mom. Gu Chen could only smile awkwardly at the little girl. He really didn't expect there to be such a misunderstanding between the two of them. Just as he was about to explain to Yen Yun, she spoke up. Yen Yun looked a little shocked, and her mouth twitched. What kind of ridiculous excuse is that? And who told you that I abandoned your father when you were little? Your auntie did, ha! Your auntie told me a long time ago. The little girl said with a straight face, crossing her arms with one hand. Yen Yun. Your auntie, right? She remembers. Don't listen to your auntie's nonsense. Mom didn't hate Dad, and she didn't bully Dad. Then you did abandon Dad, didn't you? Yen Yun was at a loss for words. She couldn't explain this in a moment. Although many people in the Yen family knew how the two little girls came about, no one would mention it in front of the little girls. After all, it would be very upsetting for the sensitive sisters and hurt their self-esteem. Admit it. Humph. I knew it. Seeing that her mother couldn't refute it, Yen Siding's little mouth curled up in a high, angry look, and her little eyes were full of grievances. It seems that she is really angry with Yen Yun, angry that her mother has made her lose her father for so many years for nothing. Mom never abandoned Dad, and now Mom and Dad have a very good relationship. Yen Yun puts her hand on her forehead, a little headache. The little girl is being stubborn. Really? Really, Mom is not lying to you. Upon hearing this, Yen Si-ting's watery eyes twirled, looking thoughtful, as if she was thinking about who to believe. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Mom, if you kiss Dad, I'll believe you. Gu Chen, who was watching the show, heard this and his heart jumped. Damn! This little cotton-padded jacket is really considerate, so quickly seeking to benefit herself. He subconsciously looked at Yen Yun's rosy and full lips, and his Adam's apple couldn't help but roll a little. Chapter 29, Teased by his wife. Mom didn't brush her teeth, so she can't kiss. But you, with your smelly mouth, just keep kissing Dad's face. Yen Yun rejected directly. Gu Chen's face instantly fell. The little girl frowned in dissatisfaction, then looked at Gu Chen and asked, Dad, does my mouth stink? No, it's very fragrant. Gu Chen said with a stiff face. Humph. Upon hearing this, the little girl puffed up her chest arrogantly, and looked at Yen Yun with a provocative expression. Yen Yun. Gu Chen was caught in the middle, feeling that the atmosphere between the two mothers and daughters was getting more and more wrong. He had a feeling of impending doom, so he quickly tried to smooth things over and said, Well, Ting Ting, tonight, Mommy and Daddy will sleep with you and your sister. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but start fantasizing about that image. Yes. Yen Si-ting immediately beamed with joy, leaving a big drool mark on Gu Chen's face. Yen Yun shook her head helplessly. Okay, start brushing your teeth. If only you were half as easy to deal with as your sister. With that, she gave Gu Chen a look, signaling him to put the little girl down and let her brush her teeth with the toothbrush by herself. Gu Chen obediently did as he was told. At that moment, Yen Yun also took the opportunity to take the comb from the little girl's hand, squatted behind her, and carefully combed her hair. Both sisters have inherited her fine genes, with long, thick hair, and the whole person looks like a delicate doll. While the mother and daughter were brushing their hair, Gu Chen couldn't help but stand quietly and watch. The more he watched, the more he felt the warmth of the scene. Especially Yen Yun's natural maternal radiance, which made him even more enchanted. He wanted to go up to this woman, hug her, and kiss her. Hand me some rubber bands. Yen Yun suddenly pointed at a box on the dresser and said to Gu Chen. Oh. Gu Chen snapped back to reality and quickly handed Yen Yun the rubber bands. Unintentionally, he glanced at the picture of the family of three in the frame in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror. His gaze was deeply attracted and he couldn't look away. This was a picture he had never imagined before, but was now experiencing. He wanted time to stop an eternity for this moment of warmth. The only regret was that the eldest daughter was not there. Also attracted by this picture was Fong Jing, who was standing outside the door waiting. She had never imagined what it would be like to see her eldest daughter get married. Watching the three of them, the eldest daughter, her husband, and their little princess, all smiling from the bottom of their hearts and getting along so well. She was truly happy for her eldest daughter and her little princess. Of course, it would have been perfect if the other little princess had been there too. The groom-to-be was really handsome and nice. The eldest daughter had had a hard life. Now that she had a groom-to-be, everything seemed to be changing for the better. A few minutes later, Yen Si-ting had brushed her teeth and washed her face, and Yen Yun had carefully braided a few very nice pigtails for her. She looked just like a real pretty little princess. Okay, now that you're done washing up, go back to your room and change," Yen Yun said, rubbing her daughter's little head. "Then Dad, I'll go change, and you come out and get changed so you can have dinner with me." Yen Sighting reluctantly let go of Gu Chen's hand. As she walked out of the bathroom door, she was about to leave when Fang Jing took her hand. She suddenly turned back to Yen Yun and said, "Mom, don't bully Dad." "Don't worry, Mom won't." Yen Yun's mouth twitched as she said this with a smile. After seeing her daughter out of the room, the smile on her face instantly disappeared, and she turned back to Gu Chen with a gloomy look. Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat at the gloomy look in her eyes, and he was a little unsure of the situation. His scalp tingled as he said, "Well, Yen Shuajie, I'm going to go change too. Do you want to take a shower?" After saying that, he was about to make his escape. Damn, he never would have thought that a woman's face could change so quickly. It seems like he didn't offend her, right? Or maybe she was just an emotionally unstable woman? Or maybe she had a sudden attack of misandry? The more he thought about it, the more Gu Chen felt that the days ahead of him didn't seem as good as he had imagined. With a bang, Yen Yun closed the door before him. Gu Chen's heart tightened. Yen Shuajie, what are you doing?" Feeling the decreasing air pressure from Yen Yun, Gu Chen became cautious in his speech. It wasn't that he was timid and weak, but Yen Yun's aura was really too strong. Yen Yun closed in step by step, and soon Gu Chen was forced into the corner. "Do you think that because you have a daughter backing you up, you can do whatever you want in the future?" "Huh?" Gu Chen looked confused. When did he ever think that? This is a heavy accusation, he can't take it. "I didn't." "You didn't? Then what are you afraid of?" "Nothing." "Damn it, it's not that you're not afraid of something, but you look really scary right now, okay?" But he didn't dare say it, for fear of being abused. "You're not afraid?" Yen Yun suddenly extended her slender hand and pinched Gu Chen's chin. Although there was a height difference between the two, and Yen Yun was still looking up at him from above, Gu Chen had the illusion that Yen Yun was like a high and mighty queen, looking down at him. "Then why can't you even remember what to call me, Yen Yun's voice was low and gentle, with a hint of seduction. But her eyes were slightly narrowed, giving off a dangerous aura. Gu Chen was completely unsure of Yen Yun's state of mind. He could only try his best to think about the meaning of Yen Yun's words. Was she dissatisfied with him calling her an older sister? Did she want him to call her wife? He could say whatever he wanted online, but in reality, especially when Yen Yun was still in an inexplicably angry state, he was too nervous to say it. "Say, what should I call you?" Yen Yun's fingers tightened a little, and her eyes became even more oppressive. "You only flirt with me online, and if I get serious you won't?" No. Gu Chen hurriedly denied. "Then just say it. What should I call you?" "Gu Chen." "Nima." In this kind of atmosphere, how can he call me that? And he's cornered by a woman, with his chin squeezed, in a humiliating position. Humph. Suddenly, Yen Yun's expression changed. She pouted, revealing the look of a young wife who had suffered a great injustice, and complained softly. Is it that some people, as soon as they marry their wives home, they immediately become Mrs. Bull? In their hearts, they don't even rank higher than their daughters. Boom! Gu Chen was suddenly struck by lightning and his mind went blank. Holy shit! Yen Yun actually pouted at him? And she's jealous of his daughter? Wife. He really couldn't resist this sweet attack. At the moment, his face had already turned red, like a ripe monkey's butt. This is just barking, bark louder, bark again. Yen Yun's expression instantly became tender, and her small hand gently stroked Gu Chen's chin, her tone full of temptation. Gu Chen was stunned by Yen Yun's rapidly changing attitude and was at a loss for a moment. Wife. Since I called the first time, it wasn't as awkward the second time. Be good and call again. Wife. One more time. Gu Chen. Wife. Louder. Wife. Giggle, you're so good. After calling out 7 or 8 times in a row, Yen Yun was satisfied and let Gu Chen go. She shook her arm, which was a little numb, and gave Gu Chen a reproachful look. This guy is really thickhead. It was the first time she had walloped a man, and her arm was numb, but he didn't even know to bend over and spare her some mercy. If you bend over, I don't like being looked down on. Gu Chen's mouth twitched. Is it his fault that he's tall? In view of his wife's changeable temperament, he obediently bent slightly. Now, the two of them were almost eye to eye. Their eyes met.
Yen Yun pursed her lips and looked at Gu Chen with a serious expression, as if she wanted to look into the man in front of her.
The two of them just looked at each other without speaking.
In the quiet and confined space, the factor of ambiguity quietly spread.
Just as Gu Chen thought Yen Yun was going to criticize him again,
the light in her beautiful eyes flickered with a certain depth of feeling. She suddenly reached out her hands and hooked her neck, and her body leaned slightly forward.
Plop! Gu Chen's pupils contracted, and his heart suddenly pounded.
It seemed that she realized what Yen Yun was going to do. He subconsciously held his breath and dared not move. Thus, he watched as Yen Yun's head approached, her seductive red lips approaching him inch by inch.
Plop! Pounding.
Gu Chen's heartbeat directly exploded, as if there were 10,000 deer running around wildly. Just as the two noses lightly touched each other and the lips were less than 2 fingers apart, Gu Chen nervously closed his eyes. However, Yen Yun suddenly tilted her head slightly, and her warm breath extended from his cheek to the base of his ear.
Immediately afterwards, Yen Yun's teasing voice sounded in his ear. You're really funny, you didn't think I was going to kiss you, did you? Gu Chen. Nima. He stiffened and cracked up. Holy cow. You can't play with people like this. However, just as he was about to curse, Yen Yun blew gently into his ear again. Instantly, he felt numb all over.
Then, a soft voice full of endless temptation sounded in his ear.
Just kidding, honey.
A soft whisper, like a lightning strike to Gu Chen's heart, made him instantly numb all over.
Hallelujah. This voice is so deadly, even more so than Suda Ji.
It seems to have a magical power, drawing Gu Chen's soul out of his body and sending it straight to heaven. He stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. He never would have thought that this normally frosty queen would be so romantic.
Chapter 30. There is still a long way to go before she can be satisfied with a soft meal. At the moment, where was there even the slightest trace of Yen Yun's aversion to men?
Her dazed eyes, flushed cheeks, and the way she lightly nibbled her lips made her look like a beguiling demon.
How could a young man in the prime of his life resist such temptation?
Gu Chen's breathing became rapid, and his throat was so dry that he could hardly speak. His hands unconsciously rested on Yen Yun's slender waist, feeling her soft skin and warm body temperature. Just as his hands rested on her, Yen Yun unexpectedly gave him a light kiss on the corner of his lips. The soft lips lightly touched the corner of his lips, as light as a feather, bringing a strange feeling of coolness and warmth intertwined. The icy, soft touch was fleeting, but it seemed to ignite a fire in his heart, making Gu Chen feel like exploding.
Okay, this is a reward for you for just obeying and calling me wife.
Yen Yun's sly gaze flashed past, with a hint of mischief and smugness.
Her voice was soft and sweet, as if a kitten was gently tickling his heartstrings.
Then, her soft body was as agile as a loach as she slipped out of Gu Chen's embrace, leaving him alone, still immersed in the kiss just now.
Wife, I didn't even feel it, kiss me again.
Feeling an emptiness in his hands, Gu Chen cried out anxiously, his eyes flashing with a burning light. He reached out to try to grab Yen Yun, but only caught air. At this moment, he had already been hooked, his blood surging, his heartbeat accelerating, and the blood in his body boiling. That desire and impulse surged up like a tidal wave, making him unable to suppress his longing for Yen Yun.
You were given a chance, but you didn't take it. I'm going to take a shower, so you can leave. Yen Yun said indifferently. It was as if what had just happened had nothing to do with her. Gu Chen was dumbfounded. How can this person still be like this? Just responsible for starting a fire, but not for putting it out? Only now could he not care about that anymore. The ancient beast's blood was already boiling, and his human reason was being lost. He wanted to eat meat. So, the next moment, their roles were reversed. He forced Yen Yun into a corner, then held her cheeks in both hands and was about to kiss her. Just then, a faint voice entered Gu Chen's ears. Ah, honey, it hurts. He snapped back to reality and noticed that Yen Yun was frowning, as if in some pain. Gu Chen quickly looked down, but saw that his finger was touching the scar near her temple. The scar was like a hideous centipede, perched on Yen Yun's fair skin, and it looked particularly jarring. Gu Chen's heart immediately welled with a sense of guilt and pain. He realized that his actions just now might have made Yen Yun feel uncomfortable, so he carefully moved his finger away and asked softly. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? I didn't mean to. What do you think?
Yen Yun looked up at Gu Chen with tears in her eyes full of grievances.
I've never seen Yen Yun look like this before, and Gu Chen panicked and didn't know what to do. He withdrew his hands like he'd been electrocuted, scratching his head and spinning around in place.
At the same time, Yin Yun quickly turned around, lowered her head, and let her hair fall out. Where Gu Chen couldn't see, her cheeks had already turned scarlet, and her heart was pounding like a fawn in a cage. The scar on her forehead actually only felt a little itchy when touched, and didn't hurt at all. The reason she had screamed in pain was just a panicked move. Gu Chen's actions just now had exceeded her expectations. After a few seconds, she had calmed down. When she turned around, the blush on her face was long gone, as usual.
Okay, you can go now. I want to take a bath,
Yin Yun said, already pushing Gu Chen to the door. Gu Chen wanted to say something to make up for his mistake, but Yin Yun held up a finger against his lips.
Don't say anything, I understand. Gu Chen.
He wanted to say that he had a way to remove her scars.
Unfortunately, Yin Yun didn't give him the chance to speak. I have something I want to tell you, do you want to hear it?
At this time, Yin Yun spoke again.
Yes. Gu Chen subconsciously nodded repeatedly.
Stick your head over here, I'll tell you.
Oh. Gu Chen had already been free of distractions and did as a good boy.
The next second, in his shocked eyes, Yin Yun suddenly held out her slender hand and cupped his cheek, then her red lips directly imprinted on his lips.
This is a reward for being a good father for the first time, but bringing up your daughter well.
The kiss lasted a little longer than a fleeting touch, but not much longer. While Gu Chen was still reeling from the kiss, he was already locked out of the door. It wasn't until he was standing outside the door, with the cold doorframe pressing against his forehead, that he reacted, realizing that he had just been forcibly molested by his new wife again.
This wife of his, does she have a little too many ways of manipulating him?
He suddenly felt that he still had a long way to go before he could get soft food and hard sex. A few seconds later, he heard the sound of water splashing in the bathroom.
Gu Chen's mouth couldn't help but turn up. Just a short time with Yin Yun had made his mood fluctuate and was full of aftertaste. He had never had such a good time in his life. Especially when he thought back to his so-called first love, it was really boring. He even doubted whether the relationship he had been in for 3 years could be considered a relationship. There was no heartbeat at all. How could first love compare to the fragrance of a wife?
In a good mood again, he hummed a song. He changed into the new clothes that Yin Yun had prepared for him.
Gu Chen stood in front of the mirror and was once again awestruck by his own good looks.
He felt like a different person, having grown from a country bumpkin into a young prince.
System, do you think my wife has also been affected by the aura of charm?
He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out why Yin Yun, who had misogyny, would repeatedly flirt with him today.
Only the aura of charm could explain it.
But in that case, he inexplicably felt downhearted.
System, the charm aura is useless on the host's wife and daughter.
However, Gu Chen was shocked by the system's words.
So, Yin Yun did this to him because she wanted to?
Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of sweetness welled up in his heart. At the same time, he had an additional doubt. What did Yin Yun like about him? He admitted that he was very good. Regardless of the system, he and Yin Yun were like the stars and the dust.
What did Yin Yun see in him? Could it really be because he and she have 2 daughters?
Honey, I'm going downstairs to see the girls.
Saying hello to the bathroom, Gu Chen went downstairs. After Yin Yun's recent coaching, he could now naturally call his wife. Go ahead, don't wait up for me for breakfast.
As he reached the door, a faint voice came from the bathroom.
Is it too much to ask for 5-star reviews?
Chapter 31, The Hard-Working Older Sister and the Lazy Younger Sister.
Downstairs.
When Gu Chen walked down the stairs, there was a lively scene in the living room. Both little girls were there. The younger sisters, Yan Siding and Yan Xie, were sitting on the sofa, talking intimately with each other like close sisters. Looking at the way the two of them got along, Gu Chen could understand why the little girl trusted this little aunt so much. The little girl had changed into a long, pink dress, which made her look more elegant and ladylike than yesterday's outfit.
However, Yan Xie still maintained her unique style.
Today, she had even painted her lips with exaggerated black lipstick, which made her look more individual and cool. Nevertheless, her feminine charm seemed to have been concealed, giving off a strong androgynous beauty. Yan Xiu, her older sister, was wearing a tracksuit and concentrating on practicing throwing darts. Next to her stood a woman coaching her. Comparing the two sisters, Gu Chen noticed an interesting thing: his younger sister was a bit fatter than his older sister. It might be because one loved sports and the other didn't.
Dad, Mom didn't bully you, did she?
When Gu Chen came down, Si Ting was the first to notice him. The little girl immediately abandoned Yan Xie and ran towards Gu Chen with shining eyes, before throwing herself into his arms. Gu Chen was of course happy that his little cotton-padded jacket was so attached to him. Hearing his daughter's caring words, he shook his head with a smile.
No, mommy is very good to daddy, so don't blame mommy, okay? Then forgive mommy.
Seeing that her father seemed to really be fine, and that he was even wearing new clothes, the little girl instantly forgave Yin Yun. Ding, congratulations to the host for resolving a family conflict, 100 points added.
Gu Chen was taken aback. This is considered resolving a family conflict? The system is really awesome sometimes. After dinner, Daddy will take you to plant mushrooms. Gu Chen was overjoyed and petted his daughter's head affectionately. School doesn't start until tomorrow, so he could take the two sisters out to play today. The villa was so big, it should be easy to find a place to plant the pretty mother fungus. Thinking about this, Gu Chen couldn't help but look over at his older sister Siyu. When his sister called him just now, the girl seemed to have only glanced at him briefly before returning to her practice. Good, what kind of mushroom does Dad want to grow? A mushroom that can make you, Mom and Sis, beautiful. Gu Chen took his gaze away from his younger daughter and started chatting with her. Really? Then I want to grow a lot of them. The girl's eyes sparkled with interest. She then leaned her rosy little face closer to Gu Chen's. The father and daughter played for a while before Gu Chen finally looked away from the little girl and towards his eldest daughter. This time, however, he looked at the woman who was coaching his eldest daughter in the art of throwing darts. As he looked over, the woman's cold, emotionless gaze met his. Gu Chen was extremely impressed by this woman, and he had already roughly guessed her identity. She must be the personal bodyguard who enjoyed special treatment and was his wife's most trusted person. She is probably also the master of the eldest daughter. Looking at the almost identical expressions in the eyes of his eldest daughter and the woman, Gu Chen seemed to know why his daughter had become like this. The woman's attire this time was almost the same as the last time at the hospital. Her hair was neatly tied into a single ponytail, and she was wearing a gray sports vest on her upper body, showing off her tight figure. Especially the outline of her breasts, although she had suppressed it as much as she could, she still outshone Yan Xie, who was not far away. The woman wore a pair of tight sports trousers, outlining her slender and powerful legs. Unlike before, this time she didn't have a gun at her waist, but 3 sharp daggers stuck in her left thigh, which stood out conspicuously. Dad, that's Auntie Lan Dai, supervising my sister's darts practice. Seeing her father staring at Lan Dai, the little girl immediately enthusiastically introduced Gu Chen. So why aren't you practicing? Gu Chen looked curiously at his little daughter in his arms. The little girl suddenly blushed, shyly saying, Tingting doesn't like it, and she gets very tired after playing for a while, so she can't eat any bitter things. Gu Chen couldn't help laughing, and petted the little girl's little nose. So Tingting is a little lazy pig. Oops, Tingting isn't, it's just that my sister is too hardworking. And I never hit the target every time, unlike my sister, who hits it after just a few tries. The little girl argued. Gu Chen was suddenly amused and let the little girl go before walking over to Lan Dai and extending his hand. Hello, Gu Chen. He had a good impression of Lan Dai. After all, she had risked her life to protect her wife. Hello, Lan Dai. Lan Dai shook hands with Gu Chen. Although she was not a talkative person, she still gave Yan Yun's husband her respect. The two of them were now acquainted. I said, don't you even greet me? Seeing that she had been ignored by Gu Chen, Yan Xie suddenly stood up and stood between Gu Chen and Lan Dai. Good morning, sister-in-law. Gu Chen's mouth twitched. If he could, he really didn't want to deal with this sister-in-law. From the beginning to the present, the way she looked at him had never been normal. He always felt that this sister-in-law would be a problem. I have a name, you can call me Xie. Yan Xie snorted and sat back down. Gu Chen ignored her. Unless she became normal and clearly recognized that she was her brother-in-law and maintained a sense of boundary with him, he would still stay away from her as far as possible. At this moment, the servants had almost finished preparing breakfast. Although Yan Yun said not to wait for her, Gu Chen still wanted to eat the first breakfast as a newlywed with his wife, daughter, and the whole family. So he asked the servants to delay the meal. Then, he stood aside and watched his eldest daughter practice darts seriously. The little girl's eyes were focused, staring at the target 10 meters away. She held the dart in her right hand, her arm slightly raised, and then she suddenly released the dart, which shot out like an arrow. Whoosh!
The dart hit the bullseye without a mistake, making a crisp sound. He couldn't help but marvel at the little girl's skillful technique and clean movements, as if she was born to be a master dart player. Next, the little girl threw continuously with both hands. Each dart was incredibly accurate, almost always hitting the bullseye in a row. Her body swayed slightly with each throw, but she maintained a stable balance, and each throw was full of power and confidence. Gu-chan became more and more shocked as he watched. My goodness, is this something a normal 5-year-old girl can do? This girl is truly a genius. No, you have to add the word diligent. This is obviously a result of supreme talent and perseverance. That's enough for today. Lan Dai suddenly said to Yen Siyu, who was already sweating profusely. The little girl nodded, and the maid quickly put away the dart props. Then Li Mang also came over with a towel to wipe the little girl's sweat. At this time, although the little girl's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, her eyes were filled with a gleam of satisfaction and pride. However, this satisfaction and pride only lasted a flash, and soon her eyes returned to their calm state. Chapter 32, Where did Grandpa go? Yu, Ting Ting, do you want to see Grandpa and Grandma? After Yen Siyu finished packing, Gu-chan thought about how his mother had been eager to see his granddaughters last night, and he decided to take the initiative to call them. Are they Dad's father and mother? His younger sister tilted her head and thought about it for a while, as if she had figured out the relationship between the characters. His sister just looked at Gu-chan without saying a word, which was very thoughtful. Yes, Grandpa and Grandma really miss you and Ting Ting. Do you want to meet them? Gu-chan looked at his two daughters tenderly. Yes. Ting Ting wants to meet Grandpa and Grandma. His younger sister, Si Ting, suddenly became extremely excited and started dancing. She seemed to be full of curiosity and anticipation for this Grandpa and Grandma she had never met. His sister still didn't react at all, as if she wasn't the least bit interested in meeting them. Gu-chan recalled what his eldest daughter had said before: she would not meet any other relatives until she approved of him. So he temporarily did not consider the attitude of his eldest daughter. Okay, let's make a video call to Grandpa and Grandma now. Gu-chan said, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, skillfully found his mother's contact information, and clicked the call button. At the same time, in the Gu family. Old man, what do you think of how I combed my hair? Will my granddaughter dislike this old woman? Yang Xiaofeng got up early in the morning. After not dressing up for many years, she spent an unprecedentedly long time getting ready today. She wanted to make a good impression on her granddaughter when they had their video chat. You still look charming when you dress up, but look at me, what should I do? Gu-dad tugged at his own skinny, dark, old cured meat-like face and looked dejected. With this appearance, he was really afraid of scaring his precious granddaughter to tears. He had just taken a video with his mobile phone, and if he was in the same frame as his wife, he would just be reduced to a background board. If you don't look carefully, you won't even be able to find where he is. This is very disheartening. If I had known that there would be a situation like this today, I would have paid more attention when I was working, and I would not have let myself tan so dark. Oh, you can do whatever you like. If it doesn't work, you can wash it with bleach. You take a good look at me first. Will my granddaughter like me at first sight, dressed like this? Just as the two of them were nervously preparing, the phone suddenly rang. Yang Xiaofeng became excited as soon as she saw the caller ID, and immediately waved at Gu-dad. Come over here, my granddaughter is calling. This way, after a few beeps, the phone was connected. The first thing to appear on the screen was her mother Yang Xiaofeng's face, which had been eroded by time and occupied most of the screen. As soon as Gu-chan saw her mother's face, he knew that she had made a special effort to dress up today. She must have put on some of her sister's makeup, which was badly caked on. As soon as Yang Xiaofeng saw the curious Yan sighting staring at her on the screen, her eyes lit up and she waved excitedly to say hello. My dear granddaughter, is this my younger sister sighting? My dear baby, I'm your grandmother, and I've finally met you. Finally seeing her long-cherished granddaughter, she was overjoyed, her smile stretching ear to ear. As for Gu-chan on the screen, she chose to ignore her. Hi, Grandma. The little girl waved her hands happily when she saw Gu-ma. From today on, she also has a grandmother. Then, without Gu-chan saying a word of introduction, the two of them got along very well and started chatting. After a while, Xiaoting was giggling with laughter, and then Xiaofeng was giggling with laughter. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Gu-chan would never have believed that his mother could tell so many jokes to entertain people. The little girl was also very clever and knew how to take care of the elderly's emotions, making her mother laugh repeatedly.
Sister, do you want to talk to Grandma? Grandma misses you too.
At this time, the little girl suddenly looked sideways at her sister, who was not far away. Suddenly asked, Yan Xiyu frowned slightly, neither refusing nor agreeing. Xiao Xiying took it as her agreement and immediately planned to point the camera at her sister, but was stopped by Gu Chen.
You chat with Grandma, your sister is still a bit shy, so we won't chat today.
After saying that, Gu Chen squatted next to Yan Xiyu and whispered.
The promise your father made with you is still valid. As long as you don't recognize your father, he won't bring you to meet the rest of the family.
Upon hearing this, Yan Xiyu's expression paled slightly, as if a chord inside her had been struck.
She then nodded to Gu Chen. The two of them spent the next 10 minutes chatting, and it was only then that Gu Chen had the opportunity to interject. Mom, where's my sister? Your sister, she didn't come home last night. I don't know where she's fooling around. Don't worry about her. Sometimes suffering a blow is also a kind of growth for her. Gu Chen knew without thinking that it was probably the 500,000 yuan he had given her that had given his sister the courage to run away from home. Forget it, I guess my sister is still suffering from a broken heart. He wasn't really worried, either.
His sister had never suffered any harm since she was a child, and she was also very.
Oh.
How she did things was not to be mentioned. Anyway, he didn't think that his sister would do something self-harming because she was depressed.
That was just not going to happen. Just as Gu Chen was about to ask his father, Mom started chatting with the little girl again. 2 minutes passed.
Yang Xiaofeng finally said reluctantly,
Okay, honey, it's time for breakfast, right? Grandma won't disturb you anymore. I'll call you again next time. Bye, Grandma. Mua, mua. Yang Xiaofeng then hung up the video call. Dad Gu?
No, he stood by silently for more than 10 minutes, waiting for an opportunity.
An opportunity to say a word to his granddaughter. Why did he suddenly hang up?
Over here, looking at the video that was hung up, the little girl also froze for a few seconds, feeling that something was missing. Suddenly, she remembered that her father had asked her to see both her grandfather and grandmother. Then she turned her head and asked Gu Chen with a puzzled expression.
Daddy, where did Grandpa go? Gu Chen put his hand on his forehead, a little unable to laugh or cry. He really wanted to say, your grandfather has been on the screen the whole time, silently serving as the background. It's just that your grandmother's phone is so old that the video is already blurry, and your grandmother takes up most of the screen. Plus, your grandfather is dark, so if you don't look closely, he'll just be a black pixel. Next time, maybe you'll be able to chat with your grandfather.
Gu Chen stroked his daughter's hair and silently lit a candle for his father. He had no sense of presence. Gu Chen thought about it for a while and then used WeChat to transfer 20,000 yuan to her mother. The family was not rich, but they did not lack money. Both her father and mother were used to saving, and she was afraid that her mother would not accept the extra money. She could not just give them money to show her filial piety, so she would buy them things they could use and fix up the house a bit.
Mother, why are you giving me money? The family does not lack money. Sure enough, my mother didn't accept the money, but instead sent me a message asking why.
Gu Chen, I'll buy you and Dad each a better phone. The pixels are too low, and the little girl can't see your face clearly. The two of them still use phones that cost 400 to 500 yuan, which they've had for several years. As long as they don't completely break down, the couple has no plans to replace them.
Mom, but that's not a lot of money.
Gu Chen, the best phones these days cost almost 10,000 yuan, with particularly clear cameras and good internet connections.
Don't you want to see your granddaughter clearly? Do you want to chat with her while the picture freezes every now and then?
When he said this, she immediately agreed to the purchase.
Mom, okay, I'll let your father drive me to the city to buy it today. Gu Chen let out a sigh of relief.
Next time, he estimated, Dad would be able to chat with his granddaughter on video.
Chapter 33, The Sense of Self-Reliance of a Man Living Off His Wife. Before long, Yan Yun came downstairs.
She was still dressed in a professional suit, which highlighted her slender figure to perfection. The color of the suit had changed, however, from black to white.
It was less solemn and more holy. Gu Chen couldn't help but be dazzled by Yan Yun's new look.
He had thought he was used to Yan Yun's beauty, but at that moment he realized that this woman could always surprise him. Every detail of her exuded a unique charm that was irresistible.
Yan Yun walked up to Gu Chen and said with a smile, "Why are you staring at me? Do you like what I'm wearing?"
Her voice was as pleasant as a songbird's, as if it could penetrate one's soul. She usually doesn't wear white professional suits, but she felt in a good mood today, so she changed the color.
Guchen came back to his senses and hurriedly nodded. It looks good, very good. Wife, you're so beautiful.
His eyes were full of admiration and praise, as if he was enchanted by his wife. Yen Yun heard Guchen's praise and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. She gently brushed her hair to hide her slight blush and said with a glare,
You're so smooth.
Hey, she really is beautiful, I'm not lying.
Right, you, Ting Ting?
Guchen said to his two daughters with a sincere look on his face. Yen Yun's glare was not only harmless at this moment, it even made Guchen feel that his wife had a different kind of charm. It was just too cute.
Yes, today's mommy is really pretty, I'm pretty too, hee hee.
Her younger sister Si Ting happily agreed. Her sister Siyu did not say anything, but a hint of surprise could be seen in her bright eyes. Even though Yen Yun was usually calm and collected, at this moment, her heart began to beat faster as she listened to the father and daughter sing her praises. A seductive blush spread across her beautiful face, like a ripe peach, making people want to take a bite. Sister, it's rare to see you wear a white suit, it really catches the eye. Yen Siya had to admit at this time that her cousin was really naturally beautiful and looked good in anything. Seeing that the family was so harmonious, her cousin had even specially changed her usual dress style, which she rarely wore. She was beginning to doubt her own judgment.
Could it be that her cousin was really interested in this man? Was she not simply trying to find a father for the two girls? Have you all not eaten yet? Yen Yun asked.
No, Dad said we should wait for Mum to come down and eat together, and the family should be neat and tidy. My younger sister, Ting Ting, said, and like a happy little bunny, she pounced into Yen Yun's arms. Yen Yun glanced at Guchen, then crouched down and doted as she scooped her daughter into her arms. Mom, Ting Ting forgives you. From now on, we'll still be the best mother and daughter. The little girl's head greedily rubbed against Yen Yun's chest, then she tilted her little face up and kissed Yen Yun's cheek. Yen Yun was amused by the little girl's words and couldn't help but smile, but her heart was warm.
You, come here and let mommy hug you too.
Yen Yun waved at the taciturn Yen Siyu. Upon hearing this, the little girl sighed, walked over with a helpless look on her face, and then was forced into Yen Yun's embrace for a hug. Today, Yu and Ting Ting are also very beautiful. Guchen's favorite scene is the warm and harmonious mother-daughter scene, which he can watch over and over again.
Let's eat.
After the three of them had been affectionate for a while, Yen Yun nodded and said hello to Lan Dai, and everyone went to the dining room to eat. At the table, the two little girls were sandwiched between Guchen and Yen Yun. With her father on her left and her mother on her right, her younger sister Yen Si Ting was overjoyed. She immediately used her little watch to take photos non-stop to record the beauty of this moment. When she goes to school, she will definitely show her classmates that she has her mom and dad with her for breakfast. Yen Siyu, the elder sister, also rarely showed a soft expression.
Guchen was very self-aware about eating soft food, and he picked up the dishes for the two women without being told.
At first, he simply picked food onto the other person's bowl, but gradually he became dissatisfied with this and started to serve the food to the women's mouths. In the end, he fed the food directly into their mouths. The younger daughter cooperated, while the elder daughter was as aloof as ever.
I have hands of my own.
But she was still forced to take a few mouthfuls. At first, Yen Yun was a little uncomfortable, but after being fed a few times, she became addicted. It feels so good to have a husband feed you.
Are you going to work today? Guchen only felt that this sentence was nonsense.
She was dressed so formally, so she must be going to work.
But he couldn't help but ask.
Well, I have to organize a few important meetings, so I'll be busy for a few days.
After I'm done with work, I'll accompany you home to meet my parents. Yen Yun nodded. Guchen's heart warmed. He never expected Yen Yun to be so busy and still think about his parents.
Sure, my parents are also looking forward to their daughter-in-law and granddaughter coming home. After saying this, the two of them smiled at each other. You are still the most beautiful when you smile, so you should smile more often.
Guchen looked at Yen Yun's beautiful smile and said sincerely again.
Yen Yun's cheeks flushed slightly again at this sudden praise. She really discovered that this man also knows how to make a girl happy. Thinking about Guchen's first love, which had lasted several years, Yen Yun suddenly felt a pang of jealousy in her heart that she had never felt before. However, this pang of jealousy was quickly washed away by the food that Guchen fed into her mouth with his own hands.
I'm full, you guys eat slowly. Yan Siye was the first to put down her chopsticks. She really didn't have much of an appetite today. Eating dog food had almost filled her up. She was full of anger. She just can't figure it out. Obviously, the two of them have no emotional foundation, they got married in a flash, and they don't even know each other well. How did they become so close overnight, so in love? Especially her cousin, she knows it all too well. She has such a cold personality and is misogynistic. How was she conquered by Guchen overnight? Just look at her now, every now and then she looks like a young girl in love. What's with the misogyny? Humph. She's 26 years old, but she's acting younger than she was at 22. She's unbearable to look at, she's got to go. Yan Siye's departure did not in the slightest affect the atmosphere at the table. Lan Dai, on the other hand, was unfazed, quietly eating her meal with a cold expression on her face. The flirtatious atmosphere at the table and the dog food were all meaningless to her. Noticing the fatigue hidden in Yanyan's smile, Guchen suddenly stood up and walked behind her. What are you doing? Yan Yun was surprised. Don't you have to go to work? You have to work hard to earn money to support me and our daughter. I can't help you much either, but I know a little massage technique. I'll give you a massage now to relieve your fatigue. Guchen said, and already put his hands on Yan Yun's head. Instantly, Yan Yun felt her scalp tingling. Her body relaxed involuntarily, and her eyes slowly closed as she began to enjoy it. If the pressure is not right, just let me know. Gu Chan reminded her. In fact, after systematic strengthening, his massage technique has long since been transformed, and there is simply no such thing as an inappropriate force. With a few light presses of his fingers, he can determine the optimal massage force. Under his incredibly agile fingers, Yan Yun let out a few comfortable grunts from time to time. For a moment, her lips let out a soft exclamation, so comfortable. For a moment, her lips opened slightly, keep going. For a moment, she bit her lip, don't stop. And Gu Chan became more and more excited with each press. Because, his manly charm was actually rising by 0.1 seconds at a time. This was an unexpected surprise. Dad is amazing, keep it up. Little girl Si Ting saw her dad working so hard to massage her mom, and her mom was also enjoying herself very much. She was not idle either, cheering him on from the side. Then, she also learned from Gu Chen's example and followed suit, pressing her little hand against the top of her own head, her fingers pressing awkwardly. No matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't copy her father's dexterity. But she was having fun, and seemed to be enjoying the process of learning from her father. Siyu, her sister, looked at her father as he gave her mother a massage with such seriousness. She was slightly stunned, and silently raised her hand to record in her watch. Considerate husband, +1 point. Lan Dai also put down her chopsticks at this time, captivated by Gu Chen's massage technique. An amateur looks at the excitement, while a professional looks at the fundamentals. She is a character who often teeters on the edge of life and death, and injuries are common. Gu Chen's massage technique is not a showy one at first glance, and it is very profound. It is even similar to the massage techniques of the few intensive care medical teams she knows. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she had misjudged him and thought he was just a vase who only knows how to eat soft food. Unexpectedly, he also has some real skills. She also has some hidden illnesses, and she wonders if this person can massage her once to see if it has any effect. But as soon as she thought about it, she abandoned the idea. The intensive care medical team could do nothing about her hidden illness. How could this little man? Chapter 34, It's really cool when a man stands up for himself. 10 minutes later, Guchen slowly withdrew his hands and let out a long breath. The gains were quite substantial, and his manly charm had increased by a full 10 seconds, reaching 360 seconds. It seemed that he had found the right way to use the system. At this point, a fine layer of sweat had already appeared on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. Damn it! This upgraded massage is really draining, isn't it? He muttered to himself. However, the effect was obvious. Yan Yun, who had originally looked tired, was now refreshed, as if she had been infused with boundless vitality. Her eyes were bright, her face rosy, and she exuded a healthy glow. Yan Yun slowly opened her eyes and then turned her head, gazing at Gu Chen with grateful eyes. I'm really surprised that your massage technique is so good. I'm the talk of the hospital when I'm at work, and many rich aunts line up to see me. Gu Chen said, a little carried away. Seeing that he had said the wrong thing, he quickly shut up and changed the subject. I'm in a rush in the morning, I'll give you a full body massage when I get back in the evening.
Yen Yun's happy expression suddenly changed, and she narrowed her eyes slightly.
Auntie Fu, is that it?
It seems that her husband still has a lot of things she doesn't know about. As for the full body massage in the evening, she was looking forward to it. After all, she felt very comfortable just having her head massaged.
If it was a full body massage, she would be even more relaxed. After dinner, Yen Yun had to go to work. Gu Chen and the two little girls saw her off to her car. Just as Yen Yun was about to get into the car, Gu Chen suddenly called out to her. Honey, wait, I need to tell you something. What is it? You forgot something. Gu Chen said, and walked up to Yen Yun. With a strong effort, he suppressed his pounding heart, and with a gritted teeth, he cupped Yen Yun's head in his hands, and kissed her luscious lips, catching her off guard. Mm. When the indescribable softness hit his mind, Gu Chen's heart almost jumped into his throat. Thump! Thump! His head also went blank, and the courage he had just kissed away was now gone by a large margin. However, looking at Yen Yun's wide, beautiful eyes, with a look of confusion and disbelief on her face, he felt incredibly happy again. There was a sense of pleasure of being able to retaliate now after being teased by Yen Yun in the bathroom before. Soon, their lips parted. He didn't know how to kiss deeply either. Hey, wife, this is my reward for giving you a massage. You've forgotten, I'll take it myself. After the kiss, Gu Chen blushed and jumped away, ready to run at any time. He looked at Yen Yun, who was confused by his actions, and smiled broadly. He had let Yen Yun repeatedly molest him before, and now he was putting what he had learned into practice. Hee, the effect is really good. My wife's mouth is so soft and fragrant. Sure enough, it's really cool for a man to be assertive. It seemed that he had opened the door to a new world. The next second, the system's reward voice rang in his head. The host has comprehended the superficial aspects of cooking, and his charisma has increased by 10. Gu Chen was overjoyed, and another 10 seconds were added to his account. He believed that it would not be long before he became the only true god among men. Ha! He had completely comprehended the true meaning of the system, and from now on, he would take the initiative with his wife. Yen Yun quickly recovered from her initial shock. She really didn't expect to be ambushed by Gu Chen, and she gave him a coquettish glare before turning around and getting into the car. Once she got in the car, her heart started beating rapidly, and her mouth curled up into a smile. She had never experienced anything like this before, and the feeling of being kissed by her own husband seemed really good. It was a sweet feeling that lingered in her heart. She had thought that Gu Chen was a very honest and dull man. It seems that she had misjudged him again. She thought about the full body massage that Gu Chen was going to give her tonight, and wondered if he would get any funny ideas. Just thinking about it made her body tingle. Yen Yun felt a sudden wave of numbness throughout her body, as if an electric current was running through her. The image of Gu Chen's aroused body under the bathrobe came to her mind, and the vividness of the image made her breathe heavily. Her heart suddenly trembled, and a flame ignited within her, burning her body and making her feel hot. Yen Yun, how could you have no restraint at all after just getting married? She muttered to herself, feeling that she was not herself at all right now. Her face had already turned a deep red, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. However, these thoughts continued to extend like ink dripped into water, wondering how she should cooperate if things really got out of hand at night. Thinking about this, she couldn't help feeling a little shy and nervous. Suddenly, her heart began to flutter again, worrying that she would not perform well and disappoint Gu Chen. Her rosy lips unconsciously nibbled lightly, as if she was trying to suppress her inner unease and anticipation. If Gu Chen knew that a stolen kiss from him could make Yen Yun think more than he did, he wondered what expression he would have. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the ability to read minds yet. Blue Butterfly, who was standing next to them, saw Yen Yun's slightly labored breathing and flushed cheeks, and suddenly reminded her. If it's hot, turn the air conditioning down. Yen Yun. She suddenly turned her head curiously and asked, have you ever kissed a man? Blue Butterfly, men only affect the speed with which I draw my sword. Yen Yun. Okay, it seems that she really thought she was blushing because she was too hot. Here, after Yen Yun got into the car, Gu Chen turned around and saw his sister covering her younger sister's eyes with her small hand. So he curiously asked, You, what are you doing? Only then did Xiao Siyu put down her small hand expressionlessly. Suddenly imprisoned by her sister and having her eyes covered, Xiao Sidong, who had regained her sight, immediately and discontentedly questioned. Why did you cover my eyes, sister?
Xiao Siyu ignored her younger sister and looked up at Gu Chen.
Don't do anything inappropriate in front of us in the future. Otherwise, my stupid sister will imitate me and become precocious. After saying that, she wrote down a note in her notebook for Gu Chen. 1 point deducted for publicly disseminating inappropriate images. Gu Chen's mouth twitched. Who is precocious, anyway? Damn it, sometimes this kid is a little too mature, which is not good at all. Chapter 35, Make a Wish. Su Si-ting couldn't understand what her sister and father were arguing about. She just felt bad that she didn't get to see her parents kiss. But this quickly passed through her young mind, and she went up and shook Gu Chen's hand, her eyes full of expectation for planting mushrooms. Dad, let's go plant mushrooms that can make Mom, me, and my sister pretty. Okay, but we need to go get some tools first. We need scissors and plastic wrap, Gu Chen said. Hee, I know who we can ask for the tools. Who? Si-ting pointed at her sister with a look of pride and admiration. La 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 la. It's my sister. I ask my sister for everything, and she can help me solve anything. On hearing this, Gu Chen looked at Yan Siyu in surprise, wondering if there was really such a big difference between the two girls. Yan Siyu, on the other hand, helplessly ran a hand through her hair. This stupid, lazy sister of mine is always a worry. Oh, sister, don't keep saying Ting Ting is stupid, or she really will become stupid. Little Ting Ting stamped her foot and made a mischievous face at her sister. However, Yan Siyu was unmoved. She crossed her arms and looked at her sister with calm eyes, saying, Okay, then I won't say anything if you memorize 50 Chinese characters today. Instantly, her younger sister covered her little head, shaking her head while her little face crumpled into a ball, saying in a pouty voice, No, I get dizzy as soon as I remember one. The little girl was very resistant. She felt that she was already very smart, so why should she study? Isn't it good to be lazy? So, she quickly changed her strategy, turned around and threw herself into Gu Chen's arms, cooing, Daddy, Ting Ting is still young, is it okay if she doesn't remember Chinese characters? She blinked her big eyes and looked at Gu Chen expectantly, hoping that he would agree to her request. Gu Chen couldn't help but smile, looking at his cute little daughter in front of him. He shook his head helplessly, thinking that the little girl was really clever, knowing to turn to him for help. However, he also found the daily conversations between the two sisters very interesting. Through this interaction, he gained a deeper understanding of the personalities and patterns of interaction between the two sisters. Yan Siyu is mature and steady, while Yan Sidong is lively and playful. The two of them form a sharp contrast, but both have their own unique charm. Watching them argue and fight with each other, Gu Chen felt a sense of happiness well up in his heart. He secretly made up his mind to protect these two lovely daughters and let them grow up happily. The elder sister led the way to find the tools, and when they reached the hall, they ran into Auntie Zhang. Auntie Zhang waved to Li Meng and Fong Jing. You take the two little princesses to get it. After saying that, she turned to Gu Chen and said, Sir, do you mind if we chat for a bit? No. Gu Chen said. It so happened that he also had some things he needed to ask Auntie Zhang about. After the several people went to find the tools, Auntie Zhang looked at Gu Chen with a smile on her face and praised. Sir, what you just did was very good. The young lady needs a strong man like you to take care of her. Gu Chen scratched his head a little embarrassedly when he heard this, and a blush spread across his face. He didn't expect his interactions with Yan Yun to be in Zhang Sheng's sight, but at the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Zhang Shang looked at the two of them so intimately, her heart was full of relief. She always knew that the young lady was a strong, independent, and strong woman. But as a woman, no matter how tough she looks on the outside, deep down she longs for a shoulder to lean on, a safe haven where they can let down their guard and show their tender side. As someone who has watched Yan Yun grow up since she was little, Auntie Zhang knows her heart's desire well. She hopes that Yan Yun can find her own true happiness and find the man who can give her warmth and a sense of security. Now, seeing Gu Chen's care and love for Yan Yun, Auntie Zhang is truly happy and feels that Yan Yun has finally found the person she can entrust her life to. She believes that with Gu Chen by her side, Yan Yun will definitely become happier. Go for it, I have high hopes for you. With a smile, Auntie Zhang patted Gu Chen on the shoulder, then looked in the direction where the little girl had left and said with a meaningful look. To be honest, this villa is still too spacious, lacking in people, and it's time to add a few new members. The two little princesses will soon be 5 years old, and it's time for them to have one or more close brothers or sisters. Looking at Gu Chen's strong and fit body,
Auntie Zhang felt more and more that the eldest daughter would be blessed in the future. Even she felt that the young master had a lot of manly charm.
I'll do my best. Gu Chen could hear what Auntie Zhang meant, and his face flushed again.
Thinking that there seemed to be no one else in this villa, he curiously asked,
Auntie Zhang, does anyone else live in this villa?
Upon hearing this, Auntie Zhang sighed. Master has gone to the old mansion in the imperial capital to recuperate from his illness, and Madam has followed to take care of him. The rest of the Yin family are either at the old mansion in the imperial capital or have settled in other provinces.
Yen Yun is an only child? Gu Chen asked again, surprised that the wealthy family should not be so sparsely populated. A sadness suddenly flashed in Zhang Sheng's eyes.
The eldest young lady originally had an older brother 4 years her senior, but unfortunately the eldest young master died in a plane crash 4 years ago. Hearing this, Gu Chen sighed with emotion and began to feel for Yen Yun again. A slight movement in Auntie Zhang's eyes, and she continued. In fact, the eldest young master has a nominal wife.
A nominal wife?
That is, they were engaged, but never married. Gu Chen nodded, and could only silently pity his great-uncle, whom he had never met. Later, the young lady fell madly in love with the eldest young master, and the Yin family recognized her as a daughter-in-law. The young lady is pregnant at the moment, and has followed her husband to the imperial capital to nurture the baby.
There is no doubt that she will give birth in the next few days.
Having said that, Auntie Zhang finally revealed a smile. Gu Chen felt that he had once again touched upon his own knowledge blind spot, and hurriedly asked,
Didn't your eldest brother leave for 4 years? Why is your sister-in-law pregnant now? I'm afraid the baby in her stomach isn't Neza, is it?
The eldest son had frozen his sperm before, and the young wife had been depressed for several years since the eldest son had left. She just came out of it last year, and then decided to continue the eldest son's lineage.
After hearing this, Gu Chen somewhat admired this sister-in-law.
At the same time, he felt sorry for the love between the two.
After hearing about the Yin family's past, Gu Chen was even more determined to become stronger.
This way, he could better protect his wife and child and prevent tragedies from continuing to happen in the Yin family.
System, I want to become stronger. Gu Chen couldn't help but say this silently in his heart. However, the system responded the next second. Host, this system accepts wishes. May I ask if you would like to spend 200 points to make a wish? Ha! This actually works? Gu Chen was instantly excited. Holy shit! The system really is awesome, haha.
Although he could only make one wish for 200 points, it was still within his acceptance range.
Tell me the rules first.
System, the rules for making a wish are very simple. For example, if the host wishes to become stronger now, then after making the wish, there is a 90% probability of drawing a skill that will make the host stronger the next time a lottery is drawn.
It's only 90%, why isn't it 100%? Gu Chen was a little dissatisfied. System, host, don't you believe in your own face? Gu Chen, redeem it. Damn, he just doesn't believe he's a non-chief. The wish has been successfully made, 200 points current remaining points 0. Gu Chen let out a breath. Without any accidents, he will be able to draw a skill that will make him stronger by tomorrow at the latest. He was still very excited. Chapter 36 What a crappy system. Dad, we're back.
At that moment, the two little girls and their nanny returned with the tools. They also brought 2 small hoes. I'll go get some of my things.
See you, the eldest sister, said hello and went upstairs.
Gu Chen then remembered that he still hadn't asked something, so he quickly asked Auntie Zhang.
Auntie Zhang, I want to grow mushrooms. Do you know where in the villa is suitable for that? Growing mushrooms. Auntie Zhang smiled slightly and replied.
The 3 mountains behind the villa are all Yin family property, so you can grow mushrooms wherever you like. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, unable to speak from surprise. He secretly sighed in his heart.
Damn, my wife is really something. Okay, you and Ting Ting, you wait here for a while I go to my room to get the mushrooms. Gu Chen gave the order and rushed upstairs.
The mushrooms were in the system warehouse, so he could only find an excuse to go to his room to get them. I'll go upstairs too and prepare a little something. After thinking about it, Sister Siyu also said hello to her sister and followed her upstairs.
Gu Chen quickly returned to Yen Yun's room.
Spreading his palms, he willed it, and a mushroom slightly larger than a fist appeared in the palm of his hand. What can I say, this mushroom looks beautiful with its red and white dotted hat. But, at first glance, it is extremely poisonous.
Smelling it, there is an indescribably attractive fragrance. System, are you sure this pretty mushroom is not poisonous? System, toxic.
The host can try feeding it to someone they have a grudge against, and it can kill them without them knowing.
Gu Chen. Nima, you're kidding.
He was so scared that he almost threw the mushroom away.
Shit.
It was only then that he remembered his body is immune to all poisons.
This system won't reward me with poisonous plants in the future, will it? System, speak human language, you know what I mean. System, the mushroom is poisonous, but the mushrooms that grow from it are not. That's more like it.
Gu Chen felt relieved and found his backpack, putting the mother fungus in it. When he went out to meet his daughter, he ran into Yan Xie, who had just come out of her room. The other person's eyes lit up when they saw him, and then she came over.
Did it feel good just now? Do you want to try with me and see whose mouth is sweeter?
God knows how unhappy she was just now when she saw Gu Chen kiss Yin from the window.
We hid in the room, but we still got dog food. What is it about me that attracts you? Can't I change? Gu Chen groaned. You're alive. Yan Xie curled her lips. She had mixed feelings about Gu Chen.
If she didn't see him, she could suppress her thoughts. But if she did, she couldn't help but find him more and more attractive.
She was unable to extricate herself. She didn't know what to do anymore.
Gu Chen was speechless, but just as he was about to lose his temper, the system spoke. Host, eating your sister-in-law's soft rice is considered eating soft rice. You can also increase your system rewards by spending your sister-in-law's money.
System, do you have to be so explosive? Don't you know what this girl is up to? Gu Chen's first reaction was to refuse. He didn't want to eat any soft rice.
At present, he only recognizes and can eat with a clear conscience 3 kinds of soft rice. The first is his wife's, the second is his daughter's, and the third is his mother-in-law's. However, the next sentence from the system immediately opened his mind.
System. Host, you can just eat soft rice and not be responsible. No one has ever said that eating soft rice means being responsible. Holy shit.
He really didn't expect the system to have such a shocking way of thinking.
It's truly worthy of being called the soft rice system. It's so lame. Gu Chen, who had planned to simply ignore Yan Xie, stopped and looked at her. Your sister gives me 200,000 yuan a month for pocket money, what can you give me?
Yan Xie didn't have high hopes, but who knew Gu Chen would say something like that?
He really is a greedy man. But if a man isn't greedy, she won't have a chance. So she laughed and said, I can also give you money to spend, and I can spend all day with you. I only recognize money. If you're willing to give me money to spend, I'll gladly take it. I don't need anything else, understand? Gu Chen's words were crystal clear. Yan Xie was suddenly confused.
She froze for 3 seconds before she reacted.
Hey, don't go, let me think about it. Take your time, and when you're done thinking, you can give me the money. Just so you know, I only want to spend your money, but I won't be responsible for you. We're just brother-in-law and sister-in-law, and it's only natural for a brother-in-law to eat his sister-in-law's soft rice, right? Gu Chen said shamelessly as he walked away.
In fact, he didn't really have high hopes of being able to live off Yan Xie.
That would be the perfect example of someone living off someone else. Yan Xie shouldn't be that stupid, right? Who would be willing to spend money without any return?
The more Yan Xie listened to Gu Chen's shameless words, the more she wanted to vomit blood. This kind of despicable man was the first she had ever met, and he was even more despicable than her dog Fing first boyfriend. But in her heart, she had an urge to spend money on Gu Chen even if it was like this.
For some reason, this man had an inexplicable charm that deeply attracted her. It was reasonable for a sister-in-law to help out her poor brother-in-law, right? She even began to convince herself internally to be this fool.
Auntie, my father and I are going to the mountains to grow mushrooms. Xiao Siting said excitedly as soon as she saw Yan Xie and Gu Chen walking downstairs together.
Great, Auntie, I've never grown mushrooms before in my life, I'm looking forward to it.
After waiting for a few minutes, Gu Chen saw Siyu, the little girl, change into a black combat suit.
It looked more professional than the one she wore yesterday.
She had a few sharp darts hanging from her chest and a small and exquisite stun gun pinned at her waist. In addition, she also carried her cute little backpack, not knowing what secret weapons were inside.
Gu Chen rubbed his brow in some confusion. Daughter, we're going mushroom picking, not going to war. You need to be safe when you're away from home.
There are lots of wild animals on the mountain behind the villa, and accidents are inevitable.
I'm doing this to protect myself and my sister. The little girl had a valid point. Okay, she really is a cautious and good sister. What else could Guchen say?
Stepping out of the villa, Guchen realized just how big and luxurious his wife's family villa really was. It was dark last night, so he didn't get a good look at it. Now as he walked along, he took in the sights, which really opened his eyes. Anyway, everything he had seen in the novels of Shinhawan was here, and there was also some stuff that wasn't. Master Gu, this is the road to the top of the mountain, and it gets very rough up there. The group reached a fork in the road, and Li Meng pointed to the left-hand path.
Where does the right-hand path lead? Guchen asked curiously. To the cemetery. Li Meng replied. Guchen's first thought was of his eldest brother, and he guessed that was where his eldest brother's resting place was. Let's go, climb up a bit and we can plant the mushrooms, Guchen said to the others. 5 minutes later. Guchen stopped in front of a large forest of giant trees. Looking at the forest in front of him, he nodded with satisfaction. Okay, this is the place, I'll go up and take a look, you guys wait here for me. Dad, are you sure this is the place to plant them? Yan Siyu suddenly asked. Yes, this forest is particularly suitable. In the meantime, Guchen had put down the bag in his hands and started climbing up the slope. Yan Siyu. It's only been a few minutes? Lazy sister hasn't even complained about sore feet and can't walk. She had thought that Guchen would choose to go into the deep mountains and old forests to plant mushrooms. Who knew it was just 5 minutes from the villa? Doesn't this make her equipment look really dumb? Everyone's attention was focused on Guchen, who was climbing. Only her younger sister, Xiaoting, was paying attention to the bag that Guchen had left behind. She had been curious about what was in her father's bag from the very beginning. So, she had already pouted her bottom and stuck out her little hand to open the bag that Guchen had left behind. There was nothing in the bag, just a mushroom that was slightly smaller than her head. The little girl's eyes lit up at the sight of this beautiful mushroom. Then she excitedly held the mushroom up with both hands, and couldn't help but bring it close to her nose to smell it. It smells so good. This scent instantly aroused the little glutton in her stomach. It's so big, she thought to herself, and if I sneak a bite, Daddy definitely won't mind. Chapter 37, The Good Sister Who Worries About Everything. You can't eat that. At this critical moment, Siyu, the older sister, quickly took the mushroom away from Si Ying's mouth. Si Ying bit into nothing and immediately puffed up with anger. She shouted at her sister. Sister, I just wanted to taste it. Why didn't you let me eat it? And Dad said that eating this mushroom can make you pretty. Siyu looked at her with the eyes of a wise person looking at her stupid younger sister and said. Red umbrella, white pole, if you eat it, you will lie flat on your back. Don't you know that? I hope that in the future, you will learn about the relevant knowledge before eating anything. After saying this, she helplessly ran her hand over her forehead, feeling that it was futile to explain so much to this stupid younger sister. Since she was young, she had no idea how much worry she had put into this younger sister. If it wasn't for her, she couldn't imagine how many times this stupid younger sister would have been reincarnated. Sighting still refuted unconvinced, how could the things in Dad's bag be poisonous? Siyu shook her head and sighed, saying, Don't let others' stupidity make you pay the price. After saying that, she shoved the mushrooms back into her backpack. Guchen came down in less than 2 minutes and then said to the group with a smile. Okay, we'll plant them here. After saying that, he went to get the bag with the female fungus and at the same time seriously told Li Meng and Fang Jing. From now on, no one is allowed to go near this forest. This is where I will grow mushrooms. Li Meng, when you go back, arrange for workers to fence off this area, and make sure it's done today. Yes, sir. Li Meng didn't know why Guyu wanted to do this, but she agreed without hesitation. Fence it off? But we're just playing house and growing mushrooms, why go to all this trouble? Yan Siya, however, could not hold back and directly asked a question if she had any doubts. These mushrooms are poisonous, and I fenced them off for everyone's safety. Guchen casually explained. Of course, he could not say that these mushrooms were worth a fortune, and it would be stupid not to protect them. Poisonous? No way, you're still growing poisonous mushrooms with a child? Yan Siya's eyes revealed her shock. We're just growing them, we're not asking you to eat them. Guchen rolled his eyes.
Just now, stupid little sister almost ate it. At this time, her sister suddenly spoke out of the blue.
Gu Chen was startled and hurriedly picked up little Si Ting to check.
Don't worry, I didn't let her eat it. Her sister rolled her eyes and then helplessly stroked her forehead. Having a stupid little sister at home is hard enough to handle, and now there's an even more stupid father. She suddenly felt so desperate about the future.
Gu Chen let out a sigh of relief.
He was really scared out of his wits, and helplessly but lovingly stroked his little daughter's head.
It's Daddy's fault for not explaining things to you in advance. Next time, don't eat anything you see, understand, sweetheart?
I understand. The little girl was still shaken and scared, patting her chest in a panic, then looking at her sister with grateful tears in her eyes and saying,
Sister, thank you.
I really know I was wrong this time. I'll never eat anything I shouldn't again.
Well, never mind, as long as you're okay.
Yan Siyu sighed, her face full of helplessness and affection. She didn't believe a word of her sister's promise. After all, this girl had never been a heartless person, and if she could learn from her mistakes, that would be strange. Just then, Gu Chen also crouched down, looking at Yan Siyu with concern, her eyes shining with sincerity, gently stroking her hair, and sincerely exclaiming,
Siyu, I want to thank you too. Seeing is so lucky to have such a caring, sensible, and kind big sister.
Hearing Gu Chen's solemn gratitude and seeing the other person's incredibly sincere eyes, Yan Siyu's heart trembled, and for the first time, she felt a sense of panic. She hastily turned around, trying to hide her inner panic.
Her mouth twitched slightly, and she muttered, Oh dear, you two, don't cause me any more trouble in the future, just let me worry less.
Seeing her like this, father and daughter Gu Chen and Yan Siting exchanged a silent glance before both of them laughed. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have unconsciously increased the happiness in your family, and your god-level cooking proficiency has increased by 10.
Gu Chen was delighted, this soft food system is really considerate. Next, everyone began to get busy.
Following Gu Chen's instructions, the two little girls each carried a small hoe and loosened the soil around the roots of each marked tree. Of course, the younger sister only loosened the soil of one tree and started to shout that she was tired, so Yan Siye took over. The older sister, on the other hand, persevered for 10 trees before Gu Chen took over the hoe and continued digging. The two nannies, Li Meng and Feng Jing, went back to find workers to come and build a fence around the trees. Half an hour later, looking at the dozens of trees with plastic wrap spread out in front of their roots, Yan Siye wiped the sweat from her forehead and said in disbelief,
Don't tell me this is considered planting mushrooms? Nima, this is completely different from the way she imagined planting mushrooms.
Who plants mushrooms by just sprinkling mushroom powder into the soil and covering it with a layer of plastic wrap full of holes? Yes, it's that simple to grow mushrooms, Gu Chen replied. According to the system, all you need to do is grind the mother fungus into powder and sprinkle it near the roots of the tree, and the puffball mushroom will grow in 24 hours. He has already taken 2 extra measures. The first is to loosen the soil, and the second is to cover it with plastic wrap.
Okay, whatever, what's the use of your poisonous mushrooms anyway? Yan Siye asked again. For decoration. Don't you think if the whole forest is full of these mushrooms, it would look spectacular and beautiful? Gu Chen said nonsense. Cut it out. Yan Siye rolled her eyes in disbelief.
If she hadn't grown more and more fond of this man as she watched him, she would have simply bugged off today and not done such a stupid thing.
Dad, when will the mushrooms grow?
Xiao Siting was very excited. She had just been in charge of poking holes in the plastic wrap and had a great time. And she really liked the pretty mushroom. If there was a big one, just thinking about the picture made her happy.
In a couple of days, we'll come back to see.
Gu Chen patted his daughter's head and already started thinking about how to surprise his wife.
Dad, can I eat the new mushrooms? The little girl was thinking about becoming pretty by eating mushrooms.
Yes, but remember, only the mushrooms that Dad gives you are safe to eat, got it?
Yes, Ting Ting got it. Okay, let's go, we're going home.
Daddy still needs to go back to practice his cooking, and then I'll make something delicious for you, your sister, and mommy. I thought that after being cooked, the mushroom could slow down aging and eliminate wrinkles. But the prerequisite is that your god-level cooking skill LV1 proficiency must be fully upgraded, that is, 100 proficiency. So he can't wait to improve his cooking skills. Just imagine, if you make a simple mushroom soup for your mother-in-law to drink, and after drinking it, she will become young and beautiful, then would he still worry about not being able to get his hands on his mother-in-law?
Dad, carry me, I can't walk anymore.
Just as they were walking back, his younger sister started to pout at Gu Chen.
Gu Chen was of course willing, and crouched down to pick up the little girl in one arm. Sister, don't you want a hug from Dad? No need, I'm not as lazy as you. However, as soon as the little girl had rejected her sister's invitation, she was picked up in one arm by Gu Chen. Yen, see you. She was speechless, but seeing her father and sister laughing happily, she felt a little happy for some reason. Having acted like a tough guy in front of his wife, Gu Chen had tasted the sweetness, so when faced with his eldest daughter, he also chose to be tough when he needed to be. There he was, holding one daughter in each arm, and Gu Chen felt like he was going to die of happiness. Boo! Boo! It was just 2 kisses, one on each daughter's little face. Hee. I want a kiss from Daddy too. Boo! Sister Si Ting happily kissed Gu Chen back, leaving a conspicuous saliva mark as usual. And her sister, with a disgusted face, wiped her face. Watching the 3 of them interact so intimately, Yen Siye said in a somewhat sour and coquettish manner. Brother-in-law, carry me on your back. I just dug some soil and now my back hurts. Gu Chen gave her a blank stare and refused. I don't get close to men. Yen Siye's face tensed up and she gritted her teeth. I'm a woman, okay? However, Gu Chen gave her a disgusted look. Do you even smell like a woman? Unexpectedly, these words may have touched Yen Siye's sensitive nerve. Humph. In my circle, no one can stand us, and we can't stand anyone either. As if suddenly stimulated by something, she rushed to the front of the Gu Chen father and daughter, turned her back to the 3 of them, and pointed her left finger at the sky. I once vowed that I would never be interested in men in this life. Gu Chen was stunned, and subconsciously stopped to watch her perform. Who knew? Yen Siye slowly lowered her hand again, and when she turned to look at Gu Chen, she was already holding the bridge of her nose with one hand. Her eyes seemed to suddenly become firm and deep. You just wait, I'll show you what I'm made of. After saying this, she suddenly slapped herself hard, and ran away without looking back. She left Gu Chen and the 2 girls in the wind, disheveled. A few seconds later, Gu Chen asked, Does your auntie often have these fits? After saying this, her younger sister Si Ting had already begun enthusiastically imitating Yen Siye's just completed action. And her older sister Si Yu's eyes were full of maturity and wisdom. This is why I don't like playing with her. Chapter 38, Best Friends. Wan Meng Group. The top floor of the building. Cheers. Yen Yun said to the other outstanding-looking woman, holding a glass in the president's office. I wish us a happy project cooperation. The 2 beautiful women smiled at each other and then drained their glasses of red wine. This woman is Yen Yun's best friend for many years, Du Qianwei. The daughter of one of the top families in Shudu, the Du family. Du Qianwei was wearing a bright red long dress today, showing off her charm. Her smile was passionate, full of vitality and charm. Compared to Yen Yun, her only shortcoming was her breasts. If Yen Yun was a towering mountain peak, then Du Qianwei was a hill on the grassland. Yen Yun, thank you for trusting me so much as to give me this project for the Du family. Du Qianwei said gratefully, her face clearing up a little. Recently, the Du family has been undergoing development and transformation, and the pressure has been placed on every core member of the family. This is especially true for her, the disgraced daughter who has only been taken back by the Du family a few years ago. She has usually been excluded and looked down upon in the family, and she has endured for several years. This time, she can finally let her hair down and slap the faces of those who say she is a burden. You have come to me, so how can I not give you face? Yen Yun knows the suffering of her best friend, but still wants to give her a piece of advice. Actually, I think it's great that you're a university teacher and living a laid-back life. There's no need to charge headlong into the business world. Sigh. I wish I could. Du Qianwei scratched her head in annoyance and said, Forget it. You know my idiot husband, whom I married before we met? He suddenly regained some intelligence recently, but he's become a charlatan. Yen Yun was instantly intrigued when she heard this, and immediately waved for her secretary to bring in tea and a fruit platter, putting on an expression of interest. Tell me more, see if you can cheer me up a bit. Speaking of Du Qianwei's idiot husband, Yen Yun has always felt that her best friend's life is too miserable. 4 years ago was a turning point in Du Qianwei's life. She grew up in a remote mountain village, and her family had a serious patriarchal mentality. She grew up in the shadow of her parents' unfair treatment. After finally getting into university, she stayed on as a resident teacher after graduation. She thought she could finally escape from the shackles of her family.
But who knew that in the first semester she was a counselor, her family suddenly called to say that her mother had died in a car accident and asked her to go back. She went back and realized that she had been deceived. Her mother was not dead at all. The village had been taken over by a cult. She was restricted in her freedom as soon as she returned home. While she was about to be brainwashed, she was alert and secretly took back her mobile phone in the middle of the night one day and escaped. A group of people chased her to the edge of a cliff, and in her panic she lost her footing and fell off. Luckily, she was caught by a tree branch. In her desperate situation, she was lucky that her phone had satellite calling function and called the police. 2 days later, Du Qianwei was successfully rescued, and the cult den was successfully destroyed. At the same time, Du Qianwei also learned a shocking secret: she was not her parents' biological daughter. The parents she had recognized for many years were actually the human traffickers who abducted her. However, she was weak and sickly at the time, so they just kept her for a few years. Then her brother was born, so the couple simply raised her as their son's child bride. When they called her back at the time, they actually wanted her to go back and marry their so-called brother. It just so happened that she encountered the cult brainwashing. Later, Du Qianwei made the news for destroying a cult, and her background was exposed. It was only then that the Du family came looking for her to admit that they were relatives. Less than a year after the family reunion, she was arranged to marry this idiot husband again. Just as Yen Yun was reminiscing about her best friend's exciting first half of her life, Du Qianwei gave her a glare and then began to slowly tell her story. In the past, I didn't care that he was an idiot, and I just treated him like an ignorant little brother in the bedroom. However, now I can't stand it anymore. He's always acting like a ghost in front of me, saying that I have the body of a heavenly fragrance, that he wants to practice spiritual cultivation with me, and that he wants to climb into my bed every day. Fuck his heavenly body, I only sprayed perfume. You've all been married for a few years, isn't it normal to climb into your bed? Since he's back to normal, you can have a baby too. Du Qianwei was speechless and gave Bai Yen Yun a look, her head aching. If I had always treated him like a man, maybe I would have given in, but the problem is that I have always treated him like a silly child. Now he suddenly jumped up and said to me, he's grown up and wants to sleep with me. What do you think I'm feeling? He didn't give me any warning, and he didn't give me time to get to know him again and discover his good points. Although I don't have high expectations of love anymore, if he wants to sleep with me, he should at least show me his good points and make me feel a little bit good about him, right? What happened? This guy spent all day telling me that if I did this, I would be unlucky, and if I didn't do that, I would have a bloodbath. Then, like a curse, this bastard's mouth really started to bring me bad luck. Yen Yun put her hands on her forehead and, feeling some sympathy for her best friend, consoled her. Can't you just sit down and have a good talk? Communicate your inner thoughts to him? When Yen Yun said this, Du Qianwei's anger flared up even more. Huh? I didn't fucking try to communicate? Guess what the guy said? What did he say? The guy said that he would sleep early and late anyway, that he could sleep with me first and fall in love later, and that I shouldn't be so conservative. So how did you deal with it at night? Yen Yun suddenly thought of herself and Gu Chun. If Gu Chen was so eager tonight, she couldn't help but blush when she thought about it, her pretty face tinged with an alluring red. However, Du Qianwei didn't notice Yen Yun's expression at all, and she said angrily, of course I couldn't let him get his way. If he dares to get into my bed, I'll spray him with anti-rape spray. Then he still respects you quite a bit. Yen Yun said objectively. With her petite figure, Yen Yun doesn't think her best friend would stand a chance if the man really wanted to get rough. Bullshit. Don't say such nice things about him. He didn't act particularly forcefully towards me, but what he did next was unbearable. That's the direct reason I came to you this time to discuss cooperation. You said. Yen Yun took a sip of tea and waited for Du Qianwei to continue. Chapter 39 Yen Yun with Double Standards. Du Qianwei also took a sip of tea, adjusted her breathing a little before suppressing the anger in her heart, and said. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to me, he started to drive away the opposite sex around me. This bastard caused me trouble all day long, without a moment's rest. Some time ago, because I missed a meal with Li Jiaran, he beat the person so badly that they ended up in the hospital. As a result, the Du family lost a project worth several billion. Now the Du family is using this project as an excuse to make me feel even more ashamed in my own home, and my parents' situation is becoming more and more difficult. That's why I had to come to you. After saying this, Du Qianwei gritted her teeth. These past few days, this bastard has become even more stupid.
Sometimes he's fine, sometimes he's not.
When he makes a mistake, he pretends to be crazy and stupid, and I feel like strangling him to death.
After listening to Du Qianwei's account, Yan Yun gave a faint smile.
You are after all a married couple, and you should indeed keep some distance from those who pursue you.
But that doesn't mean you can hit people, does it? Du Qianwei rolled her eyes. Didn't you say that he is sometimes good and sometimes bad? Maybe he doesn't even know what he is doing when he is planning to hit someone.
No, I am quite sure that he is normal when he hits someone. In the past, when he was being silly, he never hit back or answered back when scolded. Vivi, if you can't stand it anymore, just divorce him.
If you really want to, I guess you can get a divorce.
Yan Yun sighed and said soothingly, then analyzed from an objective point of view.
As for the beating you mentioned, I know a bit about the character of the second young master of the Li family. He must have touched you when you were eating, right? Du Qianwei choked, moved her lips but didn't speak.
That's right, no man with a sense of decency can stand by and do nothing while his wife is groped and remain silent. I think you are just too prejudiced against your husband.
Yan Yun shook her head.
It's not really her business to get involved in other people's family affairs. But since this is her best friend, she can't help but say a few words. I actually know this truth too, but he doesn't consider the consequences at all.
If something goes wrong, I have to clean up the mess.
Du Qianwei rubbed her eyebrows and said with some frustration. If he were normal, if he didn't say inexplicable things every day, if he were a spiritualist, if he studied hard, if he got a proper job, I could slowly accept him. Yan Yun shrugged. If I remember correctly, when you got married, you said that he was the apprentice of a Taoist priest.
Is there a possibility that what he says still makes some sense, and that some things are true if you believe them, but not if you don't? I find that you seem to be on his side? Always defending him. I only stand on the side of justice. Du Qianwei.
As I said, if it doesn't work out, just leave. Since being together is torture, just separate. Yan Yun shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she didn't want to ask any more questions.
You think I'm like you, in power and able to do whatever I want?
I just recognized the reality and thought that if the family arranged for me to marry a fool, I could be at peace. Now if I divorce him, I'll immediately be treated like a commodity and traded away, and I don't want that.
Do you know what really annoys me about this guy? Isn't it what you just said, that he hit someone and ruined the Du family's business?
No, although this is infuriating, I also know that I am at fault, and I can't blame him entirely. This guy has been asking me for money a lot recently, and each time he asks for a large sum. My piggy bank is almost completely empty, and he buys all sorts of junk that I can't understand. Whenever I don't give him money, he argues with me, saying that he married into my family, and that it is only natural for me to support him, that he was born to be a kept man. Such shameless words almost made me die of anger. Du Qianwei, as I have grown up, I despise men who live off women the most.
At this time, Yan Yun's phone rang.
She looked at the message sent by Gu Chen and couldn't help but smile. She picked up the phone and started reading the message. Gu Chen, honey, I just finished planting mushrooms with my daughter and plan to practice cooking later so I can deliver lunch to you later. After reading the message, Yan Yun's smile became even brighter, and a feeling of sweetness rose in her heart.
She quickly typed a reply. You can cook? Gu Chen, I've done it before, but it's been a while, so I'm going to practice first.
Yan Yun, I'm looking forward to it.
Gu Chen, hey, don't worry, I won't let you down. Actually, I have something else to tell you. Yan Yun, what is it?
Gu Chen, I quit my job yesterday, so I won't have an income anymore, so I'll have to rely on you to support me. Thinking about the nature of Gu Chen's work, Yan Yun is 1000% in support of Gu Chen doing this. With such a good husband, she doesn't want Gu Chen to continue massaging other women in public. Recalling the comfortable massage this morning, she has long wanted to completely monopolize her husband's massage skills. So, she replied without hesitation. Well, I'll be responsible for earning money to support the family.
A reply came back immediately. Hey, then I'll be responsible for taking care of the baby and keeping the bed warm.
Yan Yun couldn't help blushing when she saw the words warm the bed.
After chatting for a few more words, Yan Yun put away her phone happily and looked up at Du Qianwei. Where were you? Continue.
Du Qianwei thought Yan Yun was just happy because she was chatting with her daughter, so she didn't think much of it and continued the conversation.
In an angry tone, she said. We were just talking about men who eat soft food.
I really didn't think that guy would become so shameless as to let me support him.
Yun Yun, don't you think this kind of man who lives off his wife is really useless and shameless?
I remember we talked about this topic when we were just chatting, and you also look down on men who live off their wives, right?
Alas, I really didn't expect to run into this kind of man.
After she finished speaking, Du Qianwei waited for her best friend to agree with her point of view and let her emotions out. However, Yen Yun shook her head.
I think your husband is right. Since he is a member of the family, then you should support him.
Instantly, Du Qianwei's expression stiffened, her eyes wide, looking at Yen Yun in disbelief. It was as if she had never met this person before.
No, Yun Yun, is there something wrong with your head? You actually support the views of this kind of soft-bred man? You just said with conviction that you are on the side of justice, didn't you? You think this guy's shameless behavior of eating off my soft bread is justice?
I don't think it's justice, but this time I choose to stand on the opposite side of justice.
Du Qianwei cracked open directly. Why? In the absence of a husband, I stand on your side.
Yen Yun said lightly, then her lips curved. I forgot to tell you, I'm married, and my husband doesn't like anything else, except for eating soft rice. So, I'm standing on my husband's side now. This side, Guchen packed up his phone, and after chatting with Yen Yun, he was also in a sweet mood. He definitely wants to eat soft food, but he also can't stay at home and do nothing, taking care of the baby. He has already thought about it, and after practicing his cooking skills for a while, he is going to open a restaurant.
After returning to the villa, Yen Xia had already left in a sports car.
Guchen didn't care about her, but told Auntie Zhang to gather all the maids together.
He is going to do something big. Chapter 40, Let the maids explore the way first.
Auntie Zhang was a little puzzled, but she did as she was told. Soon, the maids in the villa gathered together. They all looked at Guchen with curiosity, wondering what this new master wanted. To these maids, this master who had suddenly arrived seemed very mysterious, and they were full of curiosity about him. Most importantly, he was handsome enough, handsome to the point of being disgusting. Last night, many maids had dreams about the master, and some even had secret affairs with him. So when they heard that the master had summoned them, they were all very excited and speculated about his intentions.
Some thought that he might be giving them a bonus.
Others thought that he might have an important task for them to complete together. In short, the maids were looking forward to this summons.
What do you think the master wants? It should be something good, anyway. The master is obviously a good-looking and kind man. I agree.
I really envy Li Meng and Fang Jing, because they get to spend the whole day with master because of their little princess.
Shoo! Keep your voice down. Just secretly fantasize about master at night. Don't let your infatuation show, or you'll be in trouble if Missy or the butler find out.
Oh, I wouldn't dare to fantasize.
It's just that master is so handsome, I can't help it. I don't have any bad intentions.
While the 20-odd maids discussed this, Guchen had already appeared in the hall with his two daughters, who had finished washing their hands. Suddenly, the noisy hall fell silent, and everyone stood up straight, looking at Guchen with excited eyes.
Guchen was a little embarrassed to be looked at by so many women, but quickly calmed down.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting, but I've gathered you all here today because I have a favor to ask.
Please command, master. The maids said in unison.
Seeing everyone so cooperative, Guchen couldn't help but admire the high quality of these maids. So, he didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. I want to practice making fried rice later, and I would like to ask you all to taste it. Upon hearing this, all the maids were confused, and then looked at each other. They had never imagined that Guchen would cook fried rice for them. They couldn't figure out why a young master would want to practice cooking. But since he had said so, they nodded their heads in agreement, even though they had many doubts in their hearts. At the same time, they became more and more excited at the thought of being able to eat fried rice cooked by the young master himself.
Okay, I'll go to the kitchen and start cooking now. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Guchen entered the kitchen, followed by the maids.
Then the kitchen was surrounded by a crowd of people, from the inside to the outside. Each maid stretched her neck to witness the handsome masters cooking up close. Seeing the eager faces of dozens of maids, Guchen secretly smiled.
Sure enough, there are benefits to having a large crowd.
Later, no matter what, he can practice his cooking skills to his heart's content, and never worry about wasting food again. The reason he chose to practice his masterful cooking skills with fried rice is simple. It is very easy and quick to make, but it is a real test of your cooking skills if you want to make it delicious.
Dad, what can I do to help?
At this time, his younger sister, Si-ting, said with big eyes. You don't have to do anything, just stay with your sister and cheer for Dad. Gu Chen said, petting his daughter's head affectionately. Oh. Then Dad, cheer. The little girl gave Gu Chen a sign of encouragement and then carried a small bench and sat next to her sister to watch. Master, here are the eggs, and I've also prepared the rice. The chef in charge of cooking at the villa usually brought all the ingredients for the fried rice to Gu Chen. Then, she asked with some concern, Master, are you really sure you want to do this? She was really worried that this new master would just want to make fried rice on a whim. After all, she had never been in the kitchen before, and if she accidentally burned herself, she, as the head of the kitchen, would definitely not be able to escape blame from the young master. Gu Chen seemed to have read her mind and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'm not a kitchen novice. It's just that the taste of the food I've made before hasn't been quite right. I'm going to practice today so that I can cook for my wife. Young master, good luck. Hearing Gu Chen say this, the chef in charge of the kitchen let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he had a better impression of this new young master. Young, handsome, speaks without airs, and is so considerate of the young lady. Thank you. Gu Chen nodded, then he took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and the magnificent knowledge of divine-level cooking skills instantly washed over his mind. The method of making fried rice was even more like an imprint etched in his mind. The moment his eyes opened, Gu Chen's gaze became focused and sharp, and he exuded a powerful aura. It was as if he had transformed into a culinary master, standing in the center of the kitchen stage, in control of every detail. He had a strong intuition, as if the entire kitchen had become his territory, and everything was under control. The next moment, he set to work, starting the pan and heating the oil, his movements smooth and natural. With a crisp sound, he tapped the cutting board with style, and the 2 eggs flew up in response. Then, a dazzling afterimage flashed past. When the eggs fell again, the shells had already been separated from the yolks and whites with pinpoint accuracy. Such a delicate technique would be almost impossible for an ordinary person to accomplish, but at the moment, Gu Chen, with a physique of 36 points and the blessing of God-level cooking skills, easily completed this difficult move. The egg fell into the boiling oil, instantly sending up a shower of oil and emitting a tempting aroma. Only then did the maids come back to their senses. What had just happened was so fast that they hadn't even seen Gu Chen's specific movements. They only felt a figure flash before their eyes, and the egg had already broken its shell and entered the pan. However, Gu Chen's handsome actions, like a live movie, completely won over the hearts of these maids. They couldn't help but let out screams, their eyes shining with admiration. Master Gu's speed is too fast, they can't see clearly. But it doesn't affect their appreciation, it's just so cool, so cool. With Gu Chen's wave after wave of frying movements, the maids also seemed to have experienced ups and downs, and their screams were also higher than the waves. In particular, the older female chefs in charge of the kitchen in the villa were even more deeply conquered by Gu Chen's culinary skills. Any one of them they picked out would be a national chef level. But when it comes to technique and dexterity, they have only one thought in their minds. They can't hope to match him. They'll never be able to reach Gu Chen's level in their lifetimes. They thought Gu Chen was just practicing casually, but they never expected him to be able to do what they can only dream of doing. In particular, they are dazzled by his speed. How long did it take him to train to be able to do that? 20, 30, or even 40 years of single life? And how old is he? This is truly the chosen one of heaven. If this speed of hand movements was used in another situation, they would not dare to think about it, and could only silently clamp their trembling thighs. They secretly felt happy for their young mistress. 2 young girls were also conquered by Gu Chen. Especially the older sister, whose useless father had once again impressed her. Less than a minute later, the first pot of golden brown fried rice was ready. Gu Chen grinned, and a bowl of fried rice directly increased his proficiency by 3 points, bringing his total to 23. If this continued, it wouldn't be particularly difficult to reach 100 points. The enticing aroma instantly filled the kitchen. As they watched the fried rice being loaded onto plates, the maids subconsciously gulped. Regardless of how the rice tasted, it had already won 2 out of the 3 criteria: color, aroma, and taste. This was the master's first bowl of fried rice, and none of the maids wanted to be the first to taste it. They wanted to remember the master's first taste forever. Okay, this is the first plate. Sit-on, come here and help your father. Gu Chen waved at his daughter, who was staring at him with starry eyes. Yes. The little girl ran over to her father as soon as she heard him call her. Today you will be a waitress. The maids at home are all our guests, so you will serve this plate of fried rice to them.
Gu Chen looked at his lovely daughter and said tenderly. The little girl nodded eagerly when she heard this. She had never served anyone before, and a sense of novelty welled up in her heart. Then, she carefully placed her hands on the table edge, lightly stood on her tiptoes, and tried hard to reach the fried rice on the table. However, due to her lack of height, she had to stand on a small stool to complete the task. Gu Chen couldn't help but smile at the cute look of his daughter. He reached out and handed the fried rice to the little girl, and said, "Be careful, don't spill it." "Dad, can I have a bite first?" Smelling the delicious aroma from the plate, the little girl stuck her tongue out and licked her lips, as if she couldn't wait to taste the delicious fried rice. Gu Chen smiled and shook his head, gently answering, "Oh, not yet. The front is for the maids, and yours and your sister's will have to wait until later." "Nonsense, the best for my daughter is definitely necessary. With only 23 proficiency, let the maids explore the way first." Hearing this, the little girl was a little disappointed, but she nodded understandingly and served the fried rice to the maids. The maids had already taken it upon themselves to take a spoon each. As soon as the little girl put down the fried rice, the maids in the front row couldn't wait to take the first bite. To be honest, compared to her husband's handsome cooking skills, the taste was really a bit disappointing. But it was better than most of the fried rice they had eaten before. The main thing is that this was the first plate of fried rice that Master had ever cooked himself, and they were not eating it for the taste. They were eating it for Master's intentions. So several of the maids were moved to tears. After all, no man had ever cooked for them before.